check, 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello. Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Hello, hello. Test. Test.
Check. This is the Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting on July 22nd, 2025 in Board Chambers, Tavares, Florida.
Yeah, it's right there, 722 drug court recommended budget.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Awesome. Glad it's in
Thank
there.
you.
No problem. Just in case.
Over there? Yeah. Again? That's fine. I don't know.
Maybe I'll get to that point. I'm still enjoying it. All right, see you.
Recording in progress.
Is Ray the president of the Historical Museum? Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to open up our meeting. It's actually not formally our meeting yet. We're going to first have a presentation by Judge Brian Welke, special day today, because this is the month of July that our commission is recognizing our appreciation and love for America in the month of July, being that it's when we celebrate Independence Day and July 4th. And so we have a special presentation that Judge Welke's going to make. And I'm going to ask Ray Powers, who is the president of the Lake County Historical Museum, to come up and actually introduce Judge Welke.
Good morning. This one actually makes me nervous introducing a judge, but here we go. Judge Brian Welke is a longtime resident of Eustis. Right now, he's a circuit judge, the 5th Judicial, which encompasses Citrus County, Hernando County, Lake County, Marion County, and Sumter County. Prior to that, he was actually a Lake County judge, winning that seat in 2016. He earned a BA in political science, government, and history from Florida State University. He completed his Juris Doctorate at the University of Tulsa College of Law in 1997, completed an MA in history at Sam Houston University in 2016. After he graduated law school, he began his legal career as assistant state attorney for the 5th Judicial Circuit. He did that until 1998, and he opened his own private practice, first in Mount Dora, and then he moved it to Eustis. One of the things I think is really special, he founded his own adoption agency in Lake County, the Florida Adoption Services. He is a fellow of American Academy of Adoption and a member of the Florida Adoption Council. Very important, he's also a veteran of the United States Army. One of the biggest accomplishments, I think from what I can see with him, is it's taken him years, I think 16 years, to write a book, and it's on the 106th Infantry, the 423rd Infantry Regiment, and this is it. So I would encourage anybody here to check out the book. One of the only blessings that I can come up with from COVID is during the lockdown, the judge was able to finish this book. So with that, I will let the Honorable Judge Brian Welke come up and give us some few words.
So I've got some photos here. This is not my book. This is a picture book of where the monitors.
It's up.
There we go. So I want to thank the board, thank Ray for the invitation. Only one correction. I wasn't a prosecutor. I worked for the county attorney's office, and I believe after I resigned, Melanie is the one who replaced me. So that was in 1998. So I look out here, so I apologize, some of you have the back, and I see the bailiffs, I see probation, I see Mr. Graves. I'm trying to figure out, am I here to select a jury or to sentence people? I enjoy talking about these men of the 106th Infantry Division, particularly the men are connected with Lake County. I'm going to give you a brief history, a nutshell, just a thumbnail of the information that I gathered, spending about 5 years traveling the country, interviewing the veterans and their family from the 106, spending time at the National Archives, libraries, museums, gathering the information. The 106, I believe, is a very unique infantry division. And bear with me, I'm going to give you some of its history before I talk about the men. It was the last infantry division raised for World War II. It was the youngest. When it went into combat, it was the least trained. It started in March of 43 at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. It trained throughout 1943. In January of 44, the entire division moved by truck to the 19 counties in and around Murfreesboro, Tennessee, where they participated in war games for 2 months. This was good Army training. It was constantly raining, snow, mud, ice. The men lived in tents, but it was preparing them for war. At the end of March, the entire division traveled to Camp Atterbury, Indiana, just south of Indianapolis. There it trained through October of 1944, and then it moved east, loaded up on ships, and went to England, spent a month in England. And then it landed in France the beginning of December. Went by boat, landed in Normandy about 6 months after the D-Day invasion. Spent about a week in muddy fields. Fields were so muddy they couldn't get their tent stakes in the ground, constantly raining. And keep in mind, from when they left England, for some of these men for 6 months, they won't be warm or dry. They travel across France and Belgium. They go to a small town called St. Vith. They stay about 2-3 days outside of St. Vith, and over a 3-day period, the division replaces the 2nd Infantry Division on the front line on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of December. 12th of December, the entire division's on the front line. Now, during World War II, a standard infantry division should have 5 miles to defend. The 106 had 27 miles to defend, thinly spread. One of the things that when they replaced the men of the 2nd Infantry Division, man for man and gun for gun, was have a nice time, enjoy your vacation, the war will be over by Christmas. Morning of December 16th, the Germans start with an artillery barrage on an 80-mile front, lasts for about 45 minutes. Then the infantry and armor attack. And within a short time, on December 16th, 2 of the 3 infantry regiments were surrounded. They continued to fight. This is a picture here of, this is Johnny L. Webb. He was from Umatilla. He was a 30-year-old citrus grower. He was a member of the Citrus Growers Association. I got this picture from this gentleman's son. I tracked down Johnny's son, who lived in Sarasota. He goes by the same name, and he told me the story about the summer of 1944, when Johnny Webb was at Camp Atterbury, that the son, Johnny, and his mother traveled to Camp Atterbury to visit Johnny. I can only imagine somebody drove him to DeLand, they got on a train, went to Indianapolis, took a bus down to Camp Atterbury. Well, that was the last time Mr. Webb saw his son, because on December 18th, Mr. Webb was killed. If you go to the cemetery behind Golden Gem, I believe it's to the west side of Golden Gem, there's a grave marker for Johnny Webb. However, that's not where he's buried. He's buried at, and you can't read it, but this is, I don't know if you can read it or not, but this is his actual grave. This is at Henri Chapelle in Belgium. And my wife, Teresa, and I had the pleasure on December 16th of this past year, which was 2 days shy of the 80th anniversary of his death, we visited his grave. 53 men died in World War II who were residents of Lake County, and he was one of them. I'm sure many of you know of Corporal McTerius from Umatilla, but Johnny Webb was another one of those men. So the battle goes on for another day for some of these men, and there's a mass surrender of the 2 infantry regiments. 7,001 men surrendered. It's the largest surrender outside of the Philippines in 41. Over 1,200 men from the division are wounded, and almost 450 of the men are killed. So about 8,500 casualties of a division of 13,500. The division was decimated. So now, during the battle, 4 days of battle, the men aren't resupplied. Many of these men haven't had a meal, a warm meal, since the evening of December 15th. It's now December 19th. They're captured. They're marshaled into open fields. It's freezing weather. It's one of the coldest winters in 50 years in that area. It's been snowing the entire time. Many of these men had to wade through a creek, waist to chest deep. They're soaking wet. The Germans put them in open fields. They then march them to the east. They get on a train, and they go to various POW camps. One of the POW camps they went to was Stammlager 4B, and many of you may have heard of the author Kurt Vonnegut. He wrote a book called Slaughterhouse 5. Kurt Vonnegut was in the 106th Infantry Division. He was one of the men who was captured. Kurt Vonnegut, 150 other men were sent to Dresden under the Geneva Convention. Privates could be forced to work. And these 150 men were put to work doing various jobs, cleaning up streets, some worked in factories. But they housed them at the public slaughterhouse on the north side of Dresden in building number 5. And Vonnegut wrote his version of his war experience called Slaughterhouse 5. The men worked, they got there, they left their POW camp on January 10th, they got to Dresden, they worked, and on the nights of February 13th, 14th, and 15th, the Americans and the British firebombed Dresden. About 26,000 Germans died. Many of the Germans, when the bombing started, would go to the cellars to seek shelter, and many of these Germans did not die from, they didn't burn to death, it wasn't smoke inhalation, it wasn't shrapnel, it wasn't the concussion of the bomb. They suffocated because the firestorm was so intense, it sucked the oxygen out of the cellars and they died instantly. So now these 150 men, their new job was to go into the cellars and pull out the dead Germans, pile them on a pyre to be burned. One of the men who was with Vonnegut is this man, Fred Parks. Fred Parks, originally from Michigan, retired and moved to Hazleton Village on the north side of Lake County in 1985, him and his wife Marie. He was very active in the community, very active in the Veterans of the Battle of the Bulge. He was one of the men who was there with Kurt Vonnegut, going through the cellars, pulling out the Germans, and I could talk to you 2 hours just about Mr. Parks. Mr. Parks was the inspiration how I got to, why I started researching this. This is, if you ever went to a Veterans Day or Memorial Day service at Fairham Park in Eustis, you would have seen there's a picture of Fred. Now, although Fred, those are my sons, although Fred is short, my sons are abnormally tall, so it makes him look a little bit shorter than he is. Now, Mr. Parks passed away in 2014. He's buried at the National Cemetery in Bushnell. Another man who was there with Kurt Vonnegut is this man, James Donini. Mr. Donini lived in the plantation. I got to know Mr. Donini. His wife, Alessandra, is a nurse at Waterman. I invited her to be here today. However, she's traveling, so she couldn't be here. Mr. Donini was also with Kurt Vonnegut. And after the Germans realized the Soviets and the Americans were getting close, the Germans did not want to be captured by the Soviets. They'd rather be captured by the Americans. So the Germans basically abandoned the POWs. The guards took the POWs from Dresden, marched them south towards the Czech border. In the end of May, the German guards disappeared, and the Americans were on their own to try and find their way back to the American lines. One group of men, there was 8, they commandeered this wagon, and that's how they worked their way back to the American lines. They were about 60 miles south of Dresden. They went to Dresden and then eventually went to Chemnitz. This here is Mr. Donini eating a sandwich here. And if you can see in the back, you can just see the profile. That's Kurt Vonnegut. Mr. Donini was with Kurt Vonnegut as the 8 of them traveled back to the American lines. Mr. Donini made it back. This is a picture I took of Mr. Donini and his wife at their home in the Villages. Mr. Donini passed away in 2015, and he too is buried at the National Cemetery in Bushnell. So the last man I'm going to tell you about is this one. This is John Glenn Bevel. John Glenn Bevel was born in Waldo. Anybody get a ticket in Waldo? Nobody? Well, there's usually somebody. He was born. Oh, well, okay. That's he was born in 1924. Mr. Bevel, at some time, the family eventually moved to Wildwood. That's where he went to high school, and that's where he enlisted into the Army. The first attempt was unsuccessful. He didn't weigh enough. He had to fatten up before he joined. He was in several programs, and eventually they sent him to the 106th Infantry Division. He, too, was captured. He was not in one of the 2 infantry regiments that were all were captured. He was in the 423rd Infantry Regiment, K Company, and on the morning of December 16th, he and his platoon, they were captured. He was marched east, taken to a POW camp, taken to a work camp, and eventually he was liberated. He was liberated. When he was captured, he was 142 pounds. And this is the common theme for all the men. He was 142 pounds when he was captured. And several days after he was liberated, after he had a few meals, he weighed 83 pounds. 59 pounds, you figure there were a few more because he had already eaten a little before they weighed him. So Mr. Bevel was liberated, came back. He, only problem I have with Mr. Bevel is he went to the University of Florida. The only defense I can give is he graduated in '49, so Florida State was still a girls' school. So, so with that, I am going to introduce Mr. Bevel to you.
Commissioner Parks?
Just wait one moment.
Commissioner Parks has a special presentation for Mr. Bevel.
What I failed to say is Mr. Bevel has a Lake County connection. He lives in Leesburg. That was he's on Whitney Road, just west of town.
Thank you, Judge Welke. Really appreciate your comments. I'm actually a little nervous about doing this because this is such an honor to be able to do this and represent the county commission and Mr. Bevel presenting this. I don't know, it's very small, but we hope it's meaningful to you to show our appreciation from the county commission of your incredible service to our country and to our county as well. So it is an honor to be able to present this to you, and if it's okay, I'm going to go ahead and just read this for everybody. With the utmost respect and admiration, we extend our deepest appreciation for your courage, your sacrifice, and unwavering dedication to the cause of freedom during one of history's most defining moments, the Battle of the Bulge in 1944. Your service in the face of unimaginable hardship and bitter cold during what would become the largest and bloodiest single battle fought by the United States in World War II stands as a testament to the strength, resilience, and bravery of the greatest generation. As a survivor of that brutal campaign, your story is not only one of endurance, but of honor and legacy. Because of your commitment and the sacrifices made by you and your fellow soldiers, liberty triumphed over tyranny. The freedom so many of us enjoy today was built on the foundation laid by your valor and your willingness to serve with integrity in the darkest of times. Please accept this letter as a symbol, a small symbol, of our enduring gratitude and respect. Your place in our nation's history is forever secure, and your courage will never, ever, ever be forgotten here in Lake County. Thank you, sir.
Judge Welke, we greatly appreciate you being here today. We appreciate the fact that you wrote this book and documented all of this incredible history And I encourage residents of Lake County to purchase the book, support Judge Welke, but use this as an opportunity to learn more and pass this information on to future generations. Sir.
By the way, in 45 days, he'll be 101 years old.
So we've been honored to have everyone here today that was here for this presentation. Those of you who have served in the military, if you could stand for us so we can recognize everyone who is a veteran or currently serves. So again, thank you for those that are here, and we appreciate this chance to be able to recognize Mr. Belleville and everyone who served, and to have this chance to honor those who served and to bring attention to the great things about our country during this month of July. So at this point, we will move into our regular meeting. So I want to give an opportunity for those of you that were here for this presentation to be able to leave so that you don't have to endure the next several hours. And Judge Welke, is there more that I? Okay. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Truly thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. We appreciate you. So at this time, we will open up our July 22nd, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting. We welcome everyone to the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed on the county's website. We are also broadcasting the meeting via Zoom for those members of the public who wish to provide input during the meeting but are unable to attend the meeting in person. We're going to open the meeting with an invocation given by Pastor John Carey of the First Baptist Church of Umatilla, and then if you'll remain standing for the after the invocation for the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's always special to be asked to do the invocation. Today was awesome. This was a true blessing to get to hear that story. Thank you. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Father, I do thank you again for the day and this opportunity to join together to do the work of government. I pray for the commissioners that they would just have amazing insight and wisdom to know how to make decisions well for the residents and citizens here of this county. I thank you for them and the blessing that they are to the people of this community, and I pray a blessing in their lives. I pray for the folks that are here, that the work that's done would just be for the benefit of all, and that your will would be done in all of it. Thank you for this, and it's in the name of Jesus that we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving ahead with our agenda update, I'll call on Jennifer Barker, the county manager, to give us any updates or changes to our agenda.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. First, on tab 7, the background information was updated. On tab 35, an attachment was added for the fiscal year 2026 recommended budget. And finally, on tab 44, it was added as an addendum following the first publishing of the agenda, and I'm asking that it be added to the regular agenda.
Move to add.
Okay, all right, and then when we get to consent, we'll make any changes the board members need to make as far as pulling items for separate votes or postponing. Okay, moving ahead then to our Employee Service Awards and Quarterly Awards. Janine Nelson will present these awards.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Janine Nelson with Human Resources and Risk Management. This morning, you are recognizing our quarterly award recipients, as well as employees who received significant milestones in their careers with Lake County, including those with several years of service and retirees as well. So we're going to start this morning with our quarterly awards, all right? And our first one is Employee of the Quarter, and it goes to Terry Peterberger, who's our Recreation Coordinator with Parks and Trails. This is the recommendation that we received for her. She's a great example of an employee who comes to work each day ready to work. No matter what the task or problem at hand, she finds a solution and stays until the job's done. Terry goes above and beyond when it comes to customer service and greets the park visitors by name. Terry's not only a leader within the department, but a person her teammates can rely upon by showing up to offer a helping hand. I want to offer something on a personal note as well that we learned about Terry when actually at the employee picnic, because she assisted us in HR with getting things ready. She is actually a volunteer for the honor flights from our area, and she has completed 5 missions so far. Terry, would you be able to stand, please, so we can recognize you? Thank you. Thanks, Terry. All right, next is our Supervisor of the Quarter. Supervisor of the Quarter is Jay Vaughn, who's Chief Licensing Investigator from the Office of Building Services. He was nominated by his team, which you see in the picture. Jay leads the licensing investigations unit with compassion, intelligence, and a broad range of experience-based capabilities. He's never hesitant to assist in any way as he leads by example, maintaining a calm and respectful demeanor, even when dealing with difficult situations. On occasions too numerous to count, including the numerous damage assessments from Hurricane Milton, Chief Vaughn has proven himself invaluable to our unit as well as to the Office of Building Services. He often acts as a liaison between the county and other outside agencies and strives to bring the unit together in all circumstances. Thanks, Jay, for your excellent contributions. Would you stand, please, so we can recognize you? Our team of the quarter is the IT GIS team, comprised of Larry Martin, GIS Administrator, Jim Dowling, Senior GIS Analyst, and Esteban Runiga, Senior GIS Analyst. Public Works was the nominating committee for this particular group. They were honored to nominate this team for their outstanding collaboration, innovation, and technical expertise in supporting the Department of Public Works' evolving needs through GIS-based solutions. Right, and the first of the tools that they're recognized for is the Public Works Beta Map, for it overlays GIS data layers, the Stormwater Reporter System, whose streamlined compliant tracking, and the First Push Roads Clearing app, which is deployed during emergency events. Without this team, these projects would never have taken place. Looking ahead, Public Works and GIS are jointly developing tools to manage capital improvement projects for roadway and stormwater infrastructure, along with resurfacing and maintenance tracking systems, further enhancing oversight and resource planning. Thanks for all your hard work, and congratulations, team. Would you stand, please? You're right in the front row. Thanks so much. All right, we're moving on to our service awards at this point. I'm going to read the group in each area, and then I'll ask them to stand when your situation is mentioned. All right, 5 years of service. We have Janelle Floyd. She's a paramedic in the Office of Fire Rescue, EMS. She started in April 2020. Denise Nunziato. She is a telecommunicator in fire rescue with the Office of Emergency Dispatch. She began in June of 2020. And then we have Raisa Robles Alvarez, who is a multimedia content coordinator with the Office of Circuit Judges. She began in June of 2020 also. I don't know if any of those 5-year people, I don't think any of them were able to attend, but if we could do a round of applause for them. Moving on to 10 years, we have Jack Ganji. Jack Ganji began his career with Lake County on April 13th, 2015. He serves as a Chief Building Inspector with the Office of Building Services. Amanda Martin began her career with Lake County on April 6, 2015. She's a manager at tourism marketing with the Office of Visit Lake. Kelly Boder began her career with Lake County on May the 26th, 2015. She's an Office Associate 4 with the Office of Fire Rescue. And then we have Mark Piera, who began his career with Lake County on June the 6th, 2015. He's a Fire Lieutenant Paramedic with the Office of Fire Rescue. We have several of those individuals here. Would you stand, please, so we could recognize you? "15 years. Nicholas Lewis began his career with Lake County on April the 11th, 2010. He's a firefighter paramedic with the Office of Fire Rescue. And then Brian Rams, he began his career with Lake County on April the 12th, 2010. He serves as a recreation coordinator with the Office of Parks and Trails. I know Brian is here. Brian, would you stand so we could recognize you? Next, we have someone with 20 years of service, Todd Thornton. Todd began his career with Lake County on April the 18th, 2005. He's a senior financial advisor with the Office of the County Manager. Todd, would you stand? Got a 25-year service. Tracy Bates began her career. Tracy Bates began her career with Lake County on June the 19th, 2000. She's our permitting supervisor with the Office of Building Services. Tracy, would you stand, please? I have a 35-year of service employee. James Story began his career with Lake County on April the 23rd, 1990. He's a road senior equipment operator with the Office of Public Works in Mineola. I didn't see James here today. James? No? All right. Well, let's give a round of applause. We are also recognizing some retirements today. John Dinsmore began his career with Lake County in June of 2002. He served as a landfill attendant with the Office of Solid Waste. Floyd Bush served as a fleet technician 2 with the Office of Fleet Management. He has been with us since 2021. And then we have Mr. Fred Schneider. He began his career with Lake County on August the 4th, 1992. He currently serves as Assistant County Manager and will be retiring on July the 25th, 2025. Fred started with us in 1992 as an Engineer 2. Between the years of 1992 and 1998, when he became Engineering Director, he served as Engineer 2, Engineer 3, Engineer 4, served at the County Engineer starting in 2011. After that, he was a Public Works Department Director in 2019 and became Assistant County Manager in 2021. I'm going to introduce Jennifer Barker, who would like to say a few words about Fred.
Good morning, everybody. It's a little strange being on this side of the dais. So after 30 years of dedicated public service to Lake County, I am honored to announce the retirement of Fred Schneider, who is Assistant County Manager. Fred began his career with Lake County in August of 1992 as a project engineer. A licensed engineer in both Florida and Pennsylvania, he brought a high level of professionalism and technical expertise to every role he held. In 2019, Fred was promoted to Director of Public Works, where he led critical infrastructure initiatives and operational improvements. Since 2021, he has served as Assistant County Manager, continuing to lend his leadership and institutional knowledge to a wide range of county priorities. Over the past 3 decades, Fred has been a driving force behind many of the county's most significant infrastructure and transportation projects. His leadership in road operations, engineering, and long-term transportation planning has helped shape Lake County to be more efficient, connected, and a resilient place to live, work, and play. Originally from Pennsylvania, Fred brought his background in engineering and public works to Florida and quickly became a key part of Lake County's success story. From big picture planning to the small but essential details that keep our community running smoothly, Fred has truly left a lasting mark. On a personal note, I want to thank Fred for his support during my transition to county manager. His guidance and willingness to bring me up to speed on all things public works made a big difference. Thanks to his efforts, terms like right-of-way, swales, center line miles, and asphalt millings have become part of my daily vernacular. In retirement, Fred plans to travel and spend more time with his family, which includes his wife of 36 years, Mary Ann, and his 3 children, Kyle, Carly, and Lauren. Additionally, Fred will volunteer in church ministries and with the Awana Children's Program. Please join me in thanking Fred for his service and wishing him the very best in his well-earned retirement. Usually when somebody retires, we make a street sign for them, but I one-up that. So we made him a plaque showing our appreciation with a map of the county on it.
He probably wants a street sign too, right?
Thank you, Jennifer. That was just a fantastic, tribute. I guess about 5 days, it'll be 33 years. I think I started around August 4th of '92. It's been a true blessing to be, having worked at Lake County for all these years. It was an answer to prayer. I was working at Orange County at the time, and to keep a long story short, there wasn't, when I got my engineering degree, we were in a little bit of a recession. Nobody was hiring, so truly an answer to prayer. Came home from work one day, and my wife said, "Hey, you got a call from somebody at Lake County that wants to interview." And back then we didn't have internet, so you couldn't apply online. I must have sent out 100 letters with stamps everywhere, and my answer to her was, "Where's Lake County?" So, but I found it. Lake County found me. Lord, answered my prayers, brought me here, and also it was just a wonderful place to raise a family. It's just been a great county to raise a family in, and my three kids are doing great. We plan on staying in Lake County, and it's just been wonderful. All the people that I've got to meet and work with, many different commissioners over the years, county managers, and well, Melanie's been here. I can't say many county managers, just but county attorneys, but she's been here. So anyway, thank you so much. I really appreciate this, and for those of you that turned out, thank you again very much.
Thank you, Fred.
Thank you, everyone. This concludes our presentation.
We'll let everyone have a chance to move on. So the next item on our agenda is a proclamation, 2025-67, which the Board of County Commissioners has already approved. And I'd like to ask Tony Deaton and members of our probation office to come forward, anyone who's here today. Okay, if you all will please stand forward. I'm going to read this proclamation into the record. This is an opportunity for us to show our appreciation for all that these individuals do to help our county function. Whereas community corrections is an essential part of the justice system, and whereas community corrections professionals uphold the law with dignity while recognizing the right of the public to be safeguarded from criminal activity, and whereas community corrections professionals are responsible for supervising adult and juvenile offenders in the community, and whereas the community corrections professionals are trained professionals who provide services and referrals for offenders, and whereas community corrections professionals work in partnerships with community agencies and groups, and whereas community corrections professionals promote prevention, intervention, and advocacy, and whereas community corrections professionals provide services, support, and protection for victims, and whereas community corrections professionals advocate for community and restorative justice, and whereas community corrections professionals are a true force for positive change in our communities. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, that the week of July 20th through 26th, 2025 shall be known, designated, and set aside as pretrial, probation, and parole supervision week in Lake County, Florida. It is encouraged that people express their appreciation for these community corrections professionals and to recognize their achievements. A copy of this proclamation was spread upon the minutes of the meeting that it was adopted, and I am honored to be able to present this to Tony Deaton, and then I'm going to give you the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, and we'd like to thank our partners in Community Corrections. Today we have Israel Branton. He's the Senior Supervisor for Department of Corrections, Probation and Parole, 5th Judicial Circuit, unless he's been promoted recently. And also Kimberly Lambert from Department of Juvenile Justice. She's the Operations Coordinator for the 5th Judicial Circuit, Department of Juvenile Justice, Probation Office. We also have several staff members here. Thank you.
At this point, we have our minutes approval from prior meetings. Do I have, I'll turn this over to Mr. Cooney, our Clerk of Courts.
Good morning. I have 3 sets of minutes for your approval this morning.
Move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes. Moving now into citizen question and comment period. This is a time in our meeting when the public can discuss items that are on today's agenda, with the exception of zoning items. Anyone who has joined our meeting through Zoom using their phone may press *9 to virtually raise their hands. If you're participating through Zoom online, please click the raise hand button to let us know that you wish to speak. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak, and after 3 minutes, an alarm will sound, letting you know that your time is up, and we appreciate you honoring that time frame. I'm going to start with speakers in the board chambers, and then I will ask Aaron Texter to call on each person that has called in via Zoom. So let's see, we have a few. We have some that are items that will come up later in the meeting. I think we've got 35, 37, 43, 42. But these are general comments that are not listed on the agenda. And let's see, we have Farmer Banks Helfrich.
Farmer Banks Helfrich, Clay Road District, South Lake County. Farm tip of the day, the humid and hot weather. You can actually grow crops in Florida such as black-eyed peas, okra, sweet potatoes, watermelon, and also, believe it or not, loofahs grow in Florida. Carrots do grow in Florida, too. Chairwoman, board, distinguished guests, welcome to July. The United States of America is 249 years old. We are the longest current serving government charter in the history of humankind. So what does that mean to be an American? If you look to the person to your left, if you look to the person to your right, if you look at yourself in the mirror, we all are from somewhere else. That's right, we are all immigrants. In fact, the Native Americans came over on the Bering Strait many centuries before many of our European ancestors who crossed the Atlantic Ocean. We are a hodgepodge of peoples from everywhere around the world, from Canada, from Mexico, from Venezuela, from Colombia, from China, from Vietnam, from Cambodia. We are a melting pot of peoples, an experiment on this earth that's never been done before, of people coming together to live together, to work together, to worship together, to govern together, and ultimately to love together. So the next time you hear someone disparage an immigrant, remember that they are talking about every one of us. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next card I have is for Ray Powers regarding a museum exhibit.
Good morning again. Just want to invite everybody over to the museum. We have historic artwork on display by Daniel Cruzy. I don't know if you guys have ever seen any of his artwork, but it's great. And Commissioner Smith, we did find one of Tavares Train Depot. I was also a little remiss, I think, this morning, so that everybody knows, the title of Judge Wilkie's book is Boys Just Boys, signifying the age of these guys that were over there. But I want to invite all the commissioners after the meeting, if you got time, come over to the museum. I think you'll find this artwork really fascinating. And thanks again for this.
All right, thank you.
So if I may say something on that. I would not only invite the commissioners, but everybody in the audience needs to go to the museum to see these paintings. They're absolutely incredible.
Thank you. Appreciate that recommendation. It's a great museum, too. If you've never been over there, take some time and enjoy the rest of the exhibits, too. But this is a special one. Okay, next card is Donald Peterson.
Good morning, everybody. Donald Peterson. I'm Democrat governor's candidate for Florida. Next time, I'll come here and wear my suit. I represent 100 veterans in Lake County who want the follow-up. That's why I'm here. They gave me Senate Bill 82. Do you see that in front of you? That's the vegetable garden bill. It's legal to grow marijuana in Florida in your backyard and in Lake County. But you know who says no? Lieutenant Willis of your drug unit. I said, hey, are you conducting reverse drug stings? Yes, we are. The definition, law enforcement posing as drug dealers, selling confiscated drugs on the dark web. And you're allowing that to happen? Now, you honor veterans here, but you know what? Lieutenant Willis, equal to a pedophile. He said this, oh no, veterans can't grow. We'll come out and put guns in their face and take their plants and take them to jail and treat them like common criminals. Even veterans with a Purple Heart? Yeah, we don't care. That's your Lake County Sheriff's Office not protecting the community, not protecting your veterans. And let me tell you, any law enforcement agency that takes plants away from a veteran is equal to a pedophile. A veteran's abuse is equal to child abuse, okay? Now, here's the thing. I called the Department of Agriculture. What is marijuana? It's a green herbaceous plant that produces fruit with seed in it. What's the fruit? The buds. I didn't know marijuana buds are equal to green strawberries. They said it's fruit. I said, why do the cops care? Goodbye. Now, you're not selling recreational marijuana in Lake County. You know you're missing every year? 1/3 of your population would spend $10 a day. You're passing up on $540 million a year just for taxable revenue and commerce of recreational marijuana. Where's that money? In 3 years, you know what you passed up? $1.62 billion in recreational marijuana. You know that's racketeering? You know that's 30 years minimum mandatory? You all should be investigated for racketeering because you turned a blind eye to cannabis and you will let the Lake County Sheriff's Office traffic it all. Not only cannabis, but cocaine, methamphetamine, MDMA, counterfeit Xanax pills and Percocets and Oxys laced with fentanyl. Okay, now, your Lake County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed to me that there's fentanyl overdose deaths and they don't trace the drugs back to the dark web. I said, why not? We don't want to lose our jobs. You mean that you know there's a reverse drug sting, that law enforcement in Lake County is trafficking these drugs on the dark web? I have to go. I can't tell you anymore. That's going on every day, and you're turning a blind eye to that. You better investigate this, because I'll tell you, when I'm elected governor, let me tell you, there's a lot of people who are going to go to prison. Marcos Lopez charges racketeering, conspiracy, and continuous criminal enterprise. That's going on right here. Peyton Grinnell is a drug kingpin, along with your Lake County drug unit. You should investigate it. And they're all equal to pedophiles because they're all willing to dishonor veterans and raid their homes and take away their electronic devices and their plants, stick guns in their face, and take them to jail like a common
Thank
criminal.
you.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, next card. Jen, is it Jen Eastridge?
Jen Eastridge. My address is protected. So I am a proud resident of Groveland and represent a group of concerned individuals that want to bring some items to the public's attention. Our county commissioner, Anthony Sabatini, most recently unethical behavior and practices have broken the trust of elected officials, which is impacting the voters he directly represents. Mr. Sabatini's behavior has potentially violated the Florida rules of professional conduct related to the conflict of interest, misuse of public office, and conduct prejudicial to the administration of justice. His potential created a conflict of interest and an ethical violation by representing a Groveland County council member in an active lawsuit against the city of Groveland, a city which he serves. Mr. Sabatini's repeat violation of his constituents' First Amendment rights with the deletion of comments and blocking of certain members of off of his political Facebook page. Mr. Sabatini's representation of Councilwoman Fike constitutes a misuse of public office and a direct conflict of interest under Florida Statute 112-313, subsection 6, and a conflict employment or contractual relations under subsection 7. As a sitting Lake County Commissioner while simultaneously serving as a legal counsel for the city council member in the lawsuit against the city of Groveland, Mr. Sabatini's most recent actions can be viewed as politically motivated and creates the appearance of retaliation and political interference. By filing a suit against the city while maintaining public authority over funding, oversight, and interlocal operations, Mr. Sabatini is personally benefiting from his public office as he has official oversight, budgetary influence, and regulatory input as an active member of the City of Groveland CRA Board. This dual role as both the attorney and public official creates divided loyalty, undermines the public trust and integrity of the elected officials, and constitutes a serious conflict of interest violating Rule 4-1.7 subsection A and Rule 4-8.4 subsection D. These actions raise the appearance of impropriety, public interference, and potential misuse of confidential information obtained in his political role, which could ultimately chill lawful governance by municipalities, especially if commissioners are permitted to legally challenge cities they oversee. Furthermore, Mr. Sabatini's repeat action of deleting and blocking his constituents on his political Facebook page is a direct violation of their First Amendment rights. While an elected official uses a social media page for official purposes, it can be considered a public forum, and as such, deleting the comments and blocking residents he directly represents can be considered viewpoint discrimination. Mr. Sabatini has repeatedly deleted comments and has gone far as to block residents of the city of Groveland from his political Facebook page in direct violation of Davison's versus Randall, and more recently, Lenke versus Freed, which ruled that if officials use a social media in a way that represents government activity, they cannot restrict users based on their views.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I need to check to see if we have anyone online. We do? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Barbara Morris, please unmute your line and state your name for the record, please.
Barbara Morris, District 4. I come to you today, I've come to you before on this, but I'm bringing it up again. I'm talking about the approval of PUDs and the process that we have. When you approve the PUDs and you have a concept plan, that pretty much is the end of where the public is involved. The applicants usually go in front of you and promise and swear that they will address the issues that are brought before you by the public, like wetlands, setbacks, open space, protection of trees. And they swear it will be taken care of, administrative process. That is not happening. We have a PUD here in Mount Plymouth that not only did they acquire their PUD and get plan approval without disclosing or indicating the wetlands, they utilized water bodies as open space. They have now come in and destroyed every single tree on the property when the plans called for a preservation of specific trees. They were grand oaks, and they are gone. We need a new process to where the public knows what's going on with these PUDs after the approval, so that we can talk to you or bring it to your attention before it happens. I mean, wetlands are not being protected. Trees are not being protected. Open space is being maneuvered around to the benefit of the developer and rubber stamped. We need to address it. I hope I have the support of all of you to address it, because it's the citizens that pay the price for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And I have asked the county manager if she could, give us an update. I don't know if you are prepared to do that today or whether we're going to do that at the next meeting, but to look into whether trees were destroyed in violation of what the PUD required and whether wetlands were not calculated appropriately and protected.
Right, so we're going to work with staff, and we're going to drive out and take a look at the site and then look at the PUD and make sure that what was done was in compliance with the PUD. I will bring back a report at the next board meeting.
And then if there are violations, we will hear what those repercussions are.
Absolutely are, what
Okay.
options are available to the board.
Okay. I know that there was a situation in Sorrento with Sorrento Pines where there were some trees destroyed, and there was an issue after the fact because they weren't supposed to do it, but they did it anyway. And I just want to make sure that if we need something different to be put into our PUDs that actually allow a level of enforcement in association with revoking, for example, the permitted activities in the PUD as a result of violating the PUD, then I think that we need to strengthen that language. Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Regina Keller, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Thank you. This is Regina Kelleher. I live in Leesburg, and this is actually in regards to the upcoming agenda item on the advanced water waste treatment.
So can I
ordinance that
stop
you
you there? I just want to make
about.
sure that, because I have a lot of cards on this, and so ordinarily we take those up when we get to that agenda item. I could open it up at this point in time if we have people that can't stay for the rest of the meeting till we get to that item, but ordinarily we require those to come up at the time that's on our agenda. So could you just, could you raise your hand again when we get to that agenda item?
That's not a problem. I just didn't know the timing, so I appreciate that.
Okay, it won't be too long. We've just got a few key things that we'll be addressing today, and this will certainly be one of them. Anyone else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right, then. Moving along, we have our Clerk of Court's consent agenda. Mr. Cooney.
Good morning again. I have 7 items on my consent agenda for your approval.
Move approval.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Then moving to the Board of County Commissioners consent agenda, I think we've got a request for a few items to be pulled. Let me just check with board members.
Yes, I would like to have tab 6, 9, and 32 pulled.
Okay. Any others? Okay, do we have a motion excluding, approving the consent with the exclusion of 6, 9, and 32?
Move to approve. Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Then moving back to item 6. Item 6.
Yeah, I'm
Since you had-
just kind of concerned about this ordinance here as it, and my interpretation of reading through it is extremely overuse of what we have. I mean, if you read through the regulations, we have to have, or the contractor or the resident has to have a soil testing done and sent to the county for approval. Then there has to be compost spread over the surface at a rate of 4 yards per 1,000 feet at a depth of approximately 1 to 2 inches. And then we have the incorporation of, the compost then has to be rototilled into the soil. In here, it also says that the resident can have no more than 25% turf grass in their yard. It also says that it has to be a Florida-friendly tree or Florida native tree. And I couldn't get a list of all the Florida native trees, but I do believe a peach tree is not even considered a Florida native tree. Has to have canopy trees in the front and the back with specific buffers. I just think this is too much of a government overreach for what we're doing here, and it would be more burdensome to the county staff to make sure all this happens. For example, 1 year after the certificate of occupancy, a second inspection will be verified that all required landscaping is established, healthy, and properly maintained. Well, what are the ramifications if that's not happening? So I just think there's a lot in here that I personally don't like, and I thought I'd bring it to the attention of the other board members of what's actually in the reading of this. And I know that Commissioner Parks has done a lot for Wellness Way, and this is a Wellness Way plan, but I'm afraid that if this gets passed here, then it will be then construed as a county-wide plan, and I'm just not comfortable with that.
So Commissioner Parks,
Yeah.
I'll turn it over
Yeah,
to
I
you.
mean, I'm a little surprised because we've, been talking about it for a couple of years. But, yeah, it is specific to Wellness Way. And as we've talked about for, I don't know, probably 10 years or so with Wellness Way, it has a much higher bar for development because that's what people in the community want. They want to hire for new subdivisions. They're seeing these things come along, the houses, everything that goes along with it. This doesn't apply to anybody that's on a 5-acre parcel, 1 acre out in unincorporated part of the county. It applies to Wellness Way. There's a reason why it's been pretty stringent and a higher bar is because that's what we're trying to, again, it goes to that vision of Wellness Way, trying to attract better growth, the job center that goes along with it. It's all part of the plan. And quite frankly, also, there's a statutory, really, connection to this as well. And that is that, to provide potable water in that area, there's about a 4 million per gallon per day gap to supply water. So we don't have alternative water supply systems in place. This is something that the city of Claremont also has adopted in parallel to us. There's no way to meet that and outside of through conservation. So this is tied to conservation. There's a 4 million gallon per day gap to supply water to that area. The state of Florida this isn't us doing it. The state of Florida is not issuing CUP withdrawals above 2025 levels. So the math is going to become a problem when it comes to, in the future, permitting growth. So the way to make that up in this area is through conservation. There also is a plan to also provide alternative water supply in that area as well, too. So that's the sort of the history on it. It's all been talked about, like I said, for years. There's data behind the soil amendment part of it.
Could you explain that? Just, I think maybe
Yeah. the
there's
soil
not,
amendments
a lot of people
Yeah.
don't understand why you would actually augment the soil in an effort to further conservation.
Yeah, because when you build a house, you clear the lot, and you take all the topsoil off. Now, some will put it back, but it could be very sterile to begin with. So if you're going in and you're going to create that environment, you have to supplement the soil, or you will not get, it'll look okay for a year or 2 years after a lot of watering, and watering 3-4 times a week. And I know you're only supposed to water twice a week, but not a lot of people follow that. So to keep it up, to keep that up, you have to add additional water to it. So that's what's behind the soil amendments. The native plants, native plants are required in the buffers. Florida-friendly, peach tree is part of Florida-friendly, by the way. And those are, obviously that's a Florida-friendly on somebody's yard is a pretty broad category.
Yeah, I didn't have time to look that up, but I do want to, you kept mentioning potable water, but in the Wellness Way, we can only use reclaimed water. So the potable water situation in this is null and void.
Well,
Because in the Wellness Way, you have to use reclaimed water for your irrigation, correct?
you have to use a non-potable source. correct?
Non-potable source, so the conversation of potable water shouldn't even come up in this
No,
discussion.
no, it does, because you still have to withdraw from the lower Florida end, so that you can still have an impact there. So that's why you're trying to minimize the
You want to
water
do
usage. And there are some,
non-potable water. So anyway, I've got concerns about it. Wellness Way is a great idea. I just think this is a little bit of a government overreach. I think it's going to cost more money to handle. Claremont certainly is approving it because it wouldn't cost them a dime to approve this. It's all on the county to make sure everything.
they're going to enforce it too.
They're going to have to enforce it, but who's going to do all the extra testing and
Well,
ensuring?
that's
on the county.
That's
and
part
that's
of
what I'm-
growth. That's the cost of growth that we're starting to realize.
And that's the reason why I'm having a
to
little
do it
issue.
right, to do it the right way.
That's all right. I'm only one vote. But I just want to bring it out to the forefront that I do have a problem with this, and I'm just afraid if we continue down this path, it's going to continue to creep its way into other areas of unincorporated Lake County, which in my opinion would be detrimental.
So I'm curious, so are you getting feedback from, like,
No, I'm
Claremont,
just using my
landowners,
own brain
developers?
where I read through the book.
Okay, so I just wanted to understand whether it was based on feedback from the community, or?
I have not received one call for it. I have not received one call against it. I have just read through all the ordinances and highlighted areas of my concern, and I figured it was concerning enough to me to bring it up into the public.
Yeah, no, I'm not questioning you in that regard. I'm just trying to understand a little. I'm trying to get some context here, because I know that it's been discussed for a really long time, and it was part of this issue with the shortfall of water availability, that there would be concessions made in the way that landscaping was done in order to accommodate lowering the amount of potable water that would be used. And I have seen this issue with the soil, topsoil being removed in developments where the trees and the landscaping doesn't really take hold because all the nutrients get just taken away. So if you don't augment it, then you're trying to water more to make up for it. So that seems to be the reasoning
Yeah,
behind that.
and one of the biggest builders out there right now, Pulte, is doing it over in Sunbridge, is doing the same code.
And that's essentially where you pulled this from.
I don't know whether it's in there. I'm sure it's in their PUD that was approved. But I don't know if it's in Osceola County's code per se, yeah.
So, and just, my understanding of when the whole issue came up of development of the Wellness Way area, the idea was to eliminate the piecemeal development where we didn't have connectivity of roads. It was just based on old zoning that was on the property to try to actually do master planning. And part of that was to actually raise the bar, to set an example, to say, okay, if you're going to do this really the right way, this is how you do it. So I'm reluctant to pull back on something that was, and Commissioner Parks worked hand in hand with the landowners there and the developers. So it wasn't as if this was done in a vacuum without their input and their willingness. So that's why I don't think it's like springing it all of a sudden on the development community that there's these enhanced requirements in the Wellness Way area. Because it was always part of that discussion that went on for the last 10 years.
I'll just say that, I think Commissioner Smith makes very good points. I'll support it today, but, going forward, if it becomes burdensome for somebody and they say, hey, this is a real issue, then, maybe we can rehear it. But at this point, just because of the very limited comment we have on it, I have no issue with it. And of course, I do think it's good to try to incorporate more Florida-friendly.
I'd like to hear from the developers on this. I wasn't part of the conversation 2 years ago. I read this, and to me, it's government overreach. You're saying that you need to do this so we can build more homes. That's basically what it boils down to, and people don't want more homes. So maybe it's going to fix the overburden of homes. But I read through this, and it says sections 163.316453 states to create long-term master plan for South Lake region which supports significant economic development. I don't see how putting this in a yard is going to do that. So I'm a big no on this. I think it's a government overreach. And we don't have reclaimed water.
Here's some news, though, that they're going to be building there. They're coming. That's the hottest growth area. That's why it's been planned for 12 years to try to, if it's going to go into that area, don't do it piecemeal fashion and get the same old problems that everybody talks about. That's why we're doing it in that area. And also it's in cooperation with the city, so I would worry. I would say that the message it might send to Claremont, which they have questions about Wellness Way, it could send a mixed message as well. So.
Is it in the JPA? Is it addressed in the JPA?
I don't.
Or is it just that we are having consistent? We've agreed to have consistent LDRs, or?
I don't know about the new version of the JPA, but as was said on June 30th in the meeting, Richard Levy said that essentially you have an effective JPA with Claremont through Wellness Way, because for all these years there's been these joint standards, development rules for directing growth into that area. So it's effectively a JPA itself.
And it says there's no economic impact. From my understanding and reading, it does have an economic impact because it's more costly initially to put this in than it is to put what we have normally in our LDRs.
It's more costly to the new homes that are going to be built there. That is absolutely correct. Yes.
I'll just, if I could just weigh in very quickly. I just want to say, I think that the comment of, this prong or this argument was connected to one of the staff rights here. It's sort of a political point, right? More economic development, et cetera. I don't believe that. I don't think that that's true. I don't think the savings and the affordability, it's not a reason to vote against it, but I don't think it's really going to drive or create more housing. I don't think the savings on water is going to create more housing. If it did, I would vote against it because I don't want more cramped housing. I think that was just sort of a innocuous, typical selling point you see in some of these staff analyses. I don't think they're very good. I think that this does, in fact, higher the quality of the types of parcels and housing down there, and therefore I think there's a benefit to the people around it to some limited degree, because you have better housing. And as Lake County goes forward, you know, we're forced with the decision, do we want better or lower quality housing? That's just real. And we are a bedroom community to Orlando. So guess what kind of choice you're dealt with? You're dealt with, do I want to be a better or a worse bedroom community? Sorry, that's reality. That's where we're at. And so we should, I'm not discounting the argument. Both the arguments I think that were made were very valid. They should be weighed. But at the end of the day, I'm going to err on the side of creating the better stock of housing and parcels, so that way 10, 20, 30 years from now, we look better, we feel better, and we have constituents who are more proud to live here. And it's just real. I'm being politically incorrect here, but there's certain counties that people say, I'm from that county. They're very proud of that county, that city. And there's other ones that they don't say they're from because they're not respected. And so, you know, years from now, I want people to look back and say, Lake County is the best place to live in the Central Florida region, period. And this is a, you know, incremental step towards that. So I'll vote for it today. Now, with that said, if it truly can factually be proven that it's so burdensome that it's actually injuring developers, buyers, sellers, whatever, that can be weighed and it can be modified. But at this point, I don't see the evidence yet. Let's wait for public comment, but let's wait. Yeah.
All right, so we've I think kicked this one quite a bit. Everybody's had their chance to have their say on it. I do want to emphasize the fact that for 10 to 12 years, the development community in the Wellness Way area has been a key stakeholder in these discussions. So it's not like these are new standards for Wellness Way that all of a sudden came out of nowhere. They are aware of it. They've given input. There have been a lot of trade-offs. So I'm in favor of higher quality there, and in a lot of ways, it gives us an opportunity to see how that works. And we have Claremont basically in agreement to do the same standards. So I don't want to muddy the waters there either by jeopardizing that agreement with Claremont. So on tab number 6, do we have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right.
Discussion, I just want to say again that I truly believe this is government overreach. What's our next step? We're going to tell people what kind of fence they can put in their front yard.
I agree with Commissioner Smith.
And I'll add to Commissioner Sabatini's point, which we've done in the past, and I have no problem doing here. If we want to come back in a year and look at it and see how it's being implemented, we can do that.
And it could be that there are ways to improve upon it.
Apparently, there's been deals cut where you said that they had to give some and we gave some. I'd like to know what that is. You know, what did we give up to have them? What you mentioned was there were back-end deals or whatever.
No back-end deals. These were big public meetings that were held at the Claremont City Hall.
Wrong terminology.
Yeah, there was nothing back-ended about it. It was literally.
Well, let's go ahead.
I know, but it's just, it's a term of art that I don't appreciate in this context.
I knew what he meant. I don't think he was really.
So there were things that were given up, which I don't know what they were. And so I can't vote for something that I don't know the full story on. I mean, I'd love to table it and talk to the developers and see what their take is on it.
So as a reminder, this is approval to advertise. So if it is approved today, we would be having a presentation on the August 12th. I just wanted to put that out there.
All right, and that would give anyone an opportunity between now and then to have those discussions. And then if there's anyone that wants to be involved from the development community or stakeholders that have been involved in the Wellness Way planning and members of Claremont staff, anyone else that wants to be a part of that discussion, I would encourage them to weigh in between now and then or attend that meeting on the at the adoption hearing.
Yeah.
And just for purposes of the record as well, all of our ordinances are sent to the Home Builders Association. This was sent to them on July 2nd, and we did not receive any comments from them that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
All right, so this is an approval to advertise. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion?
I just want to note for the record that Commissioner Morris and I both have a very blunt way of speaking. It should not always be taken so literally.
Yeah, and let me apologize for that. I did not mean that terminology.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, passes 3-2 to advertise. And again, there's a lot of opportunity between now and that adoption hearing for any further comments or modifications to that ordinance. Tab 9 was pulled, and that's Commissioner Smith.
Yes, I just wanted to pull this tab to have our county attorney read out into the public exactly what this is, because I think it's great.
So this is recommending approval of funding for the Lake County School Board Choice and Alternative Education Driver Program, behind the wheel driving. Every year, we collect money, which is a $5 surcharge on civil traffic cases, and that is to be specifically used to fund traffic education programs. So we get a letter from the school board every year asking for the balance of whatever has been collected in the account right before school starts. So this is not general fund money. It is coming from a surcharge on traffic tickets to be used for driver's ed.
So it is to take a portion of the bad drivers, give it to the schools to have good drivers.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, do you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Then moving to tab 32, I think you just pulled that because you have to refrain from voting on this. Do you need to declare a
Right.
conflict?
I have to pull tab 32 because, to be voted on separately, because I have to abstain from voting.
All right, and you fill out your form.
Move
Okay.
approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 4-0 with Commissioner Smith abstaining and filing his paperwork required by the state of Florida. All right, then moving along to presentations, we have tab 35. Allison Teslia, Director of Management and Budget. And after we do the presentation, and we'll provide an opportunity for those that provided cards on this item.
Good morning. For the record, Allison Teslia, Director for the Office of Management and Budget. Today, we're here to establish the maximum millage rates that will be included on trim notices and to approve the public hearing dates and times. First, we'll go over the certified taxable property values, summary of the recommended budget. We'll discuss the department position requests, the proposed millage rates, and then the next steps in the budget process, and then the requested action. All right. Here's the certified taxable property values as of July 1st compared to the final 2024 taxable values. Based on the best estimate of property values, we saw about 11.64% in growth for countywide property values. This reflects an overall increase of about $4.68 billion, with approximately $2 billion being new construction. Here's a summary of the fiscal year 2026 budget recommendation. The total recommended budget for fiscal year 2026 is $911.2 million, with a total operating budget of $803.8 million. The budget recommendation looks like there's a decrease from fiscal year 2025. However, it does not include the project rebudgets or PO carry forward, which we'll present in our public hearings. And it also reflects the use of ARPA funds in fiscal year 2026, which was about $26 million. All right, the fiscal year 2026 recommended budget fully funds county operations, new position requests, and judicial support and constitutional office budgets. The constitutional budgets included about $20.8 million in additional requests. It also funds the minimum wage adjustments and compression. It allocates about $7.5 million towards road resurfacing. Items that are not included in the recommended budget is the Lake County Water Authority Management Services Agreement updates, the PO carry forward adjustments, the medical examiner's fiscal year 2026 budget request. We have an estimate in there. And additional funding requests that we received from Lifestream and the Lake County Museum of Arts, and the tax collector's budget. All right, here's a breakdown of the department position requests. This mainly consists of multiple public safety positions and infrastructure-related positions. All right, next we have the breakdown of the proposed millage rates for fiscal year 2026. We're reflecting a 50% reduction for the Wellness Way MSTU and a recommended reduction to the voted debt millage rate for public lands based on our debt service requirements for next year. All right, so next steps in the budget process, we will receive the tax collector's actual budget requests on August 1st, I'm sorry. We'll hold 2 infrastructure sales tax workshops and the public hearing in August, and then in September, we'll hold our public hearings to adopt the budget and the final millage rates. All right, so today's requested action is to establish the maximum millage rates to be included on the trim notices. The final millage rates will be determined in September during our public hearings, and to approve the public hearing dates and advertisements.
Okay, and just to be clear on a point of law in Florida with the trim notices, when you adopt the rate, you can bring it down, but you can't take it up. So oftentimes what happens is we get the budgets from constitutional officers. We're still working on whether we can get reductions out of those budgets or even reductions in the county department budgets. And then the goal is ultimately to lower the millage from the time that the trim is, adopted to the time that you adopt the final millage. I can report that I have had some discussions with the sheriff, and I'm hoping to have him at an upcoming meeting come over, talk to us, but he's looking very closely at some things that he might be able to modify in order to make some reductions there, and that could be a big help. I know that we also had concerns, at least some of us expressed them previously, about the property appraiser's budget and the significant increase in that budget compared to where it had been in prior years. And I think an addition of like 10 positions with, I think it came out to about a 28% increase over a prior year. So I just wanted to put those out on the record as areas where I'm hoping that we can see reductions. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering, and this is probably geared toward Melanie, I know we have something that we can do if we disagree with the sheriff's budget. We can always take it to the state, but what about the other constitutional officers? Is there any type of thing we can do if we disagree with another constitutional office budget?
There is not the same process in the statute as there is for the sheriff, so I'm going to have to explore that, and I'll get that information back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Unless Jennifer has an answer.
I can address specifically if you're talking about the property appraiser. So with the property appraiser, he has to submit his budget request to the state, the Department of Revenue, for review and comment. The state is required to provide comments back to the property appraiser on July 15th. We just received those comments back. I believe they did make a recommendation of minor adjustments, reductions, I should say. We have until August 15th to provide any comment from this board relating to the property appraiser's budget. I would recommend, if you would like to provide comments to the state, we do that well in advance of August 15th. That way they have time to review our position, and then they will send final comments regarding the budget for the property appraiser by August 15th. Once they have provided that budget number, approved budget, we have to fund that. However, there is an appeal process that we can appeal to the cabinet of the state, which would be the governor, the CFO, and the attorney general.
Which we should do because we have a great cabinet. I mean, you have Blaze and Goalie on there. We all know Blaze. Like, they're going to go with us. We got to fight. We got to appeal this. We got to go up to the cabinet. This is ridiculous. The entire theme of the state of Florida for the last year is reduce spending, slow down. I mean, really, they're talking cutting property rates across the board and limiting what local government can do. And here we are, like, taking seriously these 15, 20, 28% increases in their budgets. I mean, I just think it's absurd. I don't want to sound unreasonable, but I cannot vote for any budget that gives more than 10, 15, 20, 25. Now we're at 28% increases in these constitutional officers' budget. It's ridiculous. Even the state legislature, who's in charge and governs us, their budget increases, when you adjust for inflation, maybe 6, 7, 8, 9%, and they have way more agencies and law enforcement than any local government entity in the state of Florida. We're just so gaslit into thinking we have to go down this road. We need to use every single legal tool we can to get this in front of the cabinet and any other appellate procedure, because they're going to go with us. You really think the cabinet, after yelling and barking about, reducing property taxes in the state of Florida, is going to be like, no, sorry, Lake County, you have to raise your taxes 28%. It's crazy. So we're going to win. So we should absolutely exercise that. I know it'll be a big burden for our law department here in the county, but we should definitely lean into that, in my opinion.
So I'm just wondering, should we put this discussion on our August 1st meeting so we can have a public discussion on it? To send back to the state and say this is what we want?
Yeah, because you have to actually send back to them what your argument is and why you're not willing to fund it at the level that it's been requested. So I think that we would need to put this on our August 5th meeting. Uh-huh.
And can I just very briefly start with a preliminary argument, which I think is very important. Any constitutional officer who doesn't have a multi-page budget with detailed information about how the new dollars they're requesting are specifically going to be spent, that in itself, even though we're not making a affirmative argument, looking at the numbers and why the numbers shouldn't be funded, the fact that we don't have the numbers, the fact that we don't have the information is in itself prima facie an argument for denying the request. I mean, the cabinet, no state agency is going to say that's an unreasonable argument coming from us. Why? Because the state legislature, when they get a budget request, and I sat there, I went through government operations, every single cabinet officer is on their hands and knees explaining in hundreds of pages of slides how every single new dollar is being spent. Please give us this money. Please give us this money. And the legislature goes back and forth, and it takes 6, 7 weeks. And that's been absent in local government in Florida. It's not our fault. It's a trend everywhere in the state. It's just the way it is. And hopefully we can be, again, just like we were with Doge, the leader at the tip fighting against this trend and changing it in the state of Florida. And the winds are at our back. If we would have tried this years ago when you guys were, obviously on here, the winds were not at your back because the legislature would have been like, no, that's abnormal behavior. But the entire political news cycle for the last year has been reduction or at least slowing down and stopping some of these rates. And so when they come in and ask for more money, the argument is with us. We should fight.
Okay, so any other comments?
You said we have received something back from the state initially?
Yes.
Okay, can you send that out to us?
I can do that.
Thank you.
So based on this discussion, August 5th meeting, we'll have this on the agenda. I think that ideally, I'd like to work with staff to bring back some recommended language that would be used for our our response, or the information we would need to give the Department of Revenue in order to indicate that we're not willing to fund at that level.
Can I just add one more thing? So is there a way we can at least make a formal inquiry of what the specific tasks are for the employees that the property appraiser once added to his office that his predecessor never needed?
But you can certainly ask.
Well, I want to do it a formal way.
Right, and we could, based on the discussion today, we could say, okay, this is where we're headed. It looks like this is where we're headed, that we're going to be sending something to Department of Revenue and we're not in agreement with this increase. Is there anything more that the property appraiser is willing to provide to us in greater detail that could justify a position for needing 28% increase over last year's budget?
Sure.
I think that's reasonable to make that
And I think the non-answer is the evidence for DOR, so.
We also have to remember that he is a duly elected official as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, we're not saying they're not elected.
It's just like if we didn't like what the supervisor of election was doing or the clerk of courts was doing, would we ask them for a detailed of their business? I don't know.
Yeah, and I think when you're asking for a 28% increase,
There's a problem.
yeah. And we've, my history here, whenever we've asked for more information from constitutional officers, that has been forthcoming, that has been available and willingly available.
for instance.
Exactly. So I think that we should reach out, ask for more details, and let him know that we'll be discussing this at the August 5th meeting. And so if there's any additional information he wants to provide.
Is everybody going to be here August 5th? Or is everybody's planning on being here?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm on vacation for 2 weeks, but I'm coming back for the meeting.
I will not be here. Yeah, and
You gotta be.
somewhere where there's no cell phone service, way in the woods, so, yeah.
Call in?
If I can get to a mountaintop, I will, but I'll try. Apparently, we'll see what we can do to try to get me to be able to get in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say that it's kind of curious that anytime we've had an increase like this, we've always received a call personally from the constitutional officer explaining their position. This is the first time this has not happened.
I received the call.
I did not receive a call.
Well, and I reached out, and I went over and sat down and met with the property appraiser, and I had a presentation given to me, and it was essentially 10 new employees, and it was primarily, those employees would be used to do enhanced property assessments. I mean, on-site, the argument was that property is underappraised, and therefore there needs to be more manpower. And so I did make the request that the property appraiser would come to the Board of County Commissioners and actually make that argument to the board. And, and the property appraiser said that he declined to do that in public. So I think giving that opportunity on August 5th with the board asking for either more detailed information or an actual presentation at a public meeting, I think that, that this is the prudent thing to do as the board that actually has to make the decision on the millage rate itself, which then is on us. So I think that on behalf of the residents and the taxpayers of Lake County, that the very least they are owed is an explanation of exactly how that money would be spent.
So for this item, do we have to set the tentative maximum millage rate today?
You do. That has to be sent
Right,
in.
so it's got to be today, but just remember that we cannot go up from this millage rate, we can go down, and that's exactly what we're going to be trying to do from now until September.
Correct.
That's right. That's certainly my pledge, is that this number comes down. So we have 3 cards, and then we'll go to the final deliberation. Vance Yocum, Ken McCard, and then Joe Famasi. So, Mr. Yocum, you're up. This is on tab 35.
Sorry, which topic?
This is on the topic we've been discussing on the trim notice
Okay, trim notice.
and budget.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide guidance that, I'm grateful to hear the discussion that you're trying to control spending. I know the school board they had something like a $6 million shortfall because they can't control where their revenues come from. They can't ask for a 28% increase. And I just would like to encourage you that in this economy, and especially where AI is going to be taking many jobs, there are many forecasts that's going to happen. White-collar jobs, teaching, et cetera, within the next 2 years. That there's going to be people, more and more people, maybe they're going to have to transition to something else. And there's going to be, I think, a fluctuation in what property values are, et cetera. And with the kind of things that are happening here with this septic tank rule, $20,000, and others that people are not going to move to Florida. They can't afford it. They can't afford the HOA expenses and antics. They can't afford a lot of the different things. The traffic, as you know, is quite bad and very restrictive, and I think that you have to be hedging this. and to start controlling it. I can go back to when Larry Metz was the chair of the school board. He went through every single line item in the budget. He had the managers of those departments come in and justify why they should even get what they had last year. Because at that time, that was what, maybe 2007, 8, when we had the big crash. But I think you ought to be prepared, and I think that you ought to approach this in a way to keep that. And you know, because like the environment in this county, because of the massive theft of the Republican Party positions with people that were invoking dirty tricks. And last night they canceled a meeting that they're going to have, but 35 people gathered and they came up with tactics to deal with that. And you know, the leaders that you have now in the GOP party are very suspect, and I would be very wary of what they're going to affect you too. Thank you.
All right, Ken McCard.
First of all, I want to say that I have one connection with Joe Biden, and that's having Biden notes. I have to have notes to get my points across. I can't rattle things off like Vance and others. I'm very encouraged by what you were saying earlier about this issue with the constitutional offices. That was much of my discussion. I mean, like Anthony has said, in the mood we're in right now in this country, it is to cut back. It's to say, okay, Mr. Appraiser, you have 20 appointments today. No, it's 25 now. You know, and those who can't meet it, to take up this slack that he's talking about doing with 10 additional appraisers, then they got to find some people and go faster. Just an example. I'm not saying it's 20 and 25, but we need to expect more out of our public workers than what we have in the past. I know as I grew up and learned about public works and working for the government, that yeah, it's a pat job. You're going to have it, not a lot required of you. You're going to get good benefits, not a lot of pressure on you, and it's a good place to be to make sure you've got a job the rest of your life. We can't operate that way, and that's the mood I was taught anyhow as a child and as going through school and so forth. And we can't operate that way. We need to expect more out of our government workers all up and down the line. So I really appreciate what you guys are saying there. I heard there was also a big increase being requested by the SOE's office. Is that correct? Am I answering questions here?
Most modest one.
Yeah, that's the lowest one.
Oh, what was it? Oh, I thought the sheriff's was. Okay.
SOE wants 4%.
The SOE wants 4? Okay. Then I had that part wrong. So that's my point. I'm just glad that you're going in the direction that you're talking about, and that's right in keeping with what the mood of the country is. Thank you.
All right, and Joe Famasi.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the chair, Commissioner Morrison, and Commissioner Sabatini for arranging the reduction in the MSTU for the Wellness Way. The Wellness Way is affected multiply by the county in taxes. I don't know if you were aware, our CDD is charged 2% for the tax collectors to collect our money. We have a very high budget. The tax collector collected from us $19,000 to process our claim. But when you write the check, it all goes to one place. So my question is, the tax collector needs an extra raise in their budget, but how many CDDs also pay into that? Because under Florida law, we have to pay 2%. My place paid $19,000, and we only got reimbursed what they claimed was left over was $2,000 out of 19. So I'd like you to look at the tax collector's budget, because if they're getting subsidized by these CDDs, then maybe there could be a cost saving there. So thank you again, Ms. Champion, Commissioner Morrison, Commissioner Sabatini, and I hope that you will look at that other cost that's going to be put on the residents of Wellness Way with the irrigation. I was at the city meeting and I saw that. And I raised the point that they was going to raise more taxes on us. It seems that water down in Wellness Way seems to be an issue. And there was no answer thought of. The experts didn't account for that. So now we're paying the price for it.
All right, do we have anyone online?
Yes, ma'am. Cheyenne Schaus, please unmute your line and state your name for the record, please.
Can we try one more time? All right, we'll try to come back to that if they reappear. Okay. All right, so this is on the requested action to establish the maximum millage rates, which again, as we stated before, our goal is to bring the maximum down and approve the hearing dates. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second, just to hope we can bring it down.
I think the commitment is to bring them down. All right. Any other further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, then we're moving ahead with trim notices and the Board of County Commissioners' commitment to bring those tentative millage rates lower at the time of final adoption. We're at tab 36. We're going to take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes, that's it. And then we'll get back started again. Okay, everybody's back. Okay, we're going back in session here, and we're going to move on to tab 36, and I'm going to ask Mr. Deaton to come forward so that he can introduce our speakers on this item.
Morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Tony Deaton, Chief Probation Officer for your County Probation Office. Today, just a little background, on May 20th, the Lake County Opioid Task Force appeared before the board to present its opioid abatement plan and recommendation to establish a drug treatment court using opioid settlement funds. The Drug Treatment Court operates within the judiciary under the direction of the judicial officer and is administered by court administration. This morning, unfortunately, Rick Hankey with LifeStream could not be here as CEO of LifeStream, but also the chair of the Opioid Task Force. We do have Mike Graves and other members of the Opioid Task Force here today. Just a brief overview of our agenda. Let me just start off with our regional fund disbursement. So far, there's an 18-year disbursement. We have received $3.4 million for opioid abatement efforts in Lake County. Our projected regional disbursement between 2023 and 2041 for that 18 years is $12.9 million. Our abatement plan, again, is just to establish and implement a drug treatment court. That's always been the primary goal of this, and it was a reason we qualified for this funding, but also to expand treatment services, recovery services, and support services, and establish a public information campaign, which is dealing with prevention services. Now I'd like to introduce Michael Graves, who's our public defender for the 5th Judicial Circuit, and he's going to present the budget and recommendations.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for having us again. I'm sure you all recall it was 2 months ago, though it didn't seem that long ago, that we appeared to discuss what drug court is, that we're prepared to move forward. At that time, we had a semi-working budget that we were asked to bring back with greater particularity before the commission. The budget has been discussed on more than one occasion, again, with the task force, and gained the recommendation of the task force. And that's the budget that is before you and has been submitted. That budget, to say how we arrived at it, since this would be the first week of the program, it's with local knowledge of what available services are and their costs within the Lake County community, which is different from county to county throughout Central Florida, certainly throughout the 5th Judicial Circuit. It's also taking a look at the operating in drug courts, especially in Marion County, which is somewhat a demographic mirror image of Lake County in population and criminal demographics, or crime demographics, I should say, and Sumter County, because of our shared border and growth patterns, as well as the service of LifeStream, which is the main and really the game-in-town provider for drug and mental health services. We've had substantial input and commitment by Mr. Hankey. I wish he could be here today, to address the way that LifeStream will approach this, their commitment. Their commitment will include a dedicated individual and case manager for drug court itself. So they will be there every day. They will be committed to providing the services in a timely manner, which has been an issue throughout the criminal justice system. I'm not going to lie. This commitment, I think, was the last step that was necessary in getting us ready to go and working with them. The proposed budget includes services. The one thing that's in there that I don't want to mislead about is we will eventually need a committed program director which is budgeted at about $70,000, I think. To begin with, and we'll be able to roll some of this money over, court administration, and Jana Quash is going to use her local and institutional knowledge because she is the court administrator and service provider that, along with the court, created our Veterans Court, which has been very, very successful. And this is using a lot of the same providers. She's very familiar with the way the money flows from the county to court administration and alike. She's going to, for the first number of months, take on additional duties of helping us grow drug court, using the lessons learned. We appreciate that. We are sure, and we're advocating with court administration. She received some stipend for doing it for that period of time, but we think it's just the best way to do it, the best way to make the commitment to grow properly, is using the knowledge that we've gained in the past through drug court, which I think is the one thing we have to say that was left off Judge Welke's resume. He's the creator and founder of the Veterans Court, which is going to be so successful. If there are any questions on it, I think the total budget ends up at $440,550. Some of this is our best guesstimates. You know, how many urine screens we're going to use during the course of the year is dependent upon how many people we move through the system, how many people will need counseling, drug counseling versus intensive outpatient counseling, and there's a different expense, is yet to be seen. But these, again, are built on the demographics and the numbers that we know from surrounding areas, and are done, I think, with the best efforts we can have. And one of the commitments we made that the commission, I think, appropriately asked for is that upon the call of the commission, whether it be quarterly, whether it be every half year, whether it be monthly, through court administration, I will pledge my input to it as well. We'll be here so that we are as transparent as possible as to where this money's gone, where the program sits, who we're serving, and what we see in the future and growth in that program. So this would be our final budget to present to the commission. And as Mr. Deaton said, we would be asking the commission today, upon the recommendation of the task force, to pass this budget. I can tell you also this, reporting back, I almost forgot what Judge Davis told me to say. Some judges say I have a habit of forgetting what they tell me. We are looking at now the beginning of drug court in January. She is setting court dates. I've spoken to my office. I will be reaching out to the private bar. We will have the numbers ready there, please beginning to be entered into drug court in November and December. So really what's waiting right now is we can't move farther until we have a budget.
All right, well, thank you for being here today, and I want to say thank you to the task force for all the time that has been spent in putting this together and evaluating different options. And just want to reiterate the fact that this money came from settlement, and there were stipulations attached to the funds as to what it could be used for. It's not money we can put in the general fund or use it for building roads or anything else. It's very limited how it can be used, and the task force came back with a recommendation that the best use of the money would be to actually help people get the treatment that they need as an alternative to incarceration and essentially a revolving door. Although incarceration is what will happen if somebody doesn't hold up their end of the bargain on what's required of them.
Correct. This is a post-adjudicatory drug court. It's done under the supervision of probation. If they violate, fail out of the drug court, don't take this opportunity to not only gain sobriety now, but it's a sustained sobriety that they're looking for, they'll be facing the punishment through the court under the Florida Criminal Punishment Code. And for a number of those individuals, almost all of them will be going to state prison.
Okay, and as far as I have a question for Jennifer on the money side of it. Does the money come in from the settlement and it's in like investment account, basically?
Correct. We have it separated in a reserve all by itself, and it is invested and able to be used only for this purpose.
Okay. So any particular questions, or are we ready to move forward with a motion?
Well, I don't know if it's a question for a member of the task force, but maybe, because I didn't get the background on this, did we look at any other entity or program that these dollars could be spent on? Because to me, it seems like the advisory committee came back and said, drug court. And I don't feel comfortable assigning a pretty large sum of money, at least doing, without at least a side-by-side, even one other entity, nonprofit, something that we could analyze, look at rates, and say, okay, this is the more appropriate way to stop opioid use in society, other than permanently expanding government apparatus, which I don't think is generally a good idea. So the very finite, limited options, for me, are kind of a red flag coming from the task force. It's called a task force. It's really an advisory board. It's an advisory board to us. We did not delegate them a final decision-making power. But when an advisory board comes back and says, this is the option, here you go, do this, to me, that kind of means that they didn't really give you a lot of advice. They're sort of delegating back to you what to do, telling you the final option. It's not even a ranking of options. So for me, I think that's something we should postpone and look at other options. You're also really seriously moving into this very quickly. This is a multi-year obligation. And no, once you create a government program, it doesn't go away. It'll be here decades from now, decades and decades. And of course, a decade from now, they'll say, if it was more well-funded, we would have solved drug use in society. If it was more well-funded, there wouldn't be drug users, or there would be less, right? Go look at every county that has a drug use court. Jarrett Reno started them. That's how it all started in the 90s in Miami, and now it's everywhere. And no, the rates are the same. The opioid use is the same in those counties. And anybody that wants to use the argument that you're not heartfelt, you're not a heartfelt person if you don't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to finance the program, it's just wrong. It's just a bad argument. It's insulting, too. And then second to that is this idea that, this isn't to besmirch the task force, because they believe this is the best program, that's fine, they can give that advice. We need to be looking at all of the options. We haven't. We came in here, they said, this is what you're going to do. And members of this commission have said, well, if that's what you told us to do, we'll do it. And that's not how an advisory board works. It's not how it's supposed to work. And so I would, if they're taking their job very seriously, they think this is the best option, but maybe we should give them some slightly different parameters and say, look at other programs. Look at all the different ways we could spend this money, which, by the way, the argument was made, well, this is settlement money. This is the same as taxpayer money. This is the people's money that we have the highest fiduciary responsibility to spend as wisely as humanly possible, period. Not the second best program, not the third best program, the best program. The only thing that's going to help solve this nearly unsolvable issue of very serious drug abuse in America today, which I believe, based on research and studies, stems from, and we're not talking about recreational drug users, somebody that smoked some drugs once in a while, and they end up in this program because obviously they've been vetted, it's somebody they think is going to be successful to begin with, so they go to the program, they come out, it's easy. Serious drug users are people who are alienated from society. They're alienated, they're cut off, lacking connection. And those people, there are programs out there that we could spend this money on who enmesh those people back into society, give them a sense of identity, responsibility, self-worth, and that's what's going to save them. That's what's going to save them. But we're not hearing about any of those programs. We're only hearing drug court. To me, that's the easy answer. We used to call it in Tallahassee the easy button. We're pushing the easy button, It's a program that exists everywhere else, been around a long time. Let's just do that. And that's just wrong. That's just not the way it should work. So am I saying I would never vote for this bill? No, but would I never vote for an option that was the only option we were given by an advisory board? No, I wouldn't for the most part. If that was the only option, I want to see why the other ones were cut out or not included in that analysis.
And I
So
really
that's
had
a
hoped.
lot of argument there, so.
Yeah, it was about 2 months ago that we had our first discussion, and I really hope between that time and this time that any questions that you had about the history of where the drug court, or where the task force started, some of the things that originally were kicked around and discussed, and how we ended up here, I was hoping that that would have given enough time to sort of get that background. But
I might
Mr.
respond
Graves,
to
yeah.
one or two of the things.
Madam Chairman, may I mention something?
Sure.
So I am the liaison for this task force, so the commission is a part of this task force. We have been working for a year and a half with Livestream, with private industries to look at what the best options are. We have a lot of professionals in the private sector, in the government sector, who came together and had spent a year and a half, 2 years maybe.
Actually, more than that, Commissioner, because we started pre-pandemic.
Okay, so it started before I even got on the board.
The cities and the townships of Lake County dedicated their portions of the opioid monies to developing a drug court, and thus lending at least their portions of this under the control of the commission.
Commissioner Sabatini, your assertion that this has just come to us and that there's been no other option, there has been options.
What are the options?
So,
I might respond to that, Commissioner?
go ahead.
The task force early on said, and I wish Rick was here, but there are a number of different things that will be funded. The first priority is found by the task force. Priority, not that stands alone, is drug court. We've received presentations from Be Free Lake, other organizations that are waiting their turn for determination of what funding or what funding recommendation will be given. This is not the last time you will hear from this group with regard to how this money should be spent and where it should go into the community in an effort to stem this. And the only thing I would say, if I may, in response, Commissioner Sabatini, I wish there was an easy answer to this. God knows I wish there was an easy answer. For 35 years, since the input or the beginning of crack cocaine in this community, is a criminal defense lawyer, an assistant public defender, a chief assistant public defender, and now the elected public defender for 1.4 million people in this circuit. I wish there was an easy answer. We have searched, we have tried, we have waited for people to step forward. In the absence of that, we asked to step forward. We are making the effort. When one suggests there is an easy answer, yes, I take umbrage at that, because I've been on the front lines. I've been in the jails. I've been in the treatment facilities. I've suffered the loss. That's why we'll come back every 6 months, and if it's not working, pull the plug on us. We make that commitment because all of these people that sit behind me are the individuals on the front lines that have been working to try to find an answer for the individuals. And in all deference, Commissioner, you don't need to tell me about the alienation and what leads to drug abuse.
Where are we going with this?
The same place you were, Commissioner. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, let me correct the record, please?
Well, I
Please.
mean,
It's in regards to me, so let's correct the record. I didn't say it was easy, there's an easy answer to solving drug use. I said it's an easy answer to take this money that's been given to us by government and then place it somewhere. We should do as hard of a job as we possibly can to place it in the most effective way. It wasn't in regards to solving drug use, so there's an easy way to do that, or that's an easy thing. It's what's the best way to spend the money. And Mr. Smith, or Commissioner Smith, has alluded to these various other options that were considered over a very long task force or advisory board. What were they? I don't know what they are.
Some of them were church groups that came in front of us. Some of them were self-help groups that came in front of us. The task force has been very diligent in understanding LifeStream, who is a big part of this, has been very diligent to make sure that we have the best program that we can possibly come up with at this time, knowing that the football may change. We may have to punt. We don't know yet. This is the first time we have a drug court in Lake County, ever. So the hope is, and as Public Defender Honorable Mike Graves said, as the program grows, I want to see the program shrink, because if the program shrinks, then we're being a positive. And that's my goal, is to see if we can't get this to shrink a little bit, to help people out, because I know that me and Honorable Graves have personal relationships that have to deal with this, and so we understand it better than most.
Yeah, this, I mean, look, this ought to be a real positive discussion that we're having right now, because I think what we have an opportunity to do is take this in a positive direction. We haven't had this tool available in Lake County. Other counties in our circuit have. Does it always work? Is it 100%? No, we know it's not. But we don't even have the tools available until we implement this. And the commitment to come back on a 6-month basis, or whatever period of time the board requests, to get an update on what's happening, how many folks are going through this, is it being effective, are they coming out of treatment and actually becoming productive and not coming back into the system again. Those are the kind of things that we'll be looking at. It's tough when you have groups come to you and they want the money because they think their program is the best program, but their programs may not meet the parameters you have to be able to meet in order to use public money. It's difficult, and I'm sure some of those programs are great. I've seen some of them in action, and they're doing a fine job, and they do a lot of fundraising and so forth, but it's not necessarily where we can put public dollars. This is something where we could actually put public dollars to try to see results. If we don't see the results, then we revamp the system. So I think it's just a shame that it kind of, the discussion today turned in such a negative way. Because,
I don't see it as negative at all. I see it as doing our job.
Well, you can say that, but you can say that all day long, but that's not how it came across. I think that a lot of people put a lot of time and expertise into formulating a proposal, and I personally take offense at the fact that it was suggested that this was like the easy way out and nothing else was looked at, because I've watched this process for 4 years or so when we had the opportunity to join in the lawsuits in order to get a piece of the settlement if it came to fruition. I've watched where we've come from and where we are now, and I think that this is a positive thing and something we should be actually celebrating today. So with that, I'll ask if there is a motion to accept the recommendation and move forward with the budget.
Make a motion to approve to accept the recommendation.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
And thank you, Mr. Graves, appreciate it, and the rest of the task force.
Thank you to the whole commission.
And we look forward to hearing back from you.
We'll be at your beck and call.
All right, moving ahead now to tab 37. This is our septic tank BMAP discussion and proposed ordinance. And I'm going to ask the county attorney if she could lead us off with this discussion, because we have to read the ordinance, and we also want to get an update on why we're even doing this and why we're being required to do this.
All right, this will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, amending the following sections of the Lake County Code, Appendix C, Land Development Regulations, Section 70005, entitled General Requirements, Section 61200, entitled Connection Requirements, Section 170401, entitled Alternative Options, Chapter 2, entitled Definitions, Section 80110, entitled Septic Tank Provisions, Section 142002, entitled Sanitary Sewage Facilities, and Section 30202, entitled Density, mandating advanced septic systems for new development, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. Then we'll turn that over to Jeff. He has a
Okay.
presentation.
Morning, Jeff Earhart, Engineering Director. Glad to be before you today. I'm hoping that we can clear up a little bit of some of the questions around the advanced treatment or enhanced nutrient separation. I know this went out to the home builders, and they're here. I'm going to say they're here to support me, but we're just going to say that they're here. I did specifically want to say that the name on the slide was very intentional. It's enhanced nutrient reducing elements. It's not any one particular system. We're looking to achieve a 65% reduction in nitrogen that's coming from our on-site systems, our septic type systems. And now what we're going to look at is kind of what's already required by the state through BMAPs and what this might be adding to that within Lake County. And in a nutshell, the ordinance is very long and to me somewhat confusing when you read it. Essentially, what we're doing is we're expanding the area outside of just the BMAPs to include the whole county would have to meet the 65% reduction. As well as requiring that the 65% reduction in nutrients would be required on all lot sizes throughout the county. But we'll kind of take a look at that and try to answer any type of questions. This started several years ago. I know this is history that a lot of you already know, but it started with House Bill 1379, really looking at the BMAP areas and try to improve the water quality within our lakes and also within our streams. And with that, it came out, it said that within those areas, the Department of Health, which now that's kind of the septic system is kind of being melded into the Department of Environmental Protection, but all that kind of together, needed to require these advanced treatment systems within these specific areas. And that became effective in July 2023. And there were a lot of other orders. It kind of goes and looks at, they said, well, which BMAPs do you have to apply this to? When the loadings become from more than 20% is from septic tanks and other elements. And all of the BMAPs within our areas do meet that. And I want to show you where those BMAP locations are. You can kind of see them highlighted here. We have Silver Springs, we have Upper Ocklawaha, Wekiva, and Rock Springs. As you can see, it covers most of the county. The next slide might show it even better with these kind of highlighted areas. The sections, so in all the areas that are highlighted, this advanced treatment is already required by state ordinances because all these are within our basin management action plans in order to reduce nutrient loads, to keep our lakes clean and to keep our aquifers clean and to keep our springs clean as well. The two areas that you might notice in white that are missing is down in the green swamp, and that's primarily because there's not a lot of development there that's had a chance that would impact those. But I think we'd all agree that the green swamp is one of those areas we call one of those high recharge areas, and it does have water quality and significance to us from a water quality standpoint. And development is somewhat less in those areas, but that's an important area. Then the other area you see is up to the north. You got some of the right next to the Wekiva River, which is kind of surprising that that's not actually in the BMAP, but then a lot of the Ocala National Forest. I just kind of included some of the loads that we're looking to reduce, but that's kind of another thing. I did want to, if you just kind of take a look in the upper left-hand corner, you can see it's white on this particular map. If you look here, you do see Silver Springs to kind of incorporates that. So you do have the Springs area kind of completing the whole map area. So just kind of talking about, I mentioned that the name of the system was really these enhanced systems. And the goal is not to require any particular system. The goal is to reduce nutrient load of nitrogen by 65%. And I think most of us know what a conventional septic system is. I kind of have the full-blown advanced system here, but if you take out all the pumps and all the sensors and everything, you've got the tank, goes to a drain field, that's kind of your conventional septic system. They remove very little nitrogen. It's really just kind of an absorption type of thing, maybe in the 25, 30%. I think we have some experts that can probably do that. The next step up is you might get to it's an advanced system. And that includes everything you see here, except it doesn't have that connection. It doesn't have an internet connection that kind of helps it to optimize some of the flows going through. So it has the pumps, it has the aeration devices, and those are permitted through the Department of Health or Department of DEP, just like a normal septic system would be. Now, the next thing, which is these DWTSs, which you've kind of heard of, the distributed wastewater system, that's what the county has, which it's fun, it's interesting to note that the counties around us do not have this option. So this is like an option that other counties don't have that our developers can use. They can use the advanced, they can connect to piped systems, or they can use this DWTS system. And what this DWTS system does is it has a cell connection, it helps them to optimize the flow, and they get up to like an 85 to 90% removal. So if we kind of look at what we're talking about, we have, this rule doesn't apply to everyone. It applies to new systems. And down below it, I have like this new system definition. Essentially, it's only systems that are, if you're building something over, if you're replacing the entire tank and the entire drain field and you're doing a house addition, or you're increasing flows by 20%, I guess what the real thing is that it doesn't include is if your drain field is blocked, you do not have to upgrade. You can repair your drain field and do a conventional septic system if that's what you desire to do. That wouldn't do anything to help improve water quality, so people on their own may want to say, well, I want to help improve water quality and do more. But this ordinance does not require that. And I'm looking to my fact checkers over here just to make sure I'm saying all the right things, or trying to. So I did want to just touch a little bit on what the costs are, because I know that kind of enters into a lot of what we're talking about, because what we're balancing is what can we do to improve water quality versus what does it cost us to achieve those goals. And both of them are lofty goals, and sometimes they work together, and sometimes, because if you can improve water quality, your lakes are better, people want to move here, the properties improve, just like with the springs. But a conventional system, and I know we got people out here that can probably, this is just my guessing numbers, I've been told it's about $10,000 to $13,000 to put like a conventional system, and you put a tank, a drain field, probably the higher one might be with a dosing pump, and the lower one is probably without a pump. The next lowest one is that distributed wastewater system, which is the system that the county has, that we have the grants that we're giving people out for. We're paying $20,000 right now to install those systems, and then they have about a $700 a year annual fee that comes to the county, and we maintain their system in perpetuity. I believe if you do it outside, that price might even be a little bit less, $16,000 to $18,000. So you're looking maybe at most probably a $7,000 difference between a conventional system and a DWTS system. And with the DWTS system, we do annually, and we would pay to maintain those. The next one is these advanced treatment systems, and there's probably different ranges in what they can do. I've been told they're anywhere between $25,000 and $30,000 to add in those pumps, add in those aeration systems. And they also require some sort of monitoring, either every 6 months or every year. I got Shelley's experts back here that can probably share that. And I've been told that's about $200 to $300 per monitoring cycle, and I've been told it's every 6 months, so it's probably $500 to $600 a year that you have to pay someone to go out and make sure that system is working. I did want to add one more onto here that I didn't mention, because a lot of the DEP in Orange County, they want to connect septic systems to their wastewater treatment plants, which are putting pipe systems in or lift stations in that take it to that main water treatment plant or wastewater treatment plant. And that's by far the one that I would prefer to do. But those costs are also in the $75,000 plus or minus range. So that's probably the highest
Per unit. To retrofit.
Per unit, just kind of to run it by. If they're close together, you don't got to go far. It might be $50,000 to put that pipe. And then in addition to that, they have they're required to pay impact fees to connect. So there's initial fee. Every community has a different impact fee, but they're not hundreds, they're in the thousands of dollars as those particular impact fees. I just want to go back and mention one more time that the county has a lot more options than Orange County or anyone around us, because we have the three options, plus we have the distributed wastewater system that no one else has. And the House legislature just passed that you can go and get these. You have to have a wastewater, an operator, but it's much more easy to get that permit than it has been. You can go right to DEP, and there's a process, probably almost easier than getting your Department of Health septic tank permit. So, checking with my fact checkers. I don't.
So at the last meeting where you approved this for advertising, there were suggestions made for proposed changes to this ordinance. The first would be to have a delayed effective date, so it would not become effective until January 5th of 2026. Of course, you could change that date, move it sooner, move it later, if you chose to do a delayed effective date. The other suggestion was to do an exemption for low-income residents. So there's proposed language on the screen. So residents that would qualify as very low or low income, as defined in Section 420.004, could request an exemption to the requirement of an enhanced nutrient system, or DWTS, be used for to replace a failing conventional septic system. So if they income qualified, they would go through our housing department. All of that information is confidential. If they income qualified in the very low or low category, then they would be able to put in a conventional system and not a advanced system.
Melanie, that language, though, says only if it was not in the BMAP.
Right, we would change that based on the information that the state only applies to new systems. So it could be throughout the BMAP if we're gonna make that change. And then the most recent language that Commissioner Parks provided to me last night would be an exemption for repair of existing systems. So this would go more in line with the state requirement right now of it only applying to new systems. So that language right there, 61201C1, we would strike the last part that says, or to replace an existing system of any kind, so that the advanced systems would only apply to new, and then you would not be able to do conventional septic systems for new development. And then an additional change would be to 61201C4. Again, we would add a DWT unit, and then we would strike the for any reason, including but not limited to existing system failure, so that it would only apply to replacement, relocation, or redevelopment of the property for owners who have an existing conventional septic system. So those are the changes that I heard from the board at the last meeting. Of course, Commissioner Parks that provided last night. You could certainly do additional amendments to this at this stage after the public hearing if you so desire.
Could you explain to us, from the state law standpoint, what deadlines and requirements we have? I mean, to what extent can we just ignore what the state statute
So
says?
I'm actually going to defer to Commissioner Parks because I know he has been talking with DEP in Tallahassee, and he's got some information, I believe 2030, I think, is the deadline to come into compliance, but he can certainly provide you more information on that.
Yeah, thank you, and I'll try to summarize this quickly, but because it is important, why are we here, to understand that and sort of the history that goes behind it. And it is, again, it's something we've been discussing, as Commissioner Campion knows, for a couple of years now at least. Just real quickly, questions about why are we doing this? Is it too intrusive? Going back to some of the history in the state of Florida, if you look at 1940s, 50s, and 60s, septic tanks came up and were thought, okay, this is an idea, especially with Florida starting to grow as rapidly as it was at the time, as a temporary solution until sewer from the cities would actually reach out to where these higher density areas, suburbs, let's call them suburbs, would be on septic until the sewer came along. Well, obviously that transition, is only happening now where it's become an issue. At the time, there was no science behind nutrients. Very little, at least. They just never even discussed nutrient loading and pollutant loading out of septic tanks. There wasn't a lot of people in Florida at that time, so it's a sort of a different time when it comes to that. And I just think that's important to point out too, is the history on that, and the science has changed as well. And even recently, I'll reference anybody that wants to look at it from UF-IFAS Extension Office SL 480, discusses that those septic tanks at that time were not designed they weren't contemplating things like pharmaceuticals, trace organic chemicals, nutrient loading. Essentially after and I'm paraphrasing here, what is sort of an average and accepted rate is they treat about 30% of nitrogen and about 60% of phosphate, phosphorus, coming from the studies from UF. So that's the problem, sort of the history behind the problem. Most recently, there's our own water authority did a study on Lake Minneola, if you remember Lake Minneola, Lake Minnehaha, the Claremont chain, trying to figure out what's going on with algae there as well. And you've heard me mention this at meetings in the past. They detected sucralose, which is in the waterways there. Sucralose is a man-made sweetener that goes right through the human body, and it's pretty obvious without getting descriptive why you're finding that in the lakes of Lake Minneola and Lake Minnehaha, where people have events. We have events where people do triathlons and swim. So the science behind that is becoming more aware, and we're trying to change and adjust for that. It's what was contemplated with the Clean Water Act. Everybody's well, whether it's public or potable, is regulated by the Clean Water Act. Florida has the Florida Water Quality Assurance Act of 1983 and the Florida Water Resources Act of the 80s as well, all thought about, obviously, the health concerns and thus the influence of regulating water supplies and surface waters as well. Really trying to get in behind this issue, spent a lot of time, a lot of hours over the last few years, and I'm getting to your answer. Meeting with DEP and meeting with the highest officials at DEP. We are under a BMAP requirement, Basin Management Action Plan. So we will be held to making those nutrient reductions throughout most of the county in 2030 to 2031 timeframe. Very directly asking these department directors 2 weeks ago in Tallahassee, enforcement actions will begin. Obviously, if we're in a position where we're showing a good effort, then I would think that there's an agreement that you come to with DEP. This is a very conservative legislator, as you guess. It's pro-growth, by the way, so it's encouraging growth to come to Florida. And even this legislature and the governor, the governor is very concerned about water quality. Is supportive of moving in this direction. You have some recent legislation specifically around Indian River Lagoon, which is a mandatory requirement. They're actually going in and everybody's got to replace or get onto sewer. We have some spring sheds that are affected here. I just felt like I wouldn't be doing my job if I was not thinking about the future for everyone here, included all of us. And I think that some of the amended language can certainly address some of the concerns. But I do think the big picture is we have to be mindful about the BMAP requirements that are moving forward and the change of legislation over the years. So you got an existing septic tank, and I have one, by the way. I have an old traditional septic tank. My advice is get it pumped, maintain it, get it inspected, make it last as long as you can. Nobody wants you. I don't want to take that from you. I just think that has to. I think in the future, when the time comes, we need to be in a good position as a county. We're starting to with the grant program, and DEP recognizes what we're doing here and what we did a couple years ago. That's why we've sort of been rewarded with some money coming from DEP to cover the entire cost of a DWTS replacement. I just want to have us be in a good position when those bigger changes come down the road here as well. So long way of me saying it's a BMAP requirement, right?
Yes, and Jeff, can you put the slide back up that shows the number of septic tanks? We didn't really talk much about that when you went through your presentation.
Did I keep it in?
It was there.
Back.
There.
Right, so just to add to Commissioner Parks' commentary, there's an estimated 47,000 septic tanks within BMAP areas in Lake County. About 9,000 must be removed in 10 years to achieve our BMAP goals. So that's going to tie into what Commissioner Parks just advised, that the state's going to start enforcement action in 2030-31 timeframe. But as of right now, so the 9,000, I believe, is the goal that we have to meet by that time frame to avoid enforcement action. Is that correct, Commissioner Parks?
Yes.
Yes.
And that enforcement action, just to, so that everybody understands, we're not talking about enforcement action against individual property owners, we're talking about enforcement action against the county, correct? Which means that then we might be in a position where we wouldn't be allowed to issue new permits? And, I mean, what are the repercussions of not meeting our goals for BMAP?
I think not issuing permits could be one of the repercussions. It could also be potentially fines. I mean, I'm not quite sure where they would go or how far DEP would go with, enforcement action, but it certainly, could be any of those types of things.
And the other thing I wanted to just point out with this 47,000 septic tanks already in the BMAP areas, all right? So they're saying that we need to at least have 9,000 removed in 10 years in order to even reach our goals. And then I heard Commissioner Parks say, but at least if we're showing good faith and that we're making progress, that, I mean, I think that's probably unrealistic because that cost is like a
That cost is
crazy
estimated
number.
about $162 million.
Right, okay, so it's just like, that money is not available. And we certainly are not even discussing the idea that we would be requiring residents, requiring them that already have a system to change their system. What we're talking about today, as I understand this ordinance, is not allowing new ones to go in that are the old septics, because we're trying to get this number manageable. For every new one we add, that's just one more that in 10 years we've got to take away. So that's what the rationale is about getting this started now and addressing new development, not existing. And we have had the grants available for what? It's been about 2 years?
2 to 3 years.
So that residents who want to make the change, they can actually apply and get the money to make their own change.
Jeff, how many systems have we covered so far with the grant?
We've covered about 90 systems so far.
Okay.
And DEP is committed to giving us more funding. They like the program, and we're covering 100% of those costs.
Installation costs.
100% of installation costs, then they have the $700 a year annual fee after that.
That's a conversion cost, that's not for new construction.
Right, the grants are only for conversion. If you're doing new systems, like new subdivisions would have to build their own.
Yeah, okay, so
And
that's
you are-
really addressing that 9,000.
And you are exactly right, as if these numbers assume that there's no new septic tanks installed. Even if we install these advanced ones, you still have, they're only 65% removal. They're still contributing nutrients, which means as you go out 10 years, there's going to be even more that has to. So if you put in conventional, that's even more we got to deal with to meet these goals.
And then part of that maintenance cost that the property owner pays on an annual basis with the DWTS, that does cover if something goes wrong with the system, so long as it wasn't caused by the property owner negligence. We have had at least one instance where the property owner went out there and drove over the system and damaged it, so those types of damages would get charged back to the property owner. But if it's just some other type of system failure, then the property owner does not have to pay for that. The on-site system manager would come in and take care of it.
So those pump outs every 3 to 5 years, this covers those pumps out of your system, or anything else that breaks on them. When the pumps break, those get replaced.
Okay, so the blocked drain field issue, so that is being clarified. I think it's pretty clear that if that's your issue, that doesn't mandate a replacement. You can fix that.
Correct, you can repair drain fields, yes.
Okay.
Who issues the septic tank permits?
Septic tank permits are issued by the Department of Health, but that got transferred to the Department of Environmental Protection. So I believe it's in transition. I think it all depends what you want to call the name, but DEP is official, but I think they do it through the Department of Health via
The
Department.
state.
The state, right?
So,
The state issues them, yes.
and the state has mandated that we do, 1139 says that we have to do this, correct?
You got to meet the BMAP, yeah.
In the BMAP. So, but it looks like we've included the whole county and not just the BMAP?
So just to clarify, this is a unincorporated county ordinance. It would not cover anybody within the city limits. So it would be whether you're in a BMAP or not, but you would have to be an unincorporated county the way this is currently written.
Okay. So everybody's involved in this. I read this, and I did not see where we were required to collect money and put on, from the people that have this unit, why the county's collecting money on the ad valorem side of it and basically paying the person that has the contract, he gets his money regardless of whether the people can pay us or not. So if they can't pay us, we're back in the situation where we're going to have to foreclose on a piece of property because they can't afford to pay us.
Well, yeah, so part of that, first of all, there's a general permit that's been issued to not just Lake County, but to all the state of Florida, where the Public Works, instead of DEP and DOH, can issue a DWTS permit like within 48 hours. So there was some questions about that earlier.
Well, there were
I
some
think there's
questions.
a misunderstanding about how that,
The MSBU though, right?
right, okay, so we're talking about the system that was the one that we have in addition to an enhanced treatment, right? We don't have to have the DWTS, right? We have it as an option. That's, you're talking about there's two
Okay,
different
so
types of
regardless
systems
of what
here.
system goes in, somebody is going to have to maintain it for a fee monthly.
Yeah, they're
Yes or no?
Yeah, they're maintained, just like a city sewer would maintain, they maintain their sewer lines, yeah.
Just to clarify, DWTS is maintained by a system manager. I don't believe the advanced septic is. That is maintained by the property owner.
That's correct, and that's also.
That's the
a problem-
difference.
a
The
problem
one
too.
is maintained by the property owner. The other is a choice by a property owner to use the other system, which essentially gives that to someone else to take care of for them. They're two different ways.
But I don't understand why the county's involved in collecting any money at all. That's my issue.
To make sure they're maintained, that's why. That's the
It's
whole,
it's
that's why
government
this.
overreach again. We're going to have somebody else to have to manage this.
Okay, so the idea behind it,
Yeah, I'm
I want you to understand, though, the idea behind it was to give property owners the option of either having a system that they maintain themselves, they are responsible for doing their inspection, submitting whatever they have to submit to the state as far as their annual inspection. That's separate. People can do that. Or they can elect to use this other system, which after a lot of a lot of research, a lot of presentations on it. It's actually a really good system. And it's out of your hands. Somebody else, its utility takes care of it. The reason why it's done on the tax bill to pay the utility operator is because we don't have water bills that go out every month, okay? If we did, you could do it on a monthly basis. Over in Apopka, next to the Wekiva River, they put this in, the waste distributive system. They have water bills. They put their sewer bill for this system on their water bills, and everybody just pays it on a monthly basis. We don't have that option, so that's why the non-ad valorem was used, because it was a way to collect the money. But it's done as a service, because it's actually, a lot of people think that that's actually the better way to go, to have somebody else take care of it for you. So we're doing it as a service as opposed to an overreach saying, you must do this, you must put this on your tax bill. We're not saying that. We're allowing them to make the decision which one would they rather do.
So let the state collect it.
But there's not a
the
mechanism
state
for the
doesn't
state to
collect
do that.
So we're just inserting ourselves to be the collection agent.
We're trying to be proactive to address BMAP, and if you think overreach is overreach, I mean.
Well, overreach is because you're doing the whole county, just not BMAP.
Your wells.
That's what the big issue is.
Okay, so let's look at this
Okay, well,
map
let's look at
again.
let's
Everybody look at the map. Where's the part that's not in the B map? Which part? Is it the white part?
The white part, but it's
Okay.
not, so it's green
So,
swampish.
all right, so take the white part out, all right? Is that what's going to make everybody happy? Take the white part out and just hope that as more, if people build in those areas, they just use the old-fashioned system, fine. But the B map is the area, and it's the majority of the county. So if that's the overreach, then take the rest of it out, and if people, at least people know they have these options if they want to do it, you know, if they want to have an enhanced reduction of the nutrients from their own personal wastewater. So, but if that's the issue, and that's kind of what I'm hearing from the board, is just take out the unincorporated part of the county that's not in the B map, and let's just address the B map, and that way we're just doing what we have to do by state law.
I'm a little confused of why this is even in front of us, because didn't House Bill 1379 cover all this, and the state is the one that gives out septic permits, and they're the ones that would know if you're in the B map or not in the B map, and they're the ones that would know if they would have to be part of this? Correct?
House bill covers
I don't know why we have an ordinance to include the entire county in this.
Okay, everybody, we
there's another-
got to quit the clapping, though. We
Right.
don't do that normally, and so I just ask you not to do that, because this is really about deliberating, and we're going to take comments, and we're trying to process information, as opposed to, and we want to make the best decisions. We want to do what's best for our county as a whole, and for our lakes and our rivers, our drinking water. And it's 2025, and when people started moving to Florida in, you know, the 1800s, and they're finding ways to take care of their wastewater, we're in a lot different place with all of the concentration of population in Lake County. So this is a really important discussion, so I just don't want to belittle it by
No,
everybody getting emotional over it. Let's
And I appreciate that. So if the state has a House bill that covers this, and the state is the one that provides the permits, I say we just let the state do it, and if we pass this, then we have another opportunity to get sued because we're going to be overstepping Senate Bill 180.
Exactly.
So I say just forget this whole ordinance and let the state handle it. Like you said, 90% of Lake County is in the B map. The B map is, and our whole goal is to protect the lakes and the springs, which is covered in the B maps. Fine, it's already covered in the Senate bill, or it's already covered in the House bill, so let's just go with the House bill and be done with it.
They have to get a permit, so.
Right, from the state.
From the state, and the state can say, you're gonna have to put a new system in. Here are your options. What's so difficult about that? And then, we hadn't even talked about the local septic tank companies. You know, how are they gonna survive when they were
Well,
doing?
that's none of our business.
They're going to have a lot of business.
They're going to have a lot of business, yeah. And a lot of them are going to this, so.
So if you don't have an ordinance, county attorney, are we able to, are we violating the state law if we don't have an ordinance? Are we losing an opportunity to try to meet our BMAP requirements? Are we not showing good faith that we're attempting to meet our BMAP requirements? I mean, I thought the whole basis around this was we're trying to prevent a situation where we're in violation of the nutrient loading requirements. We're trying to avoid that.
Understand.
So, I mean,
We have a program that does that.
so you're saying we don't need an ordinance, you already are,
We already have a program on the books for people who want to replace their original septic tanks with an enhanced septic tanks that we have grants for. There's already an ordinance on the books to take care of that. This is for new construction, let the state handle it.
so Commissioner Parks?
I mean, this would require, and if we change it to the BMAP areas, that's fine by me, but the new construction to step up to that higher level. So,
And it doesn't count against the 9,000 that we need to have?
well, that's
Replace.
still going to go, that's still going to be ongoing to try to get the 9,000 removed. Yeah.
The one thing that this does do within the BMAP areas is that the House bill says if it's 1 acre or less, they would need to do the advanced system. This bill is saying that everyone would have to do it. So if you had like a 5-acre lot or a 10-acre lot, this ordinance would require that in those particular areas. And I think you all remember, this kind of started when someone came in, they rezoned, and we wanted DWTSs to be installed, but we didn't have the ability because they weren't doing a PUD. That's kind of where this all originated, just as a.
Yeah, that was.
So to put it in context, somebody that lives on 40 acres, 200 foot above sea level in dry, non-BMAP area, if we pass this, would have to do the septic system.
If we pass it, the whole thing, if it doesn't, this takes away the acreage size. But within the BMAP areas, it's everyone less than an acre, just to clarify.
Anyway, right.
Yeah, right now, if you do nothing, everyone in those shaded areas have to get an advanced system if you're less than an acre and you're doing something new.
So.
And the Department of Health would take care of all that.
Okay, so it just sounds like the thing to do is to stick to the 1 acre, the state requirement. But you all have no interest in saying, moving forward, you want people to have, if they have larger than 1 acre, you're saying just keep using regular septic tanks?
I'm saying let the state give out the permits on new construction. That's what I'm saying.
So if it's over an
job.
acre, if it's over an acre, then it can be a septic.
Well, if it's the state job to issue the permits, so just let the state issue the permits.
Either way, the state would issue the permits. If you do this advance, if you do this new ordinance, the county would at least have to confirm that they're issuing the correct permit for an advanced system. That makes sense.
Would that go towards this argument that we're in good faith trying to address our nutrient loading? I mean, I think that.
It goes towards the argument. It's showing positive this.
Right. I think, okay, just.
Wait
can
a
you
minute,
consider
back up to that slide that has the 9,000 reduction. All right, there's not one of those or a new house, so they're trying to get rid of the old septic tanks. This ordinance has nothing to do with old septic tanks. This ordinance has everything to do with new septic tanks. Our whole goal is to get rid of old septic tanks. We've already got something in place through a grant program to do just this.
Right, to get rid of the old ones.
But you're trying not to compound it.
But new ones
That
add.
was the argument, and so you're trying to, you're at 9,000, you know what you're working with. You're trying not to add more that you then later have to go back and fix. I think that was the reason behind this. And so so I guess people would argue that if I'm on a 5-acre tract, but I'm 2,000, what is it, 2,000 meters? Less than that from a lake.
200 meters.
Okay, 200 meters from a lake, but I'm on 5 acres, that a septic should work okay. Like and state law doesn't make me do it, but if I'm an acre and I'm 200 meters, the state wants.
That's the argument. The interesting thing is that if you look where the springs are, that top corner, that's for Silver Springs, and we have requirements for that, and that's 40, 50 miles away. So that groundwater does move. But yeah, that's the argument, that the larger you are, the less impact you'll have on other people.
Because it's just spread out over a bigger area, and the more concentrated, arguably, then when it rains and the soil gets soggy and it runs down into the lake, then if I got a bigger area, then I'm just going to pollute less. And if that's what the people of Lake County want, then so be it. You know, I will listen to constituents, and I will listen to the people of Lake County, and I'll listen to the people in this room. But it does bother me that in 2025, when we have better technology, and we know that we're polluting our lakes and our rivers, that we're not even willing to entertain the fact that we should be using better technology? I mean, I just want to throw that out for everyone to consider.
No, I agree, and there's, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, but He wanted to sit back down quickly. So even in those spring shed areas, the default's going to be a new advanced, I mean,
Oh, yeah, the spring
Yeah, I mean-
sheds are even, they're even more concerned about the spring sheds than they are
And
about.
that's not us,
the
that's the
B-maps.
state.
All that's the state, and everyone's going to have to, the thing is, in our B-maps, it's very developed already, and there's a lot of septic systems up there to be replaced. And quite honestly, there's not many 5-acre spots left that are going to, so at least within the colored areas.
for new.
For new systems, and I would want to hope that they would want to do an advanced system on their own, just to be environmentally conscious. It's not that much more in the grand scheme of things, but
Yeah.
like you said, it is up to people. What's the balancing of economics versus the environment?
So we have a requirement in our comp plan that you be on a central sewer system if you develop over
50 lots,
50?
50.
50 lots. So if somebody brings in a subdivision approval in unincorporated Lake County, and it's over 50 lots, there's, in our comp plan, it's been there for a long time, you got to be on central sewer. Well, let's just say you're 5 miles from central sewer, so it's not practical. You're not going to be able to do it. The DWTS systems are considered by the state of Florida to be a central system. So you could use the DWTS systems. So that's pro property rights, that's pro Home Builders Association. We're facilitating the use of a central utility system through having this available in Lake County. So I just wanted you to consider that, and that comes through
So
being able to put that on a non-ad valorem bill. It gives those developers, those landowners that opportunity.
they can put in their HOA fee or whatever. If there's a
They
fee.
could,
That is how it's, like Lake Nellie, for example, they are putting in their HOA fee. The county is not collecting anything. Lake Nellie is contracting directly with a sewer provider to manage their DWPSs, and currently, the county is not in that at all. They're doing it directly themselves, because that was part of their PUD. They could have asked for us to take it over, or they could do it that way, and then we'd have to.
Right, and that's usually done, and we can currently do that today, as we have done many times in the past under the PUD requirement.
That was in the PUD. I think that what came up on some of these, they were less than 50, and they were just rezoning, and then it was, how do we
What do we
require
do
those?
in those instances?
But
Should-
those, if they're within the B maps, they have to do it anyway, and that's something new, that they're starting to, so that wasn't here last year, so.
Okay, trying to whittle this down to what everybody, the direction everyone wants to go. We can start going through cards, but I think it's helpful, people that are going to talk, that where they kind of hear what we're saying and what we're thinking, so they already know where we're at or where we're going with this. My general feeling is that the board as a whole would contract the boundaries no matter what, just to be the BMAP area, so that we're doing the minimum. Over here, I'm hearing that, well, if the state is requiring this anyway, why do we need an ordinance? Another argument I heard was, you need an ordinance because it gives you, the county, the ability to make sure that the state is actually doing what the state is supposed to do. And there's something to be said for that, because it's not always done the right way. And the Department of Environmental Protection sounds like it's out there to protect the environment, but I have found that often that is a misnomer. So, you know, I think that certainly goes to our good faith on this BMAP requirement, that we're trying to use best management practices. We're trying to make sure that it's being done the way that the state law says you have to do it, because there are lakes, there are rivers. It's our county. We want to make sure that it's being done the right way. So I'm not opposed to an ordinance as long as the ordinance is basically saying whatever the state says we have to do, it's being done. I'm okay with that, because if we just say leave it to the state, then we don't really know what we're getting.
it's also important.
Apparently, we're scared of them, is what you're saying, is that they're going to come down on us in 2030, 2031. So apparently, they are managing what we're doing in our county.
Well, they just use that as, I mean, they use that as ways to, a way to,
I mean, they have state acts to regulate water. I mean, this isn't new. It's not like, I mean, like I said, when it comes to fresh water, and potable water supplies, I mean, they're in charge of issuing those permits and enforcement there as well. So, yeah, at the local level.
So that's why I think we're inserting ourselves where we don't need to be. Still.
Okay.
And I'm undecided.
All right, let's hear arguments, because we may learn more for anyone that wants to get up and express their opinions. First comment card is Kurt Hoag, and after that is Ken McCard.
And Chair, as they're coming up too, just to reiterate what you said earlier, so we have language in there about those that are concerned about their drain field being, tripping some requirement to do.
At a very minimum, we.
Yeah, that's all out of there.
The fact that drain
Yeah,
fields
or
are not a failing system.
Grandfathered, basically use the word grandfathered in this case would be a way to address it. If you're grandfathered, 99% of this is probably not going to apply to you at all.
If you already have a septic tank system.
Yeah.
This is not saying you have to replace your septic tank system. Just
So
want to make that
To be clear to
clear.
everyone, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is an interesting topic here. I agree with Mr. Morrison. This is a state deal. Let them handle it, because what's going to happen to Lake County, I'm afraid, I'm a state-certified mechanical contractor, so I'm very mechanical in nature. These systems are very complicated. Now, they try to tell you maybe it isn't, but it is. There's grinder pumps, there's aerator pumps, there's control boxes on the wall, and they're all outside, or most of them, the pumps inside the tank. There's floats, and what I'm seeing of some of these other cities and municipalities is they're requiring permits for everything that's done to that tank. And that's just a very, very long, drawn-out process. If there's a lightning strike, it goes out. If you have a power outage, your system's down. You have no septic system functioning. So it's basically a logistical nightmare as far as looking at it. It's just not something that the county really needs to get involved with. If they can stay away from it, you're going to be a lot better off. And pardon me if I sound a little, well, totally mechanical. That's just where my whole life is. So, and I think everything else is going to speak for itself, but I don't know if it's something the county needs to get involved with. And the cost, my goodness, astronomical. These pumps have like 2-year warranties on them. And I know you got this $700 deal that goes in there, but if that doesn't work out and people are stuck with it, the grinder pumps, $1,700 can be installed with them possibly. That's a median price that I researched. So it's very expensive. It's very complicated. It's got things that can go wrong, and I'm a Murphy's Law. If it can go wrong, it will. So thank you, Commissioners, for everything you do.
Thank you. Ken McCard, and after Ken McCard is Jim Rotella.
Folks, I don't come here to destroy the environment. I love the environment. I tell you, the books I read, the things I've done, the Everglades, river grass, all that stuff, I love it. I love reading about the hydrology of, if that's the correct term, of the Florida aquifer, how Florida developed geologically and so forth. I'm really into that kind of stuff. But I'm also into, having taught government and been involved in a high level, somewhat of a high level. I wasn't high level, I was in a high level area in the Dade County school system to know how things work. I think we need to, I'm not being conspiratorial, and maybe I am, but we always need to look at where the research was, who funded the research, what company funded the research. And yeah, we can talk about, we've been discussing this for several years and 15 years. Well, these companies have been around all these years trying to get certain things done that's going to help them, okay? So we have to look into find out who actually did the research about the percentage of nitrogen and so forth, and they've set some kind of levels that are dangerous. Is that level correct? We've just gone through a whole period in our history in the last 10 years, I guess you could say, COVID, the way our money is being spent overseas, and so many things we've been counting upon. We've been counting upon government to give us the right information, and we're finding out more and more and more. Probably social media is doing this, and the internet, and we can all become somewhat educated better than we were in the past, that the government doesn't always give us the right information. So I'm really wondering if we need to go back to a deeper level on this whole situation about industry, I call it cross-pollinating, of people working in the EPA in the state level, and then working in the industry, and industry, the EPA, and that kind of stuff that influences our policies. You know, we all, the big issue is pharmaceuticals, how that works. It's throughout all corporations. It's throughout government. So I just really wonder if part of this conversation could go to, or thought, or research could go to, where did the information come from? This relates to a thing which I'm not sure, and I don't know all these things, if the commission did this, or if it's the Lake County Water Authority did this, and it has to do with the Ocklawaha, I call it settling pond, that's not the correct term, I don't believe, but the whole Emeralda area that just recently, I understand, was 1,400 acres were turned over to development. Am I on the right path here? No?
You got your facts wrong.
All right, where's 880 houses coming from, a yacht basin and a
That
golf
was
course?
a development concept that was floated around that I don't even think came to the board ever. And it was in reference to the Emeralda Marsh Rural Protection Area.
Yeah.
But there's also this thing called the Emeralda Marsh Conservation Area that is managed and owned by the St. John's Water Management District. And that proposal that was sort of floating around was over on Lake Griffin, and it had nothing to do with the Emeralda Marsh Conservation Area.
Okay,
It
well,
was the rural protection area, and it never.
1,400 acres being turned over to this development?
No, it was a private landowner who had discussed a concept of doing a project on their property.
Okay,
Totally different
Thank you.
than Emeralda Marsh Conservation
good.
Area.
A lot of things have been clarified here, and I think that some things were brought to light that was not. Like, for example, late in the conversation, someone had the example, maybe you, Ms. Campione, about if you live 200 yards away from Lake Yale, for example, and you live on 5 acres, this is not going to impact you. That kind of information. Did I understand what you said that was what you said? Was it
The
correct?
state law says 1 acre or less within 200 meters of a lake that's impaired.
Okay, well, my general thinking here, though, is that we may need to look at the information we're dealing with. We have people, regulations is what our federal government is trying to reduce now. That's one of the things we voted for.
I got a whole bunch of cards, and we hit the
Thank you.
3 minutes. All right, Jim Rotella, and after Jim is Roger Steffen.
Good morning, Commissioners. I appreciate what's on your plate. I know you're trying to manage a lot of growth that's coming at us faster than we can really assess, but I think this, and I was on the city commission 20 years ago, and I know you have to deal with the comprehensive plan and the DCA and all these environmental things, and I'm really a friend of the environment. I care about the quality of life we have here and our environment. But I just found out about this last night, and you might have a problem with noticing this on a public hearing. The only way I found out was a neighbor on Facebook told me that there's something about septic tanks. I'm in a homeowners association. We're all in septic tanks, so this is a really relevant issue for us. I just don't think this thing was properly vetted out or flushed out about how you're going to implement this. I appreciate the fact that you removed existing systems from the mandate, but you're still going to have a permitting process. And the average homeowner is going to be caught, you're going to have to, if they do have to replace it, deal with a $25,000 system as opposed to $13,000. And I think these numbers are wrong, they're low. In addition, you're going to have a $500 a year annual inspection fee for a homeowner. I don't think that's fair. I think you're creating another layer of bureaucracy and more government regulation for a homeowner that we don't need. I think Commissioner Morris had it right. This is a state issue. Let the state handle it. Because who's going to monitor and be a bagman, collection agent, enforce this thing, and really do the inspections on a local level? I think somehow it's going to fall back on this Lake County, and we're going to have to pony up money to enforce this thing. I would advise you to look at the impact statement from the Home Builders Association. They've got some very good points in here about how it really imposes a major cost burden. It creates devastating costs for existing homeowners if they have to replace their system. Granted, if it's less than an acre, you have an issue there. Maybe they should be replaced. Certainly more than an acre. If you got 5 acres of land, I can't see why you're going to impose this mandate on them. And, bottom line, I would just say we need more of an in-depth study on this. Like the previous speaker noted, where does this data come from and how reliable are these numbers as far as eutrophication and the nitrogen loading? And who benefits from these new systems being put in? I would say
Jim,
to just
what's the
dismiss
size
this.
lot at your neighborhood?
Sorry?
What size lots? Your lakefront
Yeah,
neighborhood?
we're
or-
probably less than a quarter of an acre, not even that. So we're dealing with lots that are maybe 100 by 150 feet.
And they're all on
We're on
septic?
canal front, so it would be considered an environmentally sensitive area. So we might be on the chopping block, and I just don't want to have to deal with inspections and having to go through that. I would just say, if you're an existing homeowner of that size, you should be exempt from this kind of replacement. And look at the home builder's statement before you do anything more. We need more input about this and more data.
One more question. How close are you to a central sewer system? Is that?
It's more
even
than
a
300
possibility?
feet. And there's nobody in our neighborhood that's on that system. I think it's inaccessible. It's Imperial Terrace.
Okay. No, I was just trying to get a
So-
feel for, like, what you're describing sounds like the type of neighborhood that ultimately we would want in Lake County to be on a better nutrient reduction system. Your very small lots right next to a water body. That's kind of, and not able to connect to a central sewer system. So, and that's why this grant system that we have, that the state of Florida has been providing funds for, and we've been trying to utilize and make available to residents, your neighborhood might be like a prime candidate for that type of, for that grant system.
Well, if you're
So-
going to do that, please, I would also advise, don't have some income distribution thing where there is a means testing for somebody who's below an income level to qualify, and those who are middle class or above don't qualify. If you're going to impose this, then you should pay the full cost of replacement and reimburse that homeowner for all the costs and remediation, including fixing your landscaping, whatever has to be done to make that property whole again.
Madam Chairman, just to clarify, the grant is not based on income. If
I
anybody that
thought there
goes,
was something for low-income people there.
that was a exception that the board had asked us to look at when we brought it back, but it has nothing to do with the grant. If
Okay.
you go through the grant, it is not based on income, it's based on if you're in a BMAP in proximity to water.
And I'll add too, that if you're, I don't know, I think, what was the name of the?
Imperial Terrace.
Yeah. So if you're that close to the water,
Yeah, I'm on the canal.
with a lot of smaller lots, I mean, almost regardless of what we do, the state's, just to prep you, is going to come in and with modification is going to make you go to at least the, and if you go to Jeff's chart, you'll see the different variations. DWTS is different than advanced, which is different than sewer. They're probably going to, at the very least, make you do that. Now, what we're saying is in this ordinance is we add the 65 pounds of a treatment level in there to make that specific, or using DWTS, or DWTU. But I'm just saying the state's probably,
And are they going to?
maintain your systems as good as you can
Darn right I will.
now.
But does this also mean that I'm going to be subject to a $500 a year inspection fee? Because that creates another level of bureaucracy, and having every homeowner in my neighborhood have to go through these inspections, it just opens up a can of worms in my book, and I don't like it. I mean, I respect trying to preserve the environment, but I don't see where the environmental disaster is in my neighborhood. I mean, the systems are well-maintained, and I think you have bigger fish to fry in terms of protecting our environment. But as
Okay.
far as that exemption goes, I don't like the exemption factor either. If you're going to exempt a class of people, it should apply to probably all homeowners below a certain acreage.
Okay. All right. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
I appreciate it.
Roger, and then Diana Williams.
I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. And I appreciate that you all honored our veterans. My dad was a Navy veteran, Korean War. He's buried in a national cemetery. My father-in-law is buried in Arlington. He's a Silver Star and two Bronze Star recipient. And my wife's grandfather also was a POW in Germany during World War II. But I've been a resident since 1975. I love our water systems. In fact, my wife and I, the past 4.5 years, have been camping about once a month, going in different state parks with the springs and stuff, kayaking, and just really love it. I think I'm going to skip a lot of things, and I mentioned this several years ago when I was at one of the state meetings, and recently at our Builders Roundtable. I think our focus is on the wrong thing. A year ago, I talked to a city official that was running a lot of the city business, and he admitted that the cities in our state are allowed to release sewage when they overflow. In the next 2 days, we're going to get so much rain that all our systems in this county on the sewer are going to release it on our chain of lakes and our lakes. I know it to be true. I see your faces up there, but I know.
No, I
know
know
it
when
to
they
be
have a
true.
leak or they have
No.
you know.
No. What's happening is we're getting so much rain and it's getting into the raw sewage area and it's overflowing their system and they have to release it. They don't have a choice. So I think that needs to be more the focus than hitting individual people with an expensive sewer system. Okay?
Yeah, and.
What receiving body would they be releasing
Yeah.
it into?
Our chain of lakes here.
So there are pipe connections from city of Tavares, or I'm just making a city up?
Every sewer system.
That'll have an overflow into to the Harris chain.
Directly into the Harris Chain of Lakes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And that's regulated by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So there you go. And here we are, residents of the state of Florida, and we let this stuff happen?
Well, and I know they had one in the Mineola Claremont
It is.
chain of lakes, but that was years ago and that was removed.
And I thought that was like actually, and Lake Eustis had the same thing and years ago, but all of those
I'll look into
things
that.
were
I mean,
removed. So
I'll
I'd
know that
like
to be
to,
true.
I'd definitely like to know.
I'll personally look into
One
that.
source that I talked to is a pretty good source.
Okay, I'll personally look into that, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Diana Williams and then Christy Feller, I think.
Hi there, Diana Williams, 31302 Lawrence Street, 25-year resident of Lake County, and I am a rural resident. If my septic tank broke tomorrow, and you told me the only way I could replace it is with a $30,000 system, that would completely bankrupt me. If you handed me a $500 a year septic bill, that would bankrupt me. I'm a dog groomer. I love my job. I do a great job. I take care of so many dogs. But I don't make a lot of money. And that would bankrupt me. Now, I love the forest and the rivers and everything as much as everyone else does. But I think you guys are being pretty hypocritical when you're going to force me to use this system when there are other systems. I don't know if you're aware, there's incinerating toilets that don't require $700 a year for maintenance. So there are other systems. The incineration toilet runs off propane. It's super cheap to run and super efficient, and it will break down all your nitrogen all day and all night long for less than $500 a year. So there are other systems that could be brought forward. But I think you guys are being pretty hypocritical if you're going to force me to put in one of these septic systems because I'm being a polluter, yet you approve all these other projects that are polluting like crazy. Take, for instance, the Embry-Riddle project that's going to be putting airplanes over our forest and over our water that are spewing oil all the time. Those planes spew oil. They have an oil valve that is meant to release oil from those planes anytime they are being flown. So at any given time while that plane is flying, it is spewing oil. You're worried about a little bit of my fecal matter, but you're gonna let airplanes fly over our forests and our waters all day long? Like, that makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. Now, the ponds and the lakes behind my property on my 50-year-old septic system are pristine. The water is clear. There are no problems. The fish thrive there. The birds thrive there. There are absolutely no problems. So for you guys to implement something like this, it would bankrupt somebody like me. I would lose my property because I wouldn't be able to afford to replace my septic system. And that's really sad that I've been here for 25 years. I paid my taxes for 25 years. I've done everything I was supposed to, and now I'm going to lose my property over a little bit of poop. Thank you.
All right, Christy Feller, oh, I'm sorry. And then Alan Chen.
So my talk has changed with all the information that's gone out. So I would ask, I'm going to ask three things. I'm going to speak to Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Smith, and Anthony, since you guys are, well, you're undecided in where you guys stand. I would ask Leslie and Sean, please listen to the people that are in the room today, and please listen to the people that actually deal with this. So I'm a Lake County resident. I live off Tuscaloosa Drive in Leesburg, in Lake County in Leesburg. I am near the lake. I have 14 acres. So this very well could impact me if I had to redo my septic system. I just built my house 2.5 years ago. I paid a ton of impact fees. I paid all my money. So to find out that potentially this could happen is a little concerning to me. I would say that it sounds like this issue may need to be tabled. And we need to get some information from the septic providers that are in the room that probably aren't going to be as well off as you think they might be under this new system. And maybe use our time between now and 2030 to educate the people in Lake County as to what's coming so that they can get prepared, not force it down their throat that they need to be assigned a system. There is an agency in place. I pull permits every day. Every day I go to Lake County and I've been dealing with the Department of Health. The Department of Health to DEP transition fell through, it's been delayed, but now it takes me longer to get my permits because the staff at DOH was if I'm wrong, please correct me, was let go in preparation for DEP taking over. That was postponed. So now, what used to take me 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour to walk up to a counter and get my permit is now taking days because they've not been able to hire back all their staff, because they went and got other jobs, because DEP didn't take over when they thought they were going to. So if we're now going to put all of our hope into a state agency that we now say is, maybe not even doing their job if they're letting the cities discharge waste into our rivers, then why are we setting these arbitrary dates and not knowing whether or not you even have the ability to manage? If you want to check up on the state, do you even have the ability to do so? You don't have staff to do it. So I do feel like you all talked about government overreach today. I've been at meetings that you've all talked about how costly things are now. If some of these residents do not know that this is happening and this is forced upon them, what are you doing to the constituents of Lake County when you have time to properly educate them and give them the means to make the right decisions and still protect our waterways? None of us are looking to violate that. We are asking for time and more information so that everyone can be better prepared. Thank you.
Right, Alan Chen, and then Vance Yoakum.
Can we put that up? Okay, so thank you, Commissioners. Alan Chen, 8010 Treasure Island Road, Leesburg. And I really do appreciate the discussion here kicked off in trying to possibly revert back to HB 1379. This whole slide here was just trying to point out yes, it's much more invasive to residents of Lake County, where here it's only stating new construction permits for lots of 1 acre or less in certain impacted areas like the BMAP, sorry. So I appreciate discussions on trying to revert back to this and not to do all of this additional replacements of existing systems of any kinds and for the entire county and for any lot sizes. I did want to mention that obviously, and it was brought up here as well, that part of the reason I'm sure they determine 1 acres and less is because a lot of the rural lands that we have are actually 5 acre minimums, especially in the RPAs. So their contribution is much less, 5 acres being 20% less of an impact. And some of these lands are 10, 20, 100 acre properties. But, getting to what we can talk about as other larger polluters, we're talking about, certain point sources, which we don't really have a lot of industrial waste. We do have wastewater treatment plants, which was mentioned, and there are a lot of non-point sources. But for non-point sources, by far the largest source of these phosphates and nitrogen contamination is through stormwater runoff, and agriculture being probably the #1 source of those chemicals. So we can also add to that, though, that we have developments in golf courses with a lot of pesticides and fertilizers use. And then you have septic systems, which is actually more impact of groundwater. But part of the issue we have in Florida is our groundwater is very high. So we don't have a lot of percolation in a lot of areas for any of this, including stormwater runoff. So I think that's a major issue that needs to be addressed, not just agriculture, but also developments, pesticides, and fertilizer usage. A lot of us on 5 acre and larger plots don't actually use fertilizers. We just leave our systems natural. And then I just want to point out here, of the 47,000 systems in BMAP areas, how many are 1 acre, how many are larger? And you mentioned 9,000 systems needed. How many of those are 5 acres versus 1 acre or larger? The point here is, I think, I'm sorry if I just want to finish one point. The point I have here is that if you look at all these new developments that are coming in, is that 900 systems per year static or dynamic? Because what happens with the developments, they're going to add to the nutrient load, and that 900 is probably going to go higher, not lower. So I think, I'm not sure how the calculation is done, but just wanted to add that in here. So I appreciate all the discussion here. Thank you.
Mr. Chen, you'll need to leave those documents.
Oh, Mr. Chen, we have to get those documents. Vance and then Louise Chen, and I can assure you that sometime between now and when we put this matter, to rest, I definitely want to get a report on this concept of central septic system or central sewer systems having direct overflows into the chain of lakes. As I recall, during hurricane season, when you have instances where pollution occurs from, say, a generator that's not working for a pump system or things like that, DEP doesn't fine because of the fact that they lost electricity or something like that. But direct pipes, overflow pipes into the chain of lakes, that one, I really feel like we need to get an answer to if that in fact is happening. But I do think it goes to like when there's like a spill and there's a hurricane and they don't levy fines if it was out of the control of the utility. But I want to find out more about that. I think everybody does. Vance.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say kudos to Commissioner Morris and Smith for raising a number of these issues. It sounds very intelligent. This has been a quagmire of opinions and facts and everything else, and I would hope that maybe somebody sorts this out and organizes it in a logical manner. Now, I've suggested previously that You guys should be using AI for doing things, and this sounds like the primary activity for it is to just have it analyze that, and then you obviously have to confirm the facts because it is known for hallucinating occasionally. And I appreciate a big part of it. It was myself and others. We read stuff on Nextdoor and other things about how anybody that has to have a repair to their septic tank would have to replace it with this much more costly system. It seems now that you have revised this, am I correct, that it does not cover the older homes that have a septic tank? You can still repair them, and you're not going to be forced to have to put in the new $20,000 system. With that, I think a large part of many people's concerns are going to be gone. I think it sounds rational to just let the state, the state do it and not have the ordinance and go ahead, or maybe you guys need to table this and reorganize all the facts and everything else and come back to the table. I would ask that if a mobile home park, because I follow them and problems they have, and they have a central septic, like there's some here that are that way, are they going to be required to, if they start failing? I mean, there's one that I've documented where the sewage is actually escaping and flowing out into a little ditch. Are they going to be forced to replace them with these more expensive systems, which I think probably would make sense in the case of some of them? And I suggest that probably with all the confusion about whether or not a person has a home that's going to be affected by this or not, whether they're in a B map or they're not in a B map or they're in this color of the map or whatever, that you create an app that people can go to on the website, and it says, I want to find out what my liability or issues are that affect my property at this address, and it tells you, you're in the B map, you're not in the B map, you're going to be required to do this, or no, you're not going to have to do this, and spell it all out and have it automated. And that should be fairly easy to do if you guys have an AI person. Thank you.
All right, Louise Chen and then Adam Edinger.
I guess it's good afternoon now. My name is Louise Chen. I live at 8010 Treasure Island Road, and I live in the best county in the whole world. I want to talk about this because I'm concerned about the septic system, but I'm also concerned about the lack of dialogue about the pollution that's going on throughout the county that we're having. Last year after Milton, City of Leesburg released 3 million, was it 2 million? Well, it was millions of gallons of raw sewage into Lake Griffin. And they said at the time, well, that Lake Griffin is so big, it can just absorb it. I mean, it seems like a lot of poop to go into the lake. What I want to talk about is that I know that this is going to reduce the nitrogen, and that's the only thing. It's not going to touch the pharmaceuticals or the other things. And what I'm concerned about are the, well, in the 1940s, the mug farmers polluted Lake Griffin. St. John's took action. They bought the Emerald Marsh. They cleaned up the lake. It's really beautiful right now. And the wetlands and the trees of Lake County can do miracles of holding in polluted storm water, and with time help break down these pollutants so they don't get into our waterways, but only if they're not destroyed or removed. And if the storm waters contain the silt in the all the stuff, all the crap that's flowing out of Silver Lake Point. And I have pictures for this. So my first one is I'm really upset. This is the hills. This is the hills of Leesburg, and they've removed everything. It looks like a Martian landscape right now. So you can imagine when the storm water comes off of this, everything's going to come off of this. This is at Orange Bend. There were these these were magnificent oak trees. I thought they were going to leave them because they had removed all the pine trees, but then a few months later, they're all gone, they're reduced, they were ripped up by the roots, and they're left. Huh? Okay. They were, the roots were, you can see the roots. The roots are so important because they hold in so much dirt. Okay, this happened this was only a 1-inch rainfall. And Alan and I rode up to Silver Lake Point, just up the hill from us. And you can see where their temporary dam was broken with just 1-inch rainfall. And it just spilled out of this pipe. And then it ended up flowing north onto CR 44, you can see on the road, and then it went into this catch basin right there. It flowed under, oops, I guess I got that twice. Yeah. Then oops, I'm missing one picture. Oops, okay. And then it flowed down CR 44 and it came out into another drain, which, I'm sorry, I don't have that picture. And then it actually flows down into the neighboring property. Here is the map of where it does. It flows out of here and goes up here. And it flows into the Ike Walker Ayers or Isaac Walker Estate. St. John's has told us what happens. It goes into the wetlands and then it actually makes its way into Lake Griffin.
Thank you, Louise.
Thank you very much.
I know you've been working on that problem for a while.
It's still going on. It's just
Adam, and then Elias, I believe it's Elias.
Good morning, afternoon now. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just, well, you guys knew that was coming, huh? Okay, a couple things real quick. I just wanted to kind of go over, I bullet pointed some items because it looks like we've had quite a bit of changes going on this thing. So first thing that kind of irked me a little bit, it says there's no cost. Last meeting at the advertisement, we discussed this. Jeff from Lake County said it was 180 million. Now it's 162 million. It may not come directly out of your budget, but it comes out of your constituents' budgets, and I'd like to point that out. One other thing that I think kind of just got glossed over kind of fast in the discussion was $10,000 to $15,000 per new house. With the current pace of ordinances that we're seeing, we're looking at 30 to 40,000 between last year and this year. Anybody who possibly pretends to care about affordable housing should certainly reconsider. I had a meeting with the commissioner, actually, and we discussed that over 90% of the waste that's spilled into our aquifer, our state aquifer, comes from municipality waste. So I'd have to agree with Roger, who spoke earlier, who discussed the fact that septics are just a small dent in the overall problem. And Elias, who ran Lake County's DOH for the state, will be up next to speak, and he will exactly explain those items there. So one other point that I wanted to make, the enactment of this ordinance is on the date of the new transfer from the DEP from the DOH to the DEP. January 6, 2026 is our new changeover date, and that would just, and the DEP has already said they are not interested in regulating any ordinances above and beyond their own, meaning we have to have our own regulatory enforcement agency, of which we do not have one, as we are not a utility. The next thing I would say is David Frady, head of the DEP, is well aware that Lake County, so if you have a concern that we need to pass an ordinance, I think that the engagement with Kathleen Dial, myself, and other people that are involved in this intimately, David Frady is the head of the DEP and the transfer to DEP, is well aware that we're trying to be in compliance and be on the forefront. So I don't think that passing an ordinance for the purpose of just passing one to get in the good graces of the state is that effective. And, okay, first, we're not required to do this ordinance. It does go beyond. We don't really have an enforcement mechanism for this. One of the things that Commissioner Morris brought up, which I found to be quite interesting at the last hearing, was the proprietary system and how it's about $360 every 6 months for the people that choose to use that system, basically the people who will have to because they don't have the money to pay for it. May I continue? I'll be fast. I'm going fast. So that proprietary system, we got we got the RFQs out, we got one bid, we took it, it's a 10% annual increase or more, right? So if they're at $360 every 6 months to maintain that system, fixed income seniors still feel a bite. And that means that basically every 7 years, it's gonna double. So within 14 years, people could be looking at 360s or 720, about $2,100 to $2,200 per year to maintain these systems. It's a big hit for fixed income seniors. And then the last thing I saw that there was funding mechanisms in place. It was Jeff that mentioned that we had gotten a $400,000 state grant, of which we had to meet. That's only for certain systems. And if the systems are $20,000, that is just a very small drop in a very big bucket in terms of cost for our residents and our constituents. So I think that is, yes, that is the only thing I'd ask you to reconsider, postpone, come together. I'd certainly like to be a part of it, and I have a lot of opinion. I'm sure you guys know that. And then one other point I wanted to mention, unrelated to the OSTDS, was about the soil amendments. Mrs. Marsh did point out that we were sent something, but for the record, we got it 1 business day before it was to be returned, so.
On the Wellness Way?
Yes, about the
Okay.
soil amendment thing. July 2nd, after 3 p.m., had to be in by morning of July 7th. That's 1 business day. We certainly would like the opportunity. I wouldn't have guessed that the county staff reviews a potential ordinance and makes a decision in 1 day. We're just a volunteer association, so as much as I'd like to give just my opinion, it is all of our opinions. So we do need a little bit more than 1 business day to circulate. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Elias, and then Andy Dubois.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Elias Christ. I worked in the septic industry for 26 years, 18 of it at Department of Health, like Adam said, as a supervisor for the on-site program, and 8 of it now as a private provider and inspector. Well, I am glad that you guys are at least contemplating removing the existing system replacements, you know, the failing drain fields and repairs, because that was a huge, you know, going to be a huge impact on people. The prices are definitely going to be an issue for new construction, but I think, you know, the intent of the rule with the ATUs, being over an acre, I mean, that's the reason, the density, you know, these guys like Adam and the other builders, they're not building houses, 500 at a time or whatever. So, I mean, and those aren't the kind of things that are going on septic. Hold on, let me get my notes out because I'm kind of rambling. But I did want to, hold on. So one of the main aspects, I think, is that the, hold on, sorry, I'm getting a little anxious. The cost of these systems, they are definitely pushing up the cost for these builders. But the 1 acre thing, like I said, it's not as, well, sorry, I'm very sorry. I will say that what Mr. Robert was saying too about the surface discharge, that's definitely a legitimate issue that happens. The septic systems, they need to be addressed, but I don't think this is the right way to go about it. The changeover that's going to happen in 2030 on DEP, that whole thing is going to be in the entire state at that time. So I don't see any reason why it needs to be forced at this point. And, sorry, I'm not doing good.
Doing good.
Okay. So, that's it for me. I'm sorry. I had so many things I was going to say in my head, and then when you guys started talking about it and addressing some of the issues I had, the main thing was for the existing systems. But, doing the new construction, on the 1 acre or less seems to really be the way, I would say, stick with the 2030, let DEP handle it. The Department of Health here is very short-staffed. There's only one person that's even there anymore. They don't have any real, like Christie had said, the people that were working there were anticipating the switchover to happen. When it didn't get funded, they don't have any staff left. So when the DEP takes over next year, which is what's supposed to be happening, that they're supposed to get the funding at that point, I would just stick with that plan, let them take care of it, let them take care of the permitting. That's part of what I do right now, working, that it's happened up in Marion County, working with their new process. They're still kind of dealing with all the kinks and bugs, trying to work that out up there. And I think the smoothest thing to do would be just stick with the original 2030 date. So, thank you. Sorry for the rambling.
All right, thank you. Andy Dubois, and then Cindy Newton, and then the last card is Kathleen Farner.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, it's now good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to share. My entire comments have been flipped upside down with this discussion. It's been very informative to me, and I just learned about this ordinance this past weekend, and my blood pressure went straight up through the ceiling because of the cost, the threat of my septic system on my property, should it be to be replaced, the fact that I'd be forced to get a new system. And that ran my blood pressure up through the ceiling. I think that's unjust and without cause. I have a system that's been in place for 20-plus years. I pump it out occasionally, to satisfy my own peace of mind, and it's functioning. And I just think it's government gone wild when I'm forced to alter that system that's been in place for a long time. I don't believe that I have contaminated any water on my property or any adjacent properties in my land, and I consider that any government that comes into my property and burdens me with an ordinance of this type, or even the state laws right now, based on this nitrogen argument, that it's without cause and it's unjust. And I've heard many comments that I agree with about the false target of targeting strictly nitrogen. And we've had a 15-year plus tug-of-war in our state between very powerful environmental groups, very powerful mercantile interests that have targeted septic tanks, and they've targeted homeowners. And a lot of the other contributors to contaminated water in our state, which is precious, fresh water is precious to our state, they end up targeting the least vulnerable, the individual property owners and their septic tanks. So I would encourage you to table this ordinance today. I don't think it's ready for prime time. And the other thing is, I know there's an inclination to rationalize right or wrong. My hands are tied by the state. I'm just following orders, and that may be the case. But I ask you to really consider what is the right thing for the property owners in this county. And if they are burdened with $10,000, $20,000, maybe just in one shot or through time, to reject that and stand up for what's right for property owners, as I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. I encourage you to do that.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, Cindy Newton. Yes. Okay, all right. And Cindy,
Good afternoon. Cindy Newton. I fully understand the BMAPs. Most people in this room do not. That's one of the issues that has come forward with emails and various information I've gotten from people. Education is going to be extremely important on this and looking at the whole picture. Nitrogen isn't the only problem. Phosphorus is also. And in the Aquaha BMAP, it is more on the phosphorus level than it is the nitrates. The state is going to be coming down more on this, and you will have to have a BMAP plan. Is this the plan? I do think you need to table this and look at the entire picture, because people are right. The way we are developing, the way that we're doing stormwater, the way that we are fertilizing our lawns and overpumping the aquifer are all part of this discussion. Looking at one part of it separate from everything else causes a lot of anxiety with people. So I think education is going to be your biggest thing, putting out some of this information on the fact that you do have to remove 9,000 tanks at this point within a certain time frame that is mandated by the state, and see how many people, first of all, are willing to change over. If they know the issue, a lot of people step up. Then also look for grants. So if you do have to change out your system, which you probably will as time goes forward, these mandates will be changed by the state as we go forward. Where can you go to help get some money for it? And what is a time frame of being able to put some of these grants into people's hands right away? Because you can't go 2 months without your septic while you're trying to figure out what to do. So I think an overall plan would really suit everybody, and not just the county, but also the individuals. So my suggestion is to table it, get more information, and put out the information first to see how many people we can get to go ahead and convert. So thank you for your time.
Okay, that's the end of the cards, and I want to ask Jeff a quick question. Do we still have any grant money at this point? We have a waiting list for conversions?
We currently have grant money available.
Okay, and we've done 90 so far.
Done about 90, and like we said, we're getting the 400,000, which will match with 400,000, so whatever, I think that's like, whatever 800,000 divided by 20 is. It's like
Okay.
40 units, I think.
Well, I mean, we're definitely moving in the right direction in that regard. What's that?
Let me ask,
Oh.
let me ask again. It's 400,000 grant, right?
$400,000 grant, and we'll match with 400,000.
We will match the 400,000. So we're taking $400,000 of our money
We're
to
using
match.
water, yes, water authority money.
Okay, so we're spending our money,
Yes, we're spending our money.
taxpayer money. Okay.
And last time we got $1 million, and we matched $1 million with ARPA. That's what we're using right now.
Yeah.
Now, they are looking in discussions with DEP we could be the first county to get a multi-year agreement with DEP, which would be a full funding, not a matching, or at least a very low commitment to it. So that's something it will be in play over the next 6 months or so on that.
And I would think over the next several years, the state is going to have to really look hard at how they do that if the mandate is in effect. You know, they're going to have to really take a hard look at how, and I know there's already a lot of money going into it. A lot of counties are getting money to do septic to actual sewer conversions. There's a lot of that going on, and Orange County is doing that. There's a lot of places that are doing that. So, you know, it's, you know, if 2030 or 2031 is the drop dead date, there's a lot of planning that has to go into that from a financial standpoint on the state's
And you're going
side.
to have, in 15 months, you're going to have a new governor. So everything might change in Tallahassee.
Well,
Or
sure.
might just stay the same.
And things change, but, you know, the science behind water doesn't change, and that's the heart of that. And, you know, there is, and I'm going to come out right now and say I think we should table it. I want to make sure it's done right. You know, the heart of this, and anybody that, I don't even mind inserting in future language that the term grandfathered, you know, so anybody that's walking out of here thinking I got an existing unit, you know, if we have to use the word grandfathered, you know, that would be, that's automatic. And, you know, subtracting out the BMAP area, sure, we can talk about that. But, you know, a couple things too. So the percentage, and I know the question about the data. So the data comes from UF, IFAS, USF, UCF, Stetson University. They've been doing this for years. So anybody, you know, that's where the data comes. It isn't like me or somebody on the commission pulling it out of a hat somewhere. So 30 septic systems in Florida account for anywhere from 30 to 40% of pollutant loading to groundwater and surface water. The stormwater, not to minimize that, is a big deal. And kind of just so you know, there's a new stormwater rule that went into effect, and it will take effect December 28th. I don't know how they got that date, but they said December 28th, Merry Christmas. And my interpretation of that, and talking with DEP, the DEP leadership on that is stormwater ponds will be vastly different in the way they're permitted across Florida. You will no longer get the square rectangular ponds. Now there's low impact development that's going to be required. There's going to be either that or you have to go get water quality credits from a site. That's in stormwater design. That's going to affect new development. If you have an existing stormwater system in your neighborhood, that's probably not going to change. So to the point of questions about all these other sources, you know, things are being addressed. The legislature and the governor are moving towards that. Ag and fertilizer runoff is about 25 to 35% in that range. So it's all part of it. Just a reminder too, and I think the heart of this is to try to get to 65% nutrient removal goal for new development. So new you know, development of subdivision or some kind of new growth. If you get the 65%, then that nitrogen, you're probably going to get a lot of cases the phosphorus and some of those other metrics that you're going to want to meet. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you couldn't use an ATU. So, and this is where I wanted Jeff to show that chart again, the cost. There's a difference between ATU and DWTS. And one could argue that it's a lot more costly to do an ATU up front, and I think that's what he'll show. So you have a conventional, and in a lot of places those aren't going to be allowed anymore, new. And then you have that, I think there was a slide issue. Yeah, no, it was like the cost. Maybe that one. Okay, that's it. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so your advanced, your ATUs, ATSs, that's the 25 to 30 grand up front to put that in with the 500. So you could do that, or you could take advantage of our DWTS, the Distributed Waste Treatment System, at 20 grand, which would be paid for, and it's 700 annually. And somebody had asked about the cost of maintenance. And again, I'm just trying to educate here. We're going to table it, but that's on them, the company, to maintain that. If you have an ATU and you pay the 20 to 35,000 for that, what happens in a lot of cases is when they break, there's nobody that ever checks that. So you're not really getting the advanced treatment. There's no monitoring of that. With the DWTS, you're getting the monitor. That's the benefit. Yes, it's 700 annually. It's about 650, I think, technically. But so I'm just going over advantages there. And I think the meat of the ordinance, and I'm sure we should probably table it and come back, but is the 65%. I think it's that number 3, meeting the 65, and that's what we should go after for new development, new construction. Not anybody that's got an existing unit, of which, again, by the way, I have one. So
I just have a question of clarification, because maybe I'm a little confused because I read through this ordinance, and you were talking about the grant application for the distributive treatment, right? And how it pertains to
We have a
this,
grant application.
and how it pertains to this ordinance here. Does this pay for new systems?
No.
No.
Does what pay for new system?
No, the grant.
It's only
application
to
is for
replace a system, so
I
this
know, I'm
ordinance has
referring to
nothing
the-
to do with our grant.
I know, I'm saying
Okay.
that this is in place of somebody that might have to do a new system. Yeah.
Okay, all right, so let's just kind of try to land the plane here, but I got to check to see if I have anyone online that I didn't call on.
Yes, ma'am. Donna Basold, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Donna Bosold, 3947 Eagles Nest Road, Fruitland Park, and thank you for ripping open this discussion on wastewater treatment. Some of you know that I spent close to the last 40 years in the Florida Keys, down in Monroe County. And I got very excited to see you taking a proactive stance on amending existing ordinances. But after the discussion today, I kind of threw out all my comments except for a very few, which I was going to be focusing on unintended consequences and associated costs. And many of the speakers who have stood up and expressed their opinions have focused on those individual costs and so forth. But there's one thing that I would like you to consider. And I do think tabling this discussion is probably the proper thing to do so that you can get more information out to residents of Lake County and how it will affect their bottom line. This isn't going away. And you don't want to end up in Monroe County's position where they were served with an unfunded mandate and it took over 20 years of painful begging to the state legislature every year for money to help residents of Monroe County sewer to get rid of their existing septic or cesspit systems. This is not unique to Lake County. This is happening all over the state of Florida. DEP laws are not just going to magically disappear when we have a new governor. We do have, I was thrilled to find out that we had a pilot program for replacements. My disappointment has been how little information has actually gotten out to the public and has created this, basically this S-storm of commentary. You have a unique opportunity in front of you. Don't waste it. We're right in the middle of revising the comprehensive plan. Sewage treatment, stormwater are a part of your comprehensive plan. The supporting LDRs are a part of what governs us as a body. You want to throw the ball to DEP to govern us? I'm going to tell you, it's much better to do it on a county level. I really appreciate all your work, and I really appreciate how this seems to be one of the better discussions that I've seen held by our public officials and by resident comment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was actually a really good call and really good comments because it kind of hits a lot of the things that have been said throughout this afternoon or today. I think we're on the right track because we're having the discussion and we need to be having the discussion. Just for those of you that came in upset that it was even being considered as an ordinance, I just hope you understand the idea is we're trying to get ahead of a situation. And we don't want to be in the situation of, say, Monroe County. We don't want to be in a situation where everyone's caught off guard. You got to start somewhere. I remember this discussion happening maybe 15 years ago. There was this, and people went crazy about it. Here we are 15 years later, and we're having the discussion again, but we're getting to the end of that time period where something is going to give, something has to happen. I think that it would be very smart, and I'm based on what everyone's saying, and we table this indefinitely from the standpoint of Let's let the transition happen from the Department of Health to FDEP, right? And let's let that start to work and see how that goes. We're in the process of working on our comp plan and LDR changes. And maybe we say 6 months after we get that transition with FDP and Department of Health that we pick this back up. But my own inclination is that we focus on the BMAP area. We stick to the state regulations on 1 acre or less, because the focus is on that concentration along the lakes and the rivers and so forth. So let's focus on that. Let's continue to promote our grant system for transitioning people off of what they already have and getting the newer, better technology. And that's just going to take us being diligent. But I do think we need to get more information out there. I think we need to try to do a better job at letting people know that that program is there if people want to take advantage of it, that grant program. And also start talking about the fact that these things are coming down, the pike, so that people know and that we're part of the solution of letting people understand, helping people understand what is going to be required in the future. We could also encourage people to do more maintenance on the septic tanks that they have, so that they're pumping. A lot of people don't even think about that until they have a problem in their house and they're trying to figure out what's going on. Other states, have, whether it's standards, rules, requirements, that they actually have to pump a certain amount and they have to prove it. We don't do that in Florida. It's kind of odd to me that that's never been an issue in Florida. A lot of people say it's because we have sandy soil and you don't need to do it. Well, if you live on a lot with sandy soil, that's one thing.
Moves to the soil.
Yeah, but if you live along a lakefront and you're in a high concentration or rivers or so forth, it can definitely become a problem. So that would be my recommendation, that we work on those things and that we bring it back later and we tighten it up so that we're actually, in line with what the state is requiring, and we may not even need the ordinance at all.
So may I make a recommendation then that we deny this ordinance and clean up? If we need to have a new ordinance, then bring back a cleaner ordinance instead of keeping this ordinance on the books. Let's just go ahead and clean it up from the discussion today. Deny this one, clean it up, and if it needs to be implemented, then we implement it at the time.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second that.
All right.
Well, is there a need to even do that?
Is there a difference?
No, we just don't pass it.
Yeah, I don't want it to be I don't want to table it and just it be lingering and the citizens of Lake County be like,
I'm generally in favor of
holy moly.
voting no, just because it provides clarity to the people who aren't following all the minutia of where is this bill, where's it going, is it being reformed, do we need to come back next month? If you deny it, then it gives it's sort of simple clarity. So I would do it for that reason, if everyone's okay.
Yeah, I think with the understanding, though, that we're going to continue to have the discussion. And we'll do our best to get that information out there. Obviously, we'll get the information to the Home Builders Association. We just got to try to do our best through social media and any other means we can to get the information out. I would like to see us do public service announcements and things like that, where we can actually, there was a time when we worked on our fertilizer ordinance, which everybody went crazy over the fertilizer ordinance, but it's worked out just fine. It's really helped people understand what the best management practices are. And we use some money that St. John's helped us with to do public service announcements. So maybe we can focus on that. Maybe even some of our grant money, a little part of it could be used to help us with those public service announcements. So we have a motion, we have a second, and that would just, okay.
Yeah, so would the motion include certainty that it would be brought up again in January after the 6
No,
months?
you can bring it up whenever you can bring it up whenever you want to bring it up, whenever you want to make a new regulation with all the new changes to it.
Or what about saying, no longer than 6 months after the transition that we will readdress the issue of whether we even need an ordinance or whether we are going to move forward with any changes?
I believe any commissioner here, if they feel that they want to have an ordinance brought up, that they can actually put it on the agenda anytime that they would like to. I don't think there needs to be a time set.
I think we need some certainty on the time.
Well, I mean, we could, I think, have a unanimous vote if we just say that in 6 months we're going to revisit. So if that's the motion, then obviously they're going to be 5-0. It'll probably be 2 or 3 or 3-2 if we don't include this time certain. I mean, there's nothing wrong with revisiting the subject.
You're just saying in 6 months we'll revisit.
Well, okay, Commissioner Parks revisit it in 6 months, but I didn't have to be in the motion. Why does that have to be in the motion?
Because I would like some certainty that we're.
Well, you're certain you're going to bring it back up, right?
I'll bring it up, but I want, if they don't have direction as far as like looking at some of the stuff that's been talked about, then that's what you would include in a discussion
I think we're
like this.
fine with the motion in the second, and I think that any of us that want to work on specific language and bring it back, we can. We can even be working with staff on trying to have something in 6 months that one of us, asked to put on the agenda, or somebody brings it up under their report. Let's get started on that again. So I think we're fine with the motion in the second, and I know I would support that. Any other discussion? All
I
right.
think this needs to be a state issue, so that's why I'm voting to deny it.
Yeah, and I appreciate the idea of it being a state issue, but it's also a really local and personal issue, because it's our county and it's our lakes, our rivers, and our quality of life. So I think it's got to be a collaboration. None of us like it when the state, does a cram down, and especially when they do a cram down and they don't give us money.
Oh, unfunded mandates?
But we have a level of responsibility here, and I think that letting people know what the rules are, what's coming down from the state, and what monies are available to help people that want to go ahead and make a transition, I think all of that falls, I personally believe that falls on us too, so.
And I have to agree with that. I think we do a very good job on the last, 8 or 9 PUDs we've done. We've required this in the PUD. So we're already taking steps to do this already. So I think that's where
Yeah.
Commissioner Morris was
Well,
going.
and then to make it clear, though, that I think the one common theme today was that nobody on this board is looking to make someone who has a current system, make them change their system.
Right.
That's not what was ever intended. And so to the extent that got out on word of mouth or one of those other forums, that's not what this was ever about. So, all right, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, 4-1, that motion passes, and we then are moving on to tabs 38 through 41 and addendum 44. We have tab 38, Jeff Earhart, Public Works Engineering Director, is going to introduce someone.
Hello.
Pardon me, Chair. Just because, we got so many items and we got one or two significant ones, are we going to work like a break plan in here? We haven't taken a break in a while.
30. Let's take a break.
What's your, I'm just getting the feeling of the board, like, should we take a short break? I know we have a small lunch here. I'm just going to eat really quick, come right back down and knock out the rest of the day.
Okay, all right,
Whatever
can
you
we
guys
at least do this?
Okay, sure.
Because we have some guests with us, and
Okay, sorry.
okay.
Yes, thank you. They only have a 2-hour presentation, so we'll be fine.
Oh, yeah, you do too.
And it's probably very controversial as well. No, I want to invite that we have Vince Dreyer, right? Dyer, so close, Vince Dyer. They're working with the Best Foot Forward program with our Safe Streets for All, and it's all about pedestrian safety around our roads. And they've been doing work around the other counties, and they just recently came into Lake County. They looked at 10 different intersections to try to improve pedestrian safety. And I want to invite Vince up to talk about it, and I believe this is also near and dear to Commissioner Park as well. So, Vince? Only 2 hours.
Yeah, only 2 hours. All right. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll try not to take up too much more time here. So I am Vince Dyer. I'm here with Bike Walk Central Florida, a local nonprofit, and we are here to get a resolution of support, if you guys are willing, for our program activities in Lake County, which have already started. So Bike Walk Central Florida is a local nonprofit. We do more than just pedestrian safety. We do safety for anybody who walks, bikes, and rolls. So a lot of different programs, but the main program we're talking about today is Best Foot Forward, which is our pedestrian safety program, which is here in Lake County already. So as you guys may know, Florida is one of the most dangerous states in the United States for pedestrian fatalities. You can see highlighted there, all of those places that are highlighted are places in Florida. Lake County actually is one of the top 25 deadliest counties in the state, as recognized by FDOT for pedestrian fatalities and serious injuries. So we are looking to combat that trend. One thing you might notice on the photo there is Orlando. When we started in Orlando in 2012, Orlando was the #1 deadliest place in the nation, and it stayed that way through 2020. It is now down to 18th, in part due to our partnerships with our local law enforcement and public works officials. So this is a Florida-bred methodology. It was based originally in St. Petersburg, Florida in 1998. It was repeated again in Gainesville in 2013. And the idea is just to monitor a sample of crosswalks and follow it as you implement low-cost engineering solutions, enforcements, and other educational activities. And as you can see, the crosswalks that they selected for the 2013 study started out around 30% of drivers yielding, which we identify as low, and ended up around 70%. This is combining education, enforcement, and engineering, and evaluating the effect along the way. So we started out in the green there, Orange County, Orlando, Osceola, and Seminole. Last year, we expanded into Volusia, Marion, and Flagler with help of FDOT's Target Zero initiative. And this year, continuing that expansion into Lake and Polk, and Flagler up there as well. So the idea is that we go out to these crosswalks, we take photos, we record observations, we set up flag markers at a safe stopping distance based on the speed limit. This is all part of that methodology. We conduct 20 stage crossings at 2 different times of day, and we get a driver yield rate average, which we return throughout the year to monitor if that changes at all based on any of the interventions. So of the crosswalks selected this year in Lake County, we got a representative sample, kind of did some cold calls. We got some help from the MPOs to get some suggestions of people to contact to suggest some crosswalks. So anything you see there that's below 33% is considered low yielding. So DeLand and Bates Avenue is 19%. That's right next to Eustis Middle School. The trail crossing over at the South Lake Trail, County Road 455, it's got 41%, so it's just in the moderate yielding category, and none of them quite yet fall in that high yielding category. Mount Dora is pretty close. So we obviously can't conduct enforcements ourselves, so we rely on law enforcement to help us with that, but we issue the press releases, we create media visibility, we get out there, we do interviews with the media, broadcasts, we put it out on our website, all the locations, social media, we have a weekly newsletter, and we're trying to get the word out that it's the law to stop for pedestrians at crosswalks. And so some examples of some enforcement success from last year over in Volusia County, they did just 2 enforcements. They issued 75 warnings and citations, and we measured a 23% increase just from those enforcement activities that year. Over in Oakland, they did 4 of these enforcements last year. They went up 15%. Again, that's through enforcement alone. And we also do engineering countermeasures. So we've seen every type of crosswalk that's out there, all different numbers of lanes, speed limits, et cetera. And so we go in recommending low-cost solutions because we don't believe that going straight to the flashing beacons or signalization is always the right step. We want to make sure that the infrastructure that's existing there is adequate enough that even if the pedestrian doesn't push the button, which a lot of them don't, we want to make sure that the pedestrians are still in a position where the drivers can react safely. So a couple of low-cost solutions over in Oakland. They did a 5-second leading pedestrian interval, just signal timing, went up 35%. 35% more drivers yielding to pedestrians at that location. That was an FDOT project. Over in Seminole County, they put stop here for ped signs and a stop bar. Those simple improvements went up 30%. And now at this point, they want to go ahead and put a flashing beacon in as well, since this was a high priority area for them. And in Castleberry, just a simple in-street sign went up 42%. So again, it doesn't take a lot of money to be able to have a massive increase in driver yield rate. And then in Brevard County, they just put some simple flexible delineators, easy as can be, 36% increase before and after. So in addition to the engineering recommendations and the law enforcement high visibility campaigns, we go out, we do sign waving events, we do table activities, and we do presentations to the community to let them know that it's the law to stop for pedestrians and crosswalks. I brought a couple of our signs here today just to show you what we do during these sign waving events. So this one says state law stop for pedestrians in crosswalks, letting drivers know that they're supposed to stop for the crosswalk. Less than 30% of drivers stop for pedestrians at this crosswalk, so we can actually change that number based on the data that we're taking to give drivers a sense of what's going on in their community. Failure to yield is a $160 fine and 3 points on your license, so the consequences of not following that. And then this is from FDOT's campaign to combat aggressive drivers, speeding drivers, and distracted drivers. Calm down, slow down, phone down. So just a way to be able to reach the community. We want them to think about us every time they drive back through that area and think about the fact that it is the law for them to stop for these pedestrians. So I won't read all these numbers, but one of the things I'll point out is on the engineering side, we tracked 20 engineering improvements last year, most of them low cost, and on average, 22% more drivers were yielding pedestrians at those crosswalks. We were able to measure similar results at some of the enforcements, and throughout education, we're reaching over 10,000 people per year, so really getting the message out there. So the proof is in the pudding. This is bike ped deaths and serious injuries in Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties from 2012 when we started to last year, 2024. What you're seeing there, the line graph is our own data showing the driver yield rate over time improving. So you can see that starting in 2012 it was pretty low. It's increased year after year, and it's kind of gotten to a leveling off point. The bike ped deaths and serious injuries, this is from Signal 4 Analytics, is in the bar graph. You can see it was increasing when we were number one all the way through 2015, hit a peak and started coming down and has also leveled off, which creates a pretty nice inverse of our graph, confirming that what we're measuring is also what we're seeing in the bike ped deaths and serious injuries in the same area. And so by seeking a resolution of support today, what it means is that you guys would be supporting our general principles and practices. Again, this is funded already through FDOT. We've already started taking the data, as you can see. It acknowledges the FDOT grant funding for 2 years. That's minimum. It might end up being 3 years, depending. At that point, the county can decide how or if they want to pay for it, if they like the program or not. They can move on. So it doesn't commit anything right now or ever in this point in time. And then it also encourages collaboration amongst our county departments, our municipalities, law enforcement agencies. So being able to say that you guys support this program will help increase buy-in so that some of our other partners that have not yet been able to claim some crosswalks will be able to get them online here in October when we select a new round. What it does not mean any participating government is going to have to participate, doesn't force anybody to do anything, doesn't commit or imply funding at any point. And it does not supplant any existing efforts such as the Safe Streets for All. It is helping to supplement that. So with that said, I am here to seek that resolution of support or answer any questions or comments if you guys have any.
Question?
Yeah, thank you, Vince, for your team coming today and waiting so patiently. And I really appreciate what you do. I've known what you've done for years and appreciate the education aspect of it. I think it's very important for us, especially in Lake counties where trails, and we're talking about the cultures to get people out and do riding and stuff. I think the education's important, having these numbers that we talk about, people, getting hit, it's numbers, pedestrians. A number is one thing. I've actually seen somebody get hit, unfortunately, that lives with me to this day, and it's not a pretty thing. So I think the more efforts that we do to try to educate, and I'm amazed at what people don't do, even when I'm in a crosswalk, looking and trying to get to a trail or something like that. Just the lack of education on what the law already is, nothing more. So I think this is great moving forward, and of course I would support a resolution, endorsing your efforts, and we could probably all five of us give you a couple of intersections to do the enforcement with our police, of course, in the future, to make a point or to show, what the law really is. So, yeah.
Any questions, comments? How would we coordinate with the cities on that? If we pick an intersection and it's like, does it need to be a county-maintained road, or it doesn't matter?
For the FDOT funding, it could be anywhere throughout the county.
Okay, and we would just reach out to the city to make sure that they were on board. I can't imagine they wouldn't, because everybody wants their cities and their residents to be safe, and yeah, so sounds like a win-win.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, appreciate
Thank
that.
you guys so much. And if you don't mind, I'd like to take a quick picture just to commemorate. We have these signs here, so anybody that's here from a local government office or law enforcement or just any pedestrian safety supporters, I'd love to have you come down and, for who's left, take a quick picture with us, stand by us. So thank you guys.
Want to go down?
Vance, why don't you hold a sign for us?
Vance, hold one of the signs.
Should all of us?
Slow down.
Can
Yeah.
we,
Where do you want to go?
I guess we'll take a,
Okay, let's, yeah.
I'll take off mine. I thought this was one of Sean's backroom deals. I didn't know it was a public item.
Exactly, it's a backroom deal.
It's a background deal. What'd you get?
Yeah, Anthony. Yeah, I do. I mean, a fast one, like 12 minutes. 9 minutes. We could do 15. No, 12.
We could do 14.
Backroom deals too. Stop. I can do backroom deals. I knocked out.
Let's make a backroom deal that it's 14 minutes.
Oh my God.
All right, we're gonna do 15 minutes, everybody.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's
Okay,
fine. Oh,
what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a 15-minute break. We're gonna set the timer. We'll be back down here in 15 minutes.
Exactly 15.
If you stay there, I'll bring you some potato chips. All right, everybody, thanks for your cooperation and patience. And we're going to swap tab 40 for 39. So we're going to go ahead and take up tab 40, the Dolly Parton Imagination Library presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I am very pleased to have Ms. Debbie Weinert come up and explain the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. I'm a big supporter of it. I've given donations to it. I believe it's very important for all of our community to have this program, and my goal is to have every zip code in Lake County be a participant. But I won't go any further because I don't want to ruin your little presentation. So go ahead, Debbie. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Chairwoman, Commissioners, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Some of you may already be familiar with the program. You may have a young one or someone in your family involved. So the picture on the screen is Dolly Parton. Say hi to Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
My name's Debbie Weinert. I just wanted to differentiate in case you were wondering which one was who. So I'm a little new on the remote here. Let me give it a shot. Okay. So thank you for this opportunity. Dolly Parton started the Imagination Library 30 years ago this year. So 1 in 7 children in the United States is enrolled in the program. It started in 1995 in Sevier County, Tennessee, and she started it because her father never learned to read and write, and therefore she thought because he couldn't be better employed, they remained very poor. So before he passed away, she started the Imagination Library and got her father involved in it. He thought it was the most important thing he'd ever done in his life. So it was an experiment there in Sevierville County, Tennessee, and the governor called Dolly after a couple of years and said, I'd like all Tennessee children to have that program. And she said, so would I, but I'm not going to pay for it. And that began the avenue for community partners, which is what the Triangle Community Alliance is. Since she started this in 1995, there's been 287,502,435 books that have been mailed out, and she believes you cannot get enough books into the hands of children. So like I said before, there's 1 in 7 children in the United States that have been enrolled in this program. You can see that dot down there in Florida, Central Florida, that's us. So why did I bring this into Lake County for the young children? You know, extensive research has shown that reading out loud to children is very important for their brain growth. You know, children who are excited about learning, know how to read, enter school with much more success. Children who have success in school tend to stay in school and graduate. So the Imagination Library serves all children in communities regardless of age, language, race, religions, economic status, and so on. The parents really are the first teachers of the young children by reading to them, pointing out things, and so on. Children start from 0, and then by 5, they're walking, talking, you know, intelligent, answering questions, asking questions, the ever-known question of why, and saying mine. So it's really very important to get the children stimulated with age-appropriate books and imagination-stimulating stories as soon as possible. The Imagination Library's been going for 30 years, and I'm now meeting people in the community who are young professionals. And when I get up to give a talk, 2 or 3 meet me in the back, and they say, I had those books when I was growing up. I think that's magic. So my next question to them is, I'd like to film you and put your story on our website. And they've all so far agreed to do that when I get to that point. I think that's a really nice full circle. There's no administrative fees. Nothing is passed down from the Dolly Parton Foundation. We're legally co-branded with the Dollywood Foundation, and what Dolly pays for up up in Tennessee is the staff, the benefits, the rent, the building of the warehouses, the truck drivers, the trucks, and the machines to print the books. What the local partner pays for is I pay for the printing of the book, the label with the child's name on the book, the glue and ink, the cellophane, and then the bulk mail to get the book from Tennessee down here to Florida. So the books are high quality, age appropriate, imagination stimulating. And the first book that every child receives is A Little Engine That Could. I think it can, I think it can, I think it can. You all know that one. And it continues every single month, hitting every milestone every month, year by year, to the last book, which is Look Out, Kindergarten, Here I Come. So that's pretty exciting. It's a free book once a month to families that live in a funded zip code, as long as their child is between birth and 5. I've been talking to people, and when I say I'm doing this, they're, oh, we're already involved, or, you know, my children have turned 5, I've graduated off the program with my child. But a parent told me the other day when I was in the grocery store that the child is 2, and now when they go back and forth to the mailbox every day, the child at 2 is saying, book, book. So the children are beginning to know when in the month that the book arrives and that it's something for them. I find that pretty interesting. There's just a worldwide virtual conference held because the program is so large, they couldn't find a stadium big enough for everybody. So they had a lot of experts speaking to us, and one of them was a neurologist, and he was talking about when the parents read to the children out loud, the children begin to get the cadence, the vocabulary, they listen to the words, and if you follow along with your finger when you're reading to the child, then they really begin to put the word with the visual and the pronunciation of the word. And as the children are starting out 10 times when you're talking to a child, at the 10th time they're able to pick up the book and they're able to orient it the right way. Isn't that amazing? I mean, I find that pretty incredible. Excuse me. Let me just, you know, when parents are reading to the children, some of the most fun is at night when the parents are cuddled into bed with their children, maybe one underneath each arm, reading a story. There's lots of giggles and memories being made at that time, and that's some of the most important reading. When you can engage with parents, with children, it helps with their relationship as well. So I wanted to bring your attention to the end of June. Just closed the month a couple of weeks ago, and I've been able to enroll 1,055 children. I started with 2. You'll see that in just a minute. But just one person going around funding different zip codes as I raised the money. And you can see the cities listed here. I started with Tavares in Deer Island first because I live there. Then I received some monies from Mount Dora, and I received some monies from a private foundation for Leesburg, and off I went. So you can see the cumulative totals across from Leesburg, Mount Dora, Tavares, Deer Island. As you go down, the number of books that were being received, 926. And every month there's a few kids that graduate off the program because they turn 5. And then every month there's new kids coming on because we've found them or they've just been born. So 1,055, I hate to be bragful, but I'm pretty happy about that number in under 2 years. So what about the progress? You know, we started in 2022, had to get the legal requirements going, become a not-for-profit. I named it Triangle Community Alliance because the name Triangle here is pretty important in Lake County, particularly in this end of Lake County. So I wanted to feel inclusive. Then we had to come up with a name. So we were going to go with Dolly Parton's Imagination Library, but then we have to have Lake County, and most importantly, add Florida, because how many lake counties are there across the United States? So the Imagination Library really only has 2 requirements. It's not income related, but it is living in a funded zip code, as well as having a child between the age of birth, the child has to be born, up to 4.5. Now, we kind of stop it at 4.5 because now that Dolly's mailing out over 3 million books a month, it takes a while to get into that queue. It used to be 6 to 8 weeks before the child would get their first book, and now it's closer to, 10 to 12. So I have, with these cities, I have been able to put aside money to sustain the children so that they can continue on the program, because the most important thing is not bringing the program to the area. It's making sure the program continues. It's going to be of no benefit to start the program, get everybody excited, give them a few books, and then go down. So I'm beginning to, plan ahead for the payment of the books as the children continue through the program. And then the Board of Directors has given me permission to go into the next phase of development. That's going to include some of the cities that you're really involved with, commissioners. It's going to be Altoona, Astor, and that $4 million library expansion that you've put up there, beautiful building. Paisley, those children live right outside the National Ocala Forest. Some of those children have never had a book. So Howie in the Hills and Okahomka. One of the reasons that I've chose that particular group of cities is because, according to the census, at the third grade level, those children are reading below par. If they're below par at third grade, they came into kindergarten below grade standard. So we want to hit those. Also, they're a little bit smaller in population, and I have the funds to support that. So while I have the funds to support that, I'm going to continue to go out to individuals and businesses and ask when they come along in partnership with me so that we can continue to fund those children and even add a few more. Let me go back, make sure. Oh, yes. So I didn't want to forget the second side of the page here. If you would indulge me, over on the right-hand side, enrollment progress. Back in July 24th, it's in 2 days. 2 years ago, we enrolled the first 2 children into the program. And that was done by a lady here who turned 90. She was sitting on the national board of the Library Foundation. She's really been very important in the growth of this program. And so I thought, what better birthday present could she have on her birthday to enroll the first 2 children? But if you look at the graph, it goes up to 1,055 in just under 2 years. So there we go. So the population in Lake County, you're probably wondering, how can I get more kids in the districts that I'm living in, and what about my neighbors or some people in my family? The eligible population, according to the census, was 18,162, and those children under 5 at that time were 11,805. So what does it cost if Dolly doesn't pay for the books and the local community partner has to? So my cost up to Dolly Parton Imagination Library is $31.20 per year per child. That's a book a month. So the cost to operate the program is $480. So the total cost, when somebody says to me, how much does it cost for one child to get 12 books in a year? I say $36. So that $480, when you divide by 12, is really 40 cents a month for me to operate the whole program. Dolly Wood Foundation in the Imagination Library is the flagship program for them. Uses a percentage of 65%. They know you're not going to get every child, but let's try for 65%, and you can certainly try for a higher percentage than that. So that would be the $11,805, and you multiply that by $36, it's $424, $980. So I don't know if you have any questions about that, but that's kind of where I'm headed. I've funded a few cities. We're going to open up 5 more cities, and then as we get money and move ahead, we'll be able to conquer some of the other cities that have larger population and require more money. So at the bottom, it says, research shows that exposing children to books at an early age is really crucial for developing reading readiness in kindergarten. So if we can get kids able to read, excited about books, and anxious about learning, when they hit kindergarten and they say, look out, kindergarten, here I come, now the teachers can teach. So we really don't want to have parents just dropping off the kids. Good luck and see ya, and pick them up at 2 or 3 o'clock. You know, we spend a great deal of effort in community spirit in getting the children ready for back to school. Let's fill the bus, and let's get them shoes, and let's get them books and pencils and crayons and new backpacks every year. I don't know what they do with all the backpacks year after year. Maybe they wear out. I don't know. But are we getting them ready for literacy and for learning? So I think that that might be a little kink in the ring, and it would be nice to bring that ring to closure and get more children ready for kindergarten and then are excited about learning and able to read. So do you have any questions or how I might be able to clarify anything?
Any questions?
This is a great program.
Yeah, I
Thank
just
you
want-
very much.
I just want to say, I mean, I think it's a great program, and of course, enjoyed meeting with you. It's been 4 or 5 years now, right? You working at this and coming up and introducing yourself, coming to my office, and now look where you're at. So, I mean, that we were just starting it then, so it's really cool to see it make it this far, and I really appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Do you have a website that we can contribute to personally, or how do you collect money?
Well, I love that question. Thank you. So yes, I do. Our website is readtochildren.org. You can pay through PayPal. I'm happy to drive and pick up a check. I'm really interested in talking about the donations and that kind of thing. I think you all are very influential people. You either own companies or work, in a very high position within companies in the area. And I was wondering if you wouldn't consider supporting this program, which is so worthy, perhaps with a personal donation, which is deductible, and then perhaps a donation from your company as well, which is also tax deductible. I think it might be a wonderful way to make the right foot go forward and be an example to other people in the Lake County areas. So I really hope that you do that. I'm not coming here with hat in hand. I've been raising money. The only government money I've received so far is $500 from Tavares, City of Tavares grant. Everything else I've raised on my own from individuals, private foundations, and so on and so forth. But that would be awfully nice if you could do that. I think your influence is very valuable. You might want to know if we're collaborating with any of the agencies in the area. And I'm proud to announce that the Early Learning Coalition of Lake County, Ms. Brookbinder, has been very helpful. 2 years ago when I met her, she welcomed me into her office. I called her in January and said, I'm ready, and I'm up, and I'm ready to go in Leesburg. She hooked me up with a Zoom program after I'd met personally with some directors at the daycare centers, and I'd made a presentation to them, and that resulted in 99 children signing up within that week. Most of the enrollments happen after little spurts of activity. We're working with the Mount Dora Christian Academy, and those juniors and seniors belong to a program called Academy for Success. And they were helping to enroll the children that belong to the daycare there on campus, along with the Waterman Village Committee that came and worked with them. So you have the youngest children with their parents working with some of the older residents in the Waterman Village Committee. So I thought that's really the perfect complete circle. And working with Episcopal Services, which pretty much coordinates the Head Start programs. And we just recently were able to open the door to work with the Lake County Library System, and we had 2 enrollment dates for enrollment in the Mount Dora W.T. Bland Library. So isn't it nice to see everything opening up just a little bit like a blooming flower? So you might wonder, well, if we donate, do you have any other areas in which you could be helped? And I have a list, just in case you're wondering. So could use a little bit of office support. I'm one pretty much running the program. My print bill is getting higher every month for the materials that I print, and I do have a package for each one of you with some additional handouts and information, because I know I can't cover everything, and you must be overwhelmed by now, starting at 9 in the morning. My website could use some enhancement. I have big vision for my website. I'd like each one of you to read a little book, talk about what you do for a job, and then maybe the parents at some point would tune into our website instead of giving them a game to play on their phone, and then they're constantly learning and listening to your accents, cadence, and speech delivery. I could use some help in social media. I never thought social media would catch on, and now I'm way behind. You have to do this and this, I'm already lost, and then you do this and this, I'm out. So somebody to make some regular posts, perhaps during update the post during an event, and then a few boots on the ground. If you have any people that say, where could I volunteer for a really good cause? I could use some boots on the ground. You know, there's only one place I can go on a first Friday night, or a back-to-school giveaway, or meet the teachers, or go to a parade and that kind of thing. But there are many of those events simultaneously happening around the county, and I would just love some help. Before I leave the podium, I would like to please introduce Miss Lou Brown. She is one of your famous ladies there on the wall, the Women's Hall of Fame. She's on the committee for the Waterman Village residents who's come forward to help raise some funds for this program. She came today in support, you know, because I told her how nervous I was to stand up in front of you all. But she came, and she's been here since 9 o'clock. So thank you so much.
It's great to see you, Lou.
We were thinking of buying everybody some pizza and having it sent in. And one just said, give it to the chairwoman. I think she ordered pizza, I'm not sure. But we persevered, and thank you for allowing me to come to the podium. Did anything I just recently say bring up any other questions or thoughts?
Yeah, I have one that I think I need to call out, that this is, you're doing this 100% volunteer.
Right.
Which is quite a phenomenal task until you sweep me off the street and tell me to go judge scarecrows with you.
That's right. I pulled up on Main Street, and I thought I saw Kirby Smith because he used to be down at the Tavares, you know, city council. So I had a lady with hearing aids in. I'm like, close your hearing aids. I put the window down. I'm yelling, Kirby, and he's looking around. And so I'm waving like this, and I said, hey, could you judge a scarecrow? He goes, what? He said, pull around the corner. So I pulled around the corner and gave him some stuff, and he went and judged a couple, 3 different scarecrow contests. So it's pretty amazing. See who you can pick up on the street.
So she does this completely 100% volunteer. Like I said, I've donated, personally, our company has donated. I would just ask maybe, see if we can't round up some support, either volunteer support or something to help, because I think this is a phenomenal program, and I do believe you have a QR code that you can push.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit nervous, yes. So,
Oh, there it is.
so that's Dolly Parton's website. And anybody in the country can go on that website and check their availability and their eligibility. Eligibility, birth to 4.5, and availability is a funded city zip code. So I personally have a website. It's readtochildren.org. I have my papers here, but they're way over here.
Okay, so you're going to hand out papers?
I just went to that one and donated. That's the easiest one to go to.
I'm going to,
readtochildren.org.
so
It goes directly to her.
is it the right place?
Yes.
So it's readtochildren.org, and the donations are accepted through PayPal. I appreciate that very much. But if you'd rather see my smiling face, I'm happy to drive over and pick up a check, or you can mail it to the P.O. box. So I just want to thank you again so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so
and
much for
thank you
being here.
Sticking it out.
Yeah, it was a long day to stay through all of this meeting, and we appreciate you both being here, and I'm sure you're going to reap rewards from this opportunity to present to us and for us to do some outreach on your behalf.
You know, my husband needs an applause as well, because I leave in the morning. I try and have coffee with him, and then I'm gone the rest of the day. I work 7 days a week to run this organization, often 12, 15, 18 hours a day. What we have for dinner is what I bring home. So I stick the key in the door, and he hears it rattle, and he's like, stop, who is it? I'm like, it's me, honey. He goes, I don't want that. What's your name? Only my wife has a key. So I'm like, but I have dinner. All right, come in. And it's a surprise. What we have is whatever was the least line in front of any restaurant as I drove by. So it's really been a way to experience all the restaurants in town. Thank you.
All right. Okay, again, thank you, and we're going to move, okay, we're going to take 39 to the end of the agenda under Commissioner Park's report. So now we're going to move on to 41, and that's Jeff again.
Good afternoon, Jeff Earhart, Engineering Director. This is for the Eudora Roundabout down on Mount Dora, Tavares area. This would typically be just on a consent. What did I say?
I thought that was done.
It's done in my mind. It is done in my mind. So typically, this would just be on a consent agenda, but there's some things I wanted to make sure everybody knew about the project. We bid it a while back, but just kind of want to orient everyone to where we're at. Down in the bottom middle, you can see the Eudora 19A, Old 441. That's the roundabout. With the project, you can see this Bay Shore mini roundabout. We're going to incorporate a small mini roundabout there to help with some maintenance of traffic during construction. Then you can also see the Triangle 19A signal. We're looking to do a permanent signal there that will also help with MOT during the construction, but then those two elements will remain permanently afterwards. So instead of spending $1 million on MOT that will just not be used, it will just go away, we'll spend it on this to try to make everything work. So just kind of a history. This is we originally thought the cost was going to be about $3.5 to $4 million. The bid came in around $8.7 million. We negotiated with them and kind of worked with some MOT and closing some roads and got it down to about $7 million. Saved about $1.7 million. Then those two elements that I just talked about, that roundabout at Short and also the traffic signal, adds about another $1.1 million back in. So it gets us up to about $8 million. So the original bid was 8.7, and we're at 8, but it includes those two, the roundabout, this mini roundabout there at Bay and Short, and also the traffic signal, just kind of let you know. So this is what the roundabout at Bay and Short Street would look like. We already own that property, so it would just kind of be something to facilitate traffic going through there. And then you can see the traffic signal that would happen at Triangle and 19A. We do need to acquire a little bit of property there. What this will do, instead of us putting up some temporary traffic signals to kind of make it work, you get a permanent signal that would stay there forever. So I did kind of want to talk about where the money's coming from. We do have a grant from DOT for about $1.7 million. We're taking about $2.5 million from impact fees for this district, and that does pretty much use up all the reserves that are in this district's fund. Then we're taking another $2.5 million from sales tax. It's kind of been given to us to kind of help match some of the DOT roads. About $1.3 million for Mount Dora to relocate their utilities, which gets us up to the $8 million amount. Just so you know, there is some enhanced landscaping, and Mount Dora will be maintaining the landscaping and the lights, and we already have an agreement on that. So this is kind of the reason it's not on the consent agenda. In order to accomplish these reductions or savings, this would require a full closure of that intersection at Eudora 19A, Old 441, for about 3 months. So I wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that, because no matter how much we communicate, I'm sure that people are going to comment on that being closed. What that does do is it decreases the construction time down to a total of 15 months compared to 19 months if it was just if we were to leave it open. It also saves about $1 million. We'd have to add $1 million more on to keep it open. But during that, it's only going to be closed for 3 months. During the other 12 months, east-west traffic will be allowed to flow. So you'll be able to go from Mount Dora up 19A. There'll just be some limited access going down Old 441 towards Tavares, or up Eudora Road up towards 441. So the question is, well, how will people negotiate it if the road is closed? We just can scan at this. I will mention that we have talked to the fire department, because the Mount Dora's new fire station is right there. So they're going to work with some adjacent landowners to get some licensing agreements, so they don't have to, so they can get through some of the, like where the donut shop is, they can go through there, go through the bank, the old bank building over there, so that they have abilities to go through in that area. And we also have talked to the school board, and because they're going to have to work with buses and different things, and they're the ones that wanted the project to begin with, so they're very happy about getting the pedestrian, the kids having a better way to go through the roundabout. Of course, we will have to work with Triangle Elementary about buses and people getting there and all those different things. In red, you can kind of see, basically, if you're coming down Old 441, you can take Bay and get up there. You'll get to that little mini roundabout and that traffic signal. I've driven that a couple times. That's probably going to be really easy. The other one is the yellow is it's pretty easy, but there's a little more residential neighborhood kind of happening there. I showed you can go up Greenway. Greenway has some stop signs on it, and then you can turn on Eastland. The roads are fairly wide. It is residential, but people are going to find their way through this themselves, because the other option is you can go up Morningside, which has some speed humps, no stop signs, and then you could turn on Westland, and you can get down and do almost exactly the same thing. So people are going to find different ways to do this. My imagination is that they're probably going to stay on 441 a little bit more, and there's also, people are going to find the way, there's this road a little bit further south that goes along a lake that people might find as well. When you get to Eudora Road, there's a little jog that kind of happens there. We'll have to look at that. So this will be continually evolving as we do our detour process to make sure that it works and we keep it up to date. I do need to point out that, just because I remembered, Jeff Begovich is our CEI with Tierra, and he stayed here since 9 o'clock this morning. So he's my support in case I have any real questions going on. So we talked about that north-south access. We do want to maintain that. Here you can see we'll have like a temporary road that kind of goes through that allows, I said north-south. Yeah, the north-south is shut down. East-west access will be maintained. And you can kind of see the little red lines there where the road will be closed to local traffic. But you just won't be able to go straight through it. You'll be able to use Eudora coming down. And so we'll be working with that. So all that I have requested action. This is everything that's kind of in the agenda item, basically allowing us to award it, do the URR transfer funds and whatnot. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. And the real thing, I didn't just want this to be on a consent agenda because I wanted everyone to be aware that the road would be totally closed, and I'm sure we're going to be getting comments about that.
So the light and the mini roundabout, obviously that's going to happen first. And how soon will that begin to happen?
Well, if everything goes according to plan, we probably will issue the construction in October. Everything will probably start around October, because that's when Mount Dora's money's available. We might be, in theory, right after this, we could issue the PO for the construction on our side. It's just I also have to have my finances in line with Mount Dora's combination. So the latest is probably October is when it would start.
And how long do you think it will take for those two improvements to happen? Because you won't actually start
I think
the
we're probably
roundabout.
looking at least 9 months before we start to close it completely, because we want to get all the utility, we want Dora to do all the utility work. We want all the small roundabouts to be in place. Our idea is that they got everything done, and then they're ready to go, that it's not going to be closed down with nobody doing stuff. It's going to be closed down, and people are there making it happen. And that's why, because I really wanted to give them like 6 weeks, but Mr. Begovich said I was a little optimistic on that, so.
And I would just request too that when you start to hit these milestones, can you please keep us apprised so that we can let people know what to expect? I know that staff will do, their outreach, but it really helps us to be ahead of that information so that we don't get caught flat-footed and all of a sudden something's closing and people are being detoured.
That's what's going to happen. They're going to say, what happened to the road?
Jeff, I see that 1.1 million is being pulled from the CR 466A, and I've already voiced my concern with the county manager, and she's assured me that by the time the PD&E study is done, that money will be back in play, that we can get the 466A. I'm looking at you, county manager. We can get the 466A done in a timely fashion?
Yes. And was it the full 1.1 coming from that project? I thought it was only 500,000 from that project.
A portion of it did, I'm not sure the exact amount, but we did pull a portion of the sales tax from 466A. But I believe we have the funds available to do that, especially once we do the PD&E, then we're getting the extra 3.6 million from the feds. So we have like, until you get the bids and you don't know exactly, I've got 10 or 11 million already set aside for 466A, which I'm hoping that's what the bids come in at. If they come in more, then I'll go back to the county manager, and
That's the
she'll
big-
print
that's the
some money
biggest
for me.
issue that I have in my
She'll,
district.
she'll print some for me.
Well,
I'm glad Kirby got his roundabouts.
Well, I just say that District 3 and District 4 appreciate your support.
We think we're fully funded for 466A. However, if we're not, we will identify funds.
Thank you.
Great. This is exciting. Big day.
It's a big day.
Really is.
So I'd like to make a motion that we approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously.
Thank you. This
Yes.
may be my last thing for today, I'm not sure. Let's hope.
All right, thank you, Jeff, and much appreciation to staff and everyone involved, and Commissioner Smith as well. This affects both of our districts, and this has been planned for a long, long time. Almost like 15 years. It's crazy.
Longer than 466A?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
Mhm.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. All right, moving ahead to, this is tab 43, appointment of 2 applicants to fill vacancies on the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, and a corresponding ethics waiver. One term will expire May 31st, 2027. The other term will expire May 31st, 2028. There's Daniel Weber with a conflict waiver, and that would be the May 31, 2027 one, and Leland Theroux to serve a term expiring May 31, 2028. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
With a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Moving ahead then to reports, county attorney. Did we skip something?
Yeah, you skipped 42.
Oh, it's a big one. I don't know, it was subliminal or something, it was subconscious. Oh, 43. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, there it is. All right. However, we just voted and you were appointed, I believe. Come on up.
Sorry.
Nope.
So my name is Leland Terrio.
Terrio.
Yeah, it's weird Cajun. It's my husband's name. I borrow it. Anyway, he and I moved to Kings Ridge in 2023 from Sarasota. I'm a retired music educator. Some friends and I have created a 501c3 Lake Community Arts. We're going to start a community chorus on August 19th. That's going to rehearse every Tuesday night at 6:30. Please come join us. You don't have to be a singer. We will teach you. 6:30 on Tuesday, starting on August 19th. I have been involved in arts and culture in Sarasota for quite some time, and also for arts education advocacy at the state and local levels. Now moving here, I was hoping to bring some of my skills and experience here. One thing, we have already partnered with the Lake County Public Schools, and we'll be bringing the Orlando Philharmonic Orchestra to Lake Minneola High School on November 13th. And Leesburg High School on November 14th to present the Young People's Concerts to all of our public school 5th graders this year. So that was one of the very first things we got started and done. Anyway, I am looking forward to being on the advisory committee for arts and culture in Lake County, and I appreciate getting a chance to meet you and say hi.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for enduring this meeting, and thank you for your willingness to serve, and it sounds like you're going to be a great asset to the community. So
Thank you.
welcome. All right, tab 42. Yes, sir.
Chairwoman, would it be appropriate, and I don't know if we can do this, if we just table this till the next meeting? Because this is going to be a long discussion.
All right, before we do that, can I just make a suggestion, though?
Sure, make a suggestion.
Okay. What if we focused on the 5 members
Yes.
that each commissioner wanted from their district? Because that helps us then pare down that other list.
Well, that
There were-
plus, I have no strong opinions on the last 4, so just count me out of the conversation. Whatever you guys think is good is fine, so I'm, like, don't think it's gonna be combative. I don't know if you guys are really
I think it's
passionate
there's a
about-
lot. I mean, we have a
Okay.
lot of really good applicants, and I do think it's going to take
They're all
us
good
some
too. That's why I'm
time.
like more laid back about it.
Yeah, I think it's going to take us some time to actually whittle that down, that list, because that's going to be tough. But until we know who each commissioner is asking to be their district.
Can I just throw something, I think it would abbreviate it, since there's 5, and we all are gonna choose one from our district, and then there's 4, I don't have strong opinions, you could each just choose one more, and then that puts us at 9.
And that puts me in the same boat you are, because my district, I wasn't really enthused with the 2 that I had apply. So I'm going to have to rely on the information that was given to us for the experts. So I know y'all have researched this a lot more than I have, so I'm going to have to, rely on your opinions.
Well, okay.
So you 3 choose.
I think at least getting 5 appointed today, if there's a commonality with another one, maybe that's good, because timing, we want to at least start getting the ball rolling with setting up the committee. This would enable that to start happening with some names on the list. And then come back at the
I mean,
next.
I just like the idea of making some progress today.
Yeah, so do I.
And
We're all
then-
gonna choose one from our district.
Right, so, and Commissioner Morris, it sounds like you're kind of deferring on us to, so that may not get done today, because,
Because I can continue to look. I just don't have anybody that I'm saying.
okay, so we could at least get 4,
Yes.
and then we'll bring it back, and then we'll continue to work.
Wait, 4.
We'll
I
get,
mean, there's been a lot of recommendations and a lot of calls, and it looked to me that the information that we received, the qualified people, I know we had City of Groveland, Lake 100 is weighed in, and they basically have selected the people that are about the same.
so where is Lake 100 weighed in? Did somebody
They're
get,
about like City of Groveland, I want to say.
they sent a recommendation?
Well, they sent a list to me of what they thought.
Oh, they sent to you
Right.
for your dish,
Right, and it matches up to City of Groveland.
I think they sent a letter out.
okay. All right.
It's a long time ago, I do know that, it's like 6.
I might have it.
It
I
might
think
have
we
been
had a
before some of
consensus.
the folks were, had even applied.
Well, I think we're making this way too complicated. I think we definitely came to a consensus that we'd each choose somebody from our district, so that we can do 4 right now, and then Commissioner Morris gets a complete and total choice on all the remaining members of who he wants to appoint, or obviously we would defer to him if it was somebody who was on the list, obviously. And then that leaves us with 4 more, and I'm saying that you guys are passionate probably about 1 or 2 candidates, choose them, and I'll be fine with that. And that really, I mean, I think this is a.
Yeah, I know. I just think getting it to that 4 is going to be hard. Okay? I don't think we're making it harder than it has to be. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time. So let's,
It's taken a long time just to get this thing tabled.
yeah. All right. Can we at least, you made the suggestion, you didn't make a motion though, right? So-
Well, no, I would just, okay, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint our district appointees today and defer the rest of it till the next meeting.
And that would also include the District 5.
To be District 5, but if he wants to defer it, that's on his own.
Okay, all right, when we get to him. Okay, all right, do we have a second to take
Second.
that action?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're unanimous. Moving forward to those appointments. So let's start, I think we all know who Commissioner Sabatini.
Yeah, Gavin Rollins for District 1.
Commissioner Parks.
Tim Salin for District 2.
Okay, Cade,
Who was it, I'm sorry?
Tim Salin for District 2.
Oh, I thought I was going to have him for the all-around person, but okay.
okay, and for District 4, Cade Carter.
District 3 would be Patrick Rose.
And I'll defer.
All right, so on the 4 that have been recommended, Rollins, Salin, Carter, and Rose, do we have a motion?
Move
Move to
approval.
approve. Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we have 4 now, and then we're going to bring this back at our next meeting, and we'll be working on our District 5 appointment, and then for the remaining.
Can we
4.
send letters out to the people who were chosen already?
I think so.
Yeah, and can I just ask a question? I know it's going to be deferred, but just, we'll get some thoughts out there, but, so what were other names that you were thinking about? We don't have, I know we're not going to decide today, because I had like Katie Carr, that's, I'm
All right, so
glad.
that's off.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
but-
Patrick Rose was one of the ones that I saw.
And
on
Patrick
my
Rose was
list.
one that I saw too, but I also saw like, and again, I know we're not deciding today, but like either Rebecca Mendoza.
That was a
from-
good one.
Yeah, was another good one for local knowledge, so. Soils.
William Miller, good one.
Yeah, I had Michelle
Daniel
Cotty.
Whitehouse, good one. Asia Lake.
Yeah, Daniel Whitehouse is very good too.
Steve Crawford. What about Greg Gresh?
Gensheimer.
Gensheimer.
Mhm.
Excellent.
I had Michelle Cotty, so.
I think Greg would be a good one for
If
your
there's
District 5 appoint.
If there's someone that you
Bill
guys are
Miller.
unanimous on, if there's someone that's unanimous right now, I say just, if it's unanimous person, and all the names you said are fine with me.
No, I think we need to just, because I'd like to, because I interviewed my Patrick Rose dude, so I'd like to talk to these people.
And I'm glad you made Patrick Rose. He's a good, he'd be very, we need somebody with DEP experience.
Yeah, he seemed very,
And Commissioner Morris, have you met Greg?
No.
Gensheimer?
You
Help
did.
me say.
Last night.
Yeah, I mean,
You did last night.
oh, yeah, last night I did.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Met him last night with the tower.
Yes,
And he was one,
nice guy.
yeah, really on top of.
Focused. I'm okay with him.
I mean, he would,
If you want to use him as one of my appointments, that's fine.
I would,
I'm good with that.
I would love that
Okay.
who is that?
for District 5, Greg Gensheimer. He's the Green Mountain Scenic Byway
Yeah, he's.
Yeah, nice guy.
leader and has
Very
been
focused.
instrumental in
Yeah, he's
a lot that
been
has
working on
already
that, what he
happened.
said, 10 years, the tower?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just think about those other names too, so like Daniel Whitehouse and Mendoza. Those would be two other good ones.
And if I could recommend also appointment today of a commission liaison.
I thought we were going to do our DEP specialist over here. Works.
I mean, I would love it. It's so,
This
You know.
isn't a backroom deal, is it? No.
thanks.
Yeah, we didn't discuss this ahead
Back
of
room in
time.
front of everybody, but, yeah.
I think Sean wants it the most, so
Yeah.
clearly you should take it.
I'd love to do it.
Who's ever the most passionate should.
Yeah, he's got a lot of knowledge. I'll make that motion. We make Sean the
Second.
liaison.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes 5-0.
Madam Chairman, were you going to do a motion for Greg Gensheimer for District 5, or are you going
Yes,
to wait?
would you be willing to do that? That's a
then we need a motion
motion,
and a
that
vote.
we need a second.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, 5-0 on that one.
And then can I make the motion?
Morris did, and it was seconded by Sabatini.
And could I make another suggestion that each commissioner send who, Jennifer, the names of people that they want to, and then you can just consolidate the same names? Who do you?
Oh, between now and the next meeting, we send them to Jennifer, the ones that we feel are rising
f-
to the
final
top for the
four.
last four.
And then I'll, right,
And you can
I-
consolidate
I'll
the same
consolidate
names.
them.
You could even rank them, that might help a little bit, too. Yeah. So that you don't just put four, you could have four, and then you could have,
Right.
a few more. That way, as we're trying to blend our,
Well,
They-
I'm
but they
gonna
can
send
start-
everyone that I think is good.
okay,
I mean, it could be 6.
okay, all right. So not limited to a number, but,
I'm only submitting one, by the way. I mean, I think they're all great, but there's only one that I like slightly more than the rest, so just a heads up.
okay.
They're all good. I'm just not super picky about it. I think they'll all be good. I mean, just a heads up, if somebody's not on the committee and they tell me that, this is how they believe we should vote, to me, that matters just as much as somebody who's on the committee. I mean, it really does.
Well, just out of curiosity, there is somebody that I'm interested in District 5, and she spoke today. I'd like to talk with her to see if she's interested. She has a lot of knowledge from Monroe County. So I would like to talk with her and see if she would be interested in putting an application in.
Okay,
She wasn't the one on the phone, was she?
Yeah.
but you got to get on it.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty.
Didn't we just approve somebody for district?
Yeah, we've got 5. So, I mean, he's
Oh.
saying that he would put that person for.
In there, in the running.
In the running
Oh.
for the others.
Yeah, for another spot.
Right.
Okay, all right. So now we're moving on to reports. County attorney. County manager.
Nothing.
Commissioner Sabatini.
No report. Appreciate it. Looking forward to the next meeting.
Commissioner Parks.
I'll keep it quick. So I think you saw on the agenda first, the Florida Association of Counties legislative agenda. So just start, it really was just an announcement to just start thinking about if there's anything that you want FAC to advocate for us. Can't really be a local issue, hyper-local. It affects multiple counties. That's something that they're going to be looking for. So now is the time. I think we have till the end of September, I think, early September. So we have only about 5 weeks to submit something to them to consider at the October Legislative Committee meeting. And then I think there's maybe one other opportunity to refine after that before November. So just really wanted to put that on the agenda to start thinking about things. And I will congratulate Commissioner Sabatini, who's now the FAC, you're on the executive committee representing our Senate district spot. So he's now a member of FAC. I'll be on the executive committee just because I'm a vice chair of another committee. But so you're getting represented well at FAC, I believe, and appreciate you being there at the annual meeting too. Thank you.
Yeah, everybody should go. It's good. And as you guys know, all these legislative bills passed in Tallahassee right now are pretty bad. So
Yeah.
hopefully we can conglomerate.
Yeah, and so the second item, in the essence of time, we have time to talk about that, and that is just to voice our opinion in some form or another, I believe, about Senate Bill 180 and potential restrictions on us to how it would help us, the restrictions on how we're trying to manage growth. So I think, in the essence of time today, I'll just maybe keep that on the agenda for next time as to what to do with that, whether it's a resolution or a letter. I had thought that perhaps we probably maybe need to meet with our legislative delegation. May I be so bold, but face-to-face?
Yes, I already have.
Okay, all right. So we're good there. I mean, whether it's here or in another setting, Venetian Gardens, whatever, face-to-face, to have, the discussion, some of which could be a little, mired or bogged down, or quagmire was a term Vance used, I think. But those can be healthy sometimes because there's a true sharing of, hey, this is legitimately what we're faced with on a week-by-week basis, and just be thinking about this legislatively.
Don't you think we should list the problems with that, the specific problems with that bill in relation to issues that we're dealing with? So that they know, so we're not just talking in concept that it's really poorly written. We're not just talking in concept that it's really ill-advised to begin with. We're actually saying, okay, we see what you were trying to do.
Right.
But here are the specific things that need to be fixed in order to.
I already asked Melanie to do that, and she provided that for me, and it would be great if you provided that for the other commissioners.
Yeah.
So we can put this on the agenda for August 12th. if
Okay,
you're good
yeah,
with
that'll be good. And I'm sure it's my discussions with Melanie and the other counties, it probably centers around the definition of burdensome and being in contrast, the statute says, like JPAs, there's a statute in 163 that says that legislatures encourages joint planning agreements. But then one could argue why you can't do anything to enact a JPA because of Senate Bill 180.
And they probably answer, oh, we never intended that to happen.
Yeah.
But until it gets
Yes.
fixed, that's what we're up against.
Right.
Yeah, that's the pretext they use. Well, I guess this language is a little overexpansive. First, they don't write the language. The lobbyists do. It's 100%
I
coming from
thought
them.
they had staff, though, that they were experts in wordsmithing.
They do. It's a revolving door. A lot of the staff are moving right into the big associations like Florida Home Builders or whatever. So, yeah, that language is totally, like, they've been
And
waiting to put that in
It's
there.
probably not, in some instances, like a mistake or an oversight.
Oh, no,
Somebody
it
had
was
an agenda, but nobody
100%.
else really understood there was this underlying
It was
agenda
sneaky.
that got put in there.
Yeah, and even the Democrat caucus, because usually the Democrats tell Tallahassee are more sensitive to these types of issues, they unanimously voted for the bill, unanimously. And it's the most hated bill by, obviously anybody who's trying to slow down growth, but both parties voted for it because it was that sneaky bill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that change was made at the end, too. wasn't
Yeah.
it?
All right, okay.
So we'll have that at one of the next meetings.
All right.
That's all I've got to report.
Commissioner Smith?
I just have a couple of things. I met with our state legislatures about some issues in Lake County. I believe, along with Commissioner Parks, that we need to start talking to Tallahassee about unfunded mandates that they like to do, because they are certainly pushing hard on property taxes. And what do we do if they get rid of property taxes? Is there another medium? I don't know. So we need to really start that conversation with Tallahassee to see where they're thinking so we can be prepared for it. Second thing is I went to the dedication ceremony for Lake Sumter State College,
I know.
or the beach volleyball courts that were, they started their beach volleyball program. Lake Sumter State College, if you don't know, is quite aggressive in their student athlete programs, and they're actually number 4 in the nation.
Yes.
They're number 4 in the nation in beach volleyball, which student athletes are phenomenal. Let's see, I met with a group from Texas about a new idea outside of the box thinking for workforce housing. I've got a meeting with, I forgot to tell you, Jennifer, got a meeting with you and Melanie to go over what we discussed, and maybe have another meeting with this group, because this really is outside the box thinking. And then on a positive note, I thought the 2050 comp plan workshop over in Leesburg was fantastic. So that's all I have for right now.
All right. Commissioner Morris?
I don't have a report, but I want to thank you for the lively conversation we had today. I think we got a lot on the table, and I think people are starting to communicate a lot better.
All right. And then just under my report, just wanted to keep you up to date on what's happening with Wolf Branch Road and Round Lake Road and the flooding situation that we had last hurricane season. Yesterday, Jeff, Jordan, Jennifer, Bobby, and myself, we met with the Homeowners Association board members of Wolf Branch Estates to go over with them the things that have been accomplished, as far as, the purchase of the Bolero property, the demolition, the opening of the pipe underneath Round Lake Road, some of the additional work that Jeff and his team have been working on out there to try to keep the water moving in the direction that naturally it is supposed to go. We have a meeting at 3:30? 3, uh-oh, okay.
Staff is on their way.
Okay, all right.
It's covered.
Oh, they're headed out there. Okay, so we're meeting with other property owners on the south side of Wolf Branch, and at 3. And so that meeting went really well. They obviously continue to support or express concern over things going on around them that could be affecting them. Staff has been working closely with Dewar Nursery. I don't know if you all had a chance to look at the DEVA report that came out, but a final report came out. And essentially, it validates the theory that most of that water that caused that massive flooding was coming from the nursery on Britt Road. They are in the process of installing a pump. They're spending about $150,000 to pump water from their southeast pond to their northwest pond that will then, if it has to overflow, go into the lake that's adjacent to that, that's up on Britt Road. And they're doing that in conjunction with the Water Management District that had to issue the permits. The idea being that southeast pond is the one that was completely full being used for irrigation that then overflowed and everything from the nursery, then flowed from there under Round Lake Road, blew out Round Lake, then went on down, or Wolf Branch, then went on down to Round Lake, and then,
Do we have a final report from
We
the
have-
management district?
well, we have a final report from Devo, our consultant.
Okay.
There's not such a thing as a final report from the Water Management District.
She's got, Jennifer, you've got it?
Yeah, it's really, it's,
Okay, detail.
yes, uh-huh. So that's what's going on there. The engineering firm to do the overall study itself has been retained, and they're proceeding and working closely with staff. And of course, one of the things they have to be looking at is, as Round Lake Road is ultimately extended and the roundabout is put in at the corner, at the intersection of Round Lake and Wolf Branch, you have drainage issues that would be, impacted by that. So that has to be taken into account with any long-range planning for drainage in that area. So I think did I hit everything, Jennifer? I think so. Okay, so we're making progress. Jeff is, and also County Attorney's Office, and Jeff, they're working with the Timberwalk subdivision developer on some potential additional storage that would be made available there as well. So, the concern is that we're in the middle of hurricane season, and we are just trying to get enough done so that while we're not going to be able to solve every problem over in that area, if at least the nursery is able to keep their water up there and not send it all downstream, then we're going to be in a lot better shape. So, okay, all right. Any questions on that? Or, all right. Okay, well, I appreciate it. It's 3, it's been a long meeting, but,
We have our day.
what's that?
We have a day.
Oh, our special day.
We have a day.
We do.
And
I think we've had a day, yeah.
And if any day, today would be a great day for this national day, because today is National Hammock Day. So go home and lay in your hammock and just relax.
Oh, yeah, whoops, you're right. It's cool again. Cheers, thanks.
Okay, all right. And I just realized that, Vance, you had wanted to talk on the tab 42, but we're going to be back at that at an upcoming meeting, so I'll make sure I put that at the top of the list. Okay, all right. Well, with that, we stand adjourned.